Chapter 1 Signing into the Holy Realm Cultivation Base. Ancient Desolate Continent, East Territory. Heavenly Dao Sect, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Heavenly Dao Sect is an extremely powerful top-level sect in the eastern region of Ancient Desolate Continent, with 99 branches under it. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is the last branch of Heavenly Dao Sect. The lineage has withered, leaving only the Peak Master and one disciple. Disciple, take a step ahead as a teacher, and I will leave the Heavenly Bamboo Peak to you. Don't let the inheritance of the Heavenly Bamboo Peak be cut off in your generation, otherwise, you will not be able to be a teacher if you go to hell in the future. Let go of you. On the scenic mountain peak, a white-haired old man in ragged clothes tremblingly spoke. The old man is none other than Wang Lixuan, the peak owner of the contemporary Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Obviously, at this time, his breath was weak, his eyes were silent, and he was already near the end of his life, with only his last breath left. In front of the white-haired old man was a handsome young man with outstanding temperament. Master, I'm just an ordinary person. I have nothing but good looks. Why don't you? The young man said, his eyes full of panic. Before the young man finished speaking, Wang Lixuan had already swallowed his last breath and completely lost his vitality. Damn, this old man cheated people, dragged Daddy into this cheating Heavenly Bamboo Peak for 3 days, then let go, and asked Daddy to keep this Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Isn't that ridiculous? The young man cursed, his face full of resentment. The young man's name is Chen Luo. He was originally a game planner of a certain goose of Blue Star in the 21st century. During a Krypton Gold event, he accidentally changed the probability value. As a result, many players rushed N648s but still failed to win, and a large number of players blasted Chen Luo's meagerness. Chen Luo, as the top planner of Goose Factory, would he care about these players? Immediately turned into a Jianxian, and directly faced the player in the next game. The battle was extremely fierce and bloody, and the Weibo server was once paralyzed. Chen Luo only remembers that a dozen keyboards in the office were broken by himself. In the end, he was exhausted and sent to the hospital, and after waking up, he entered this world. Just arrived in this world 3 days ago, and just happened to be met by Heavenly Bamboo Peak Lord. The Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak vowed that Chen Luo has the qualifications of a great emperor, and he will definitely be a peerless figure in the future, so Chen Luo should be cultivated well. Under the flickering of the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo was brought to Heavenly Bamboo Peak by the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Unexpectedly, after testing, it was a useless physique that could not be cultivated, not even Qi. How could it be possible to keep Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Chen Luo felt aggrieved in his heart. Heavenly Dao Sect has a sect rule: if the number of the branch under the sect is less than 2, and no disciples are recruited within a month, the branch will be disbanded. If Chen Luo wants to keep Heavenly Bamboo Peak, he must recruit another disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, but Chen Luo is just an ordinary person. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is located at the top of the mountains. Chen Luo is an ordinary person. It is difficult to leave Heavenly Bamboo Peak, let alone recruit people for Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Moreover, Heavenly Bamboo Peak is now so poor that there is only one peak left, without any cultivation resources, not to mention finding people, even dogs can't recruit one. Old man, you are so pitiful, you agreed to train me, and it will be cold in 3 days, Chen Luo just feels a little bit painful. Now you can just lie flat and wait to be expelled from the sect. As for keeping Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I'm sorry, Daddy really doesn't have the ability. Ding, it is detected that the host is helpless and has a strong desire to lie down. The strongest Peak Master system is loading. At this moment, a burst of electronic mechanical sound entered Chen Luo's mind. There was a trance in Chen Luo's eyes. This voice. System? Daddy's system went online, and Chen Luo's mood quickly climbed from the lowest point to the peak. The system is here and is about to take off. Let me just say, How could such a handsome time traveler like me not have a gold finger? Now the master is cool. No, isn't the gold finger system going online? There was a system in Chen Luo's heart. As a senior planner, Chen Luo knew the system gold finger too well. Wasn't it just cheating? With the system, you can take off wherever you want. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the strongest peak master system has been loaded successfully. The system prompt sounded again in Chen Luo's mind. System, introduce yourself. Chen Luo thought to himself. Ding! The strongest peak master system is designed to help the host become the strongest peak master. Help me become the strongest peak master? Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. This system seemed to be introduced, but it didn't seem to be fully introduced. Speak human, let's have some practical functions. Chen Luo complained in his heart. The sign-in function is currently unlocked. You can sign in once a day, and you can get precious sign-in rewards every time you sign in. Sign-in is ready, do you want to sign in? Check-in function. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, it's good to sign in, don't need to deal with those weird things, I like signing in the most. System, sign in, Chen Luo said silently in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first sign-in, rewarding the Holy Land Cultivation Base. Cultivation Base, Chen Luo's heart is ecstatic. The first time you sign in, you will be rewarded with Cultivation Base. This system is really great. Although the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak didn't teach Chen Luo too much, he still told Chen Luo the most basic cultivation realm. Cultivation realm is divided into body tempering, qi gathering, mysterious core, spirit sea, nirvana, good fortune, saint, saint king, great saint, quasi-emperor, great emperor. The saint realm is already the top combat power of the ancient desolate continent. It is extremely powerful. Even the strongest peak masters in heavenly Dao Sect are nothing more than saint realm. As for the higher saint king great saint, and even the powerhouses of the emperor realm, those are the true supreme existences of the ancient desolate continent. Chen Luo has only heard of them, but has never seen them. Now, Chen Luo has directly obtained Saint Realm's cultivation base, which can be said to be directly transcendent, and he has soared into the sky. System, why are you standing still? Give me the cultivation base. Chen Luo urged after seeing that the system hadn't moved for a long time. Boom! After a while, the spiritual qi of the world around Heavenly Bamboo Peak suddenly began to surge rapidly. There was an extremely violent momentum in Chen Luo's body, and the spirit power of the surrounding world rushed towards Chen Luo's body like a tide. With the continuous surge of spirit power, Chen Luo's realm rapidly increased at an extremely exaggerated speed. Body tempering first stage day. Body tempering second stage day. Qi gathering first stage day. Qi gathering second stage day. Nirvana 9th stage days. Good Fortune Realm 8th stage day. Good Fortune Realm 9th stage day. Saint Environment 1st stage day. Chen Luo's cultivation base realm is improving at an extremely rapid rate. After just half a quarter of an hour, Chen Luo's realm has already reached Saint Realm 1st stage. Chen Luo's body was churning with extremely powerful energy, as if to suppress everything. Is this the power of Saint Realm? Feeling the violent power in his body, Chen Luo's heart was already wrapped in endless joy. Chapter 2 Nine Tails by Who? He felt that the power of On had been increased by tens of millions of times, and the surrounding void could be easily torn apart by him. Although Chen Luo doesn't have any cultivation technique supernatural power now, the powerful realm is enough for him to crush most cultivators. The feeling of strength is really cool. The powerful strength in his body gave Chen Luo full confidence. Coupled with the assistance of the system, it is difficult not to think about taking off. Master, let's go, now that I have Saint Realm's cultivation base, it will be no problem to keep the inheritance of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Now, Chen Luo is extremely confident in preserving the inheritance of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. With Saint Realm's cultivation base in hand, he can recruit a lot of disciples wherever he goes. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo buried Wang Lixuan, letting Wang Lixuan rest in peace. In the next few days, Chen Luo continued to stay at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, getting familiar with his soaring cultivation base, and at the same time reaping more system sign-in rewards. 25 days later. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo sat lazily under a 1,000-year peach tree, picked a 1,000-year peach at random, and ate it with big mouthfuls. 3 strikes, 5 divisions, and 2 divisions killed a 1,000-year spirit peach. This 1,000-year peach tree is Chen Luo's sign-in reward on the 7th day. The 1,000-year spiritual peach contains a very strong world spirit power, which is very beneficial to practitioners. Even for Chen Luo of Saint Realm, it has a lot of effects. In the past half a month, Chen Luo has signed up for various rewards and various panaceas. There are also top-level holy soldiers, and a powerful and unparalleled holy-level magic circle. With the arrangement of many sign-in rewards, Chen Luo has turned Heavenly Bamboo Peak into a fairyland on earth, full of strong inspirations from heaven and earth. Compared with the previous Heavenly Bamboo Peak, it is simply a world of difference. Even if Chen Luo's cheap master came back to life, he might not be able to recognize this Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A top-level magic circle is arranged around it, guarding Heavenly Bamboo Peak. With the help of many rewards, Chen Luo's cultivation base realm also reached Saint Realm 3rd stage, and also mastered some powerful supernatural power. Master, Master, when shall we go down the mountain to play? It's so boring. Just as Chen Luo was eating the spirit peach with big mouthfuls, a soft voice rang in Chen Luo's ear. In the jungle not far away, a white shadow quickly rushed to Chen Luo's arms. This is a snow-white fox. The fox's hair is shiny, its eyes are agile, and it exudes an ethereal temperament. The little fox lay in Chen Luo's arms, gently sniffing the scent of Chen Luo's body. Little Bai, in a few days, let me lie down for a few more days. Chen Luo stroked this Baihu's hair, feeling comfortable all over. Petting a cat, no, the feeling of petting a fox is too comfortable. This Baihu is Chen Luo's 10th day's sign-in reward. Don't look at how well-behaved she is in Chen Luo's arms, this is the 9-tailed fox with the cultivation base of life and death, and she is extremely powerful. 9-tailed fox is the top group of the monster clan, with a prominent reputation, belonging to a very proud monster clan. However, this 9-tailed fox was rewarded by the system, and it was already completely bound to Chen Luo, and was extremely close to Chen Luo. Master, if we don't accept another disciple, our Heavenly Bamboo Peak will be disbanded. Xiaobai said to Chen Luo aggrievedly. Although Chen Luo is now the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak in name, Chen Luo doesn't care about anything. Everything is handled by Xiaobai, and Xiaobai is also very clear about the situation of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. What are you afraid of? Isn't it only 25 days? When the 30th day comes, just go down the mountain and find a disciple. Chen Luo stretched. Now that the days at Heavenly Bamboo Peak are so comfortable, lying down every day and waiting for the sign to be able to become stronger, Chen Luo doesn't want to go down and find some disciples. Chen Luo planned to recruit a random disciple on the last day so that Heavenly Bamboo Peak would not disband and it would be over. As for revitalizing Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo has no interest at all. Signing in, lying dead, and becoming stronger are Chen Luo's only goals. Seeing Chen Luo's appearance, Xiaobai pouted, but did not continue to persuade. She also enjoys such a day. Help, help, what is this, help us. At this moment, a rushing voice entered Chen Luo's mind. Someone was trapped by the formation of our Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. The formation of the holy steps arranged near Heavenly Bamboo Peak is extremely powerful. Even the strong Saint Realm cannot break into Heavenly Bamboo Peak through the formation. This is also the reason why Chen Luo directly planted the 1,000-year spirit peach tree in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Xiaobai, go and see, who is it that dares to break into our heavenly bamboo peak territory? Chen Luo then told Xiao Bai to go and see what was going on. The edge of heavenly bamboo peak here is surrounded by endless fog. In the mist, there were faint tearing sounds and screams. Several youths in white robes looked flustered, and they were in a state of embarrassment everywhere. Senior brother Shen, what's going on? Is there a ghost in heavenly bamboo peak? Why did it suddenly become so scary? A disciple said tremblingly. The clothes on his body were torn, and there were still many bloodstains. Obviously he had suffered serious injuries. I don't know, such a broken place is so scary. The white-robed disciple Shen Lian who was leading was also panic-stricken. It turned out that these disciples were sent by Heavenly Dao Sect leader to come to Heavenly Bamboo Peak to take back the ownership of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. They are all disciples of Dao Yuanfeng's Tian Jiao, and their talents are astonishing, especially Shen Lian has a special physique. Shen Lian is only 20 years old, and he is already a top player in the 9th stage of the Nirvana realm, only one step away from the Good Fortune realm. He is the famous top Tian Jiao of Dao Yuan Peak. The other two disciples are also Dao Yuanfeng's disciples, and they are all extremely strong. Unexpectedly, after they entered Heavenly Bamboo Peak, they were trapped by inexplicable forces. Moreover, there are many strange vines and spiritual impacts around, and they almost killed them several times. If it weren't for the many methods on their bodies, they would have died countless times. Senior brother Shen, here we come again, let's run. A disciple said tremblingly, and saw several vines covered with thorns appearing not far away, and the vines rushed towards the bodies of several people with rapid speed. Shen Lian and the others felt their scalps tingling, and the cold sharp edge seemed to tear them apart. Now they have no means of protection. Who are you? At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the ears of several people. The surrounding vines also dissipated quickly, and the fog gradually dissipated. Not far ahead, Xiao Bai turned into a giant beast and appeared in front of several people. This is the top monster of Good Fortune realm. Shen Lian and the others looked at the incomparably huge Baihu in front of them, and felt the fear that penetrated the bone. Chapter 3 The Man Who Breaks into Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The appearance of Xiao Bai made their hearts sink to the bottom of the valley. What the hell is this Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and how did it become so scary? That inexplicable attack, and this top demon from Good Fortune realm. The 9 huge tails behind Baihu are constantly floating behind. The extremely powerful power of these 9 tails exudes an extremely strong aura. In particular, Baihu's eyes are full of charm, making people thrilling and frightened. Forgive, 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 we are. Shen Lian said tremblingly, his words were already somewhat incoherent. Now they have no means, facing Xiao Bai who is in the realm of life and death, he has no countermeasures. Humph, you are not a good thing at first glance, arrest you all and send them to the master. Xiao Bai said coldly. After finishing speaking, an incomparably violent monster force erupted from Baihu's body. The strong demon power turned into chains, directly locking up several people. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Bai galloped towards the inside of Heavenly Bamboo Peak with the controlled people. Are you Dao Yuanfeng's disciples? Chen Luo looked at the few people in front of him who had completely lost their fighting power with a strange expression. At this time, Xiao Bai lay obediently in Chen Luo's arms, just like a harmless little fox. And the 9-tailed fox with 9 tails all over the sky just now seems to be completely 2 species. Shen Lian swallowed, and looked at Chen Luo with abnormal horror and disbelief. Shen Lian clearly knew that more than half a month ago, Chen Luo was an ordinary person without any cultivation base. When Wang Lixuan brought Chen Luo into the mountain gate, many elders and disciples saw it. Chen Luo did not have any cultivation base at that time, and Qi Si was not opened, so he was obviously an ordinary person. They couldn't understand that Wang Lixuan had brought an ordinary person in from the outside as the sun was dying and his life was not long. Shen Lian naturally heard about it and scoffed at it. Thinking that Wang Lixuan is an old fool, he found an ordinary person to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak, that pure evil behavior. However, now Shen Lian couldn't see through Chen Luo at all. The terrifying aura and power made Shen Lian feel as if he was facing a supreme giant. In addition, the environment around Heavenly Bamboo Peak has also completely changed. It is no longer dilapidated before, but has become unusually agile. The intensity of the environment and spirit power is already comparable to their Dayuan Peak, or even better. In the end, what happened? And that terrific nine-tailed fox, who grabbed them all at random, was too scary. Yes, Chen, Peak Master Chen, we are here to take back the ownership of Heavenly Bamboo Peak under the orders of Lord Sect Leader. Shen Lian continued tremblingly. Although he didn't know what happened, Shen Lian now knew that Chen Luo was no longer someone he could easily deal with. The other two disciples were also trembling, not daring to make any moves. Isn't there still 5 days left? We have to take it back now. Chen Luo frowned slightly. The gate rules of Heavenly Dao Sect clearly stated that there are less than 2 members in the peak, and the ownership will be taken back after 1 month, and Heavenly Bamboo Peak will be disbanded. It's not time yet. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Shen Lian and the others immediately felt as if an overwhelming momentum was coming. The terrifying momentum almost overwhelmed them and they couldn't breathe. They only felt it on some super powerful peak masters, but they didn't expect to feel it on Chen Luo now. It's really incredible. No, Master Chen, we are just here to remind you that the 1-month period is coming soon. Shen Lian quickly changed his words. Just kidding, if Chen Luo was just an ordinary person, it would be natural to forcibly take it back now. But, unfortunately, Chen Luo is no longer an ordinary person. This matter is beyond their ability to handle. I know, let's wait until that day, you can go. Chen Luo then said lightly. Yes, Master Chen, let's go now. Shen Lian and the others were relieved, and immediately scrambled away from Heavenly Bamboo Peak. They didn't want to stay in this place for a second. Am I that scary? Chen Luo complained in his heart. Master, do we have to wait a few days to recruit people? After Shen Lian and the others left, Xiao Bai scratched Chen Luo's body with his claws and asked expectantly. No, let's find a disciple tomorrow, finish finding him early, and lie down early. Chen Luo yawned, then found a place to lie down again. Since sect has already started to urge, Chen Luo doesn't mind recruiting people in advance. Anyway, with the current strength, there is no need to worry too much. Go down the mountain and just find a disciple. Heavenly Dao Sect. Daoyun Peak is a peak with extremely strong spiritual qi. In the depths of the mountain peak, a majestic middle-aged man is sitting cross-legged on a boulder, absorbing the spirit power of the surrounding world. The middle-aged man was wearing a white Taoist robe, with traces of terrifying aura on his body. The surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted by the presence of the middle-aged man. Sect leader, Heavenly Bamboo Peak has undergone major changes. A panicked voice sounded deep in the mountain peak, breaking the original silence in the depths. Immediately afterwards, Shen Lian and others quickly entered the depths of the mountain. They looked flustered, and hurriedly came to kneel under the middle-aged man. It turned out that this middle-aged man was none other than Heavenly Dao Sect's sect leader, Li Wudao, Heavenly Dao Sect's Ding Gaishensen. After Shen Lian and others came in, Li Wudao slowly opened his eyes, and there was an extremely vicissitudes of life in his pupils. Tell me, what happened? Li Wudao said lightly. Li Wudao's voice has a very ethereal atmosphere, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. Back to sect leader, after we enter Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Shen Lian then slowly told Li Wudao what happened after he entered Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The two disciples next to him also added details. From entering Heavenly Bamboo Peak, encountering the extremely weird formation, and the extremely powerful nine-tailed Baihu, the transformation of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and the strength of Chen Luo. Li Wudao was informed of all the details. After they finished speaking, Li Wudao frowned slightly, and there was slight doubt in his eyes. Okay, I see, you guys go down. After Li Wudao listened, he dismissed Shen Lian and the others and fell into deep thought. Nine-tailed fox, Chen Luo. Wang Lixuan, is this, your backer? Li Wudao murmured, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 4 Chen Luo going down the mountain. Early the next morning. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo stretched, and slowly got up from the hammock under the 1000-year spirit peach tree. The spirit power of the surrounding world seemed to be drawn, and it quickly surged towards Chen Luo's body. Not far away, Xiao Bai quickly climbed onto Chen Luo's hammock, and gently rubbed against Chen Luo's body. Is it another day? Chen Luo rubbed Xiao Bai in his arms, with a lazy look on his face. Master, let's go down the mountain, we'll be suffocated to death in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Bai Hu said pitifully to Chen Luo. Okay, let's go down the mountain. Chen Luo shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for recruiting people, Chen Luo really didn't want to go down the mountain. The days lying in the hammock were too comfortable. You can slowly improve by lying down and signing in. On such a day, even a god would not change it. By the way, I seem to have forgotten something important. Suddenly, Chen Luo seemed to think of something. Yes, sign in, I forgot today's sign in, I don't know what good things will come out today. Chen Luo's heart is full of anticipation. The previous check-ins have never disappointed Chen Luo. There are all kinds of treasures, supernatural power, and spiritual objects. System, I want to sign in, Chen Luo silently said. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed in, and you have obtained the holy rank top grade spirit treasure, Zhao Shengtianjia. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Following the flash of Chen Luo's body, a spirit armor exuding gentle holy energy appeared in Chen Luo's hand. Holy rank spirit treasure? Yes, yes, there is another spirit treasure, and it is the best defensive spirit treasure of the holy rank. Chen Luo looked at the Zhao Shengtian armor in his hand, and felt joy in his heart. The treasure ranks of Ancient Desolate Continent, Yellow rank, Xian rank, Earth rank, Heaven rank, Saint rank, Emperor rank. Each level is divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and extreme grade. The holy rank supreme spirit treasure is already an extremely precious treasure. Chen Luo has signed in many times before, but this is the first time that the holy rank supreme spirit treasure has been obtained. The one with the highest reward before was only a high-grade holy spirit treasure. As for the Emperor pin, maybe Chen Luo's current realm is low, and he hasn't signed any treasures of the Emperor pin yet. This system is really considerate. Knowing that I am going down the mountain today, I have prepared the best holy rank spirit treasure for me. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo directly put on the Zhao Shengtian armor. After putting on the Zhao Shengtian armor, Chen Luo felt that his whole body had an extra thick layer of protection. Although it couldn't be seen from the outside at all, Chen Luo's sense of security had greatly improved. With this, even if you meet a Saint King level top cultivator, you don't have to worry, Chen Luo thought to himself. Let's go, Xiao Bai, we're going down the mountain now. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo picked up Xiao Bai, took out a flying boat, and quickly flew towards the outside of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. This flying boat is a middle-grade holy rank spirit boat given at check-in. The environment inside is extremely comfortable and extremely luxurious. Moreover, the speed is also a must, comparable to a high-rank saint. There are also a lot of protective inscriptions engraved on the outside, which can withstand saint-level attacks and are very precious. After a while, the flying boat turned into a stream of light and disappeared in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Eastern Territory, Tianfeng City. Tianfeng City is a super big city in the eastern region. Since this city is not particularly far from the Heavenly Dao Sect, with the influence of the Heavenly Dao Sect, Tianfeng City has also become a famous big city in the eastern region. Tianfeng City is extremely prosperous, not only has many mortals, but also many cultivators hovering here. Tianfeng City is filled with crowds of people everywhere, it is extremely lively, the noise and the sound of hawking can be heard endlessly. Master, Master, I want to eat that, is that the legendary sugar calabash, I want to eat. Xiaobai was lying in Chen Luo's arms, his eyes glowing as he looked at a peddler who was selling sugar calabash not far away. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. This little fox is those heavenly and mortal treasures from Heavenly Bamboo Peak. I'm tired of eating them. Do you want to experience the delicacies of ordinary people? Since Chen Luo signed up for more than half a month, he has obtained a lot of treasures, and the little fox has also enjoyed a lot of food. Her original cultivation base was only Good Fortune Realm 5th stage days, but in a short period of time, it soared to Good Fortune Realm 9th stage days, and she was only one step away from Saint Realm. However, it seems that I haven't eaten for a long time. Looking at the various delicacies around, Chen Luo is also tempted. When I came to this world, I didn't appreciate the elegance of this world, but I was fooled into Heavenly Bamboo Peak by the owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Haven't fully enjoyed the world here yet. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took Xiaobai to taste these different delicacies around Tianfeng City. Many people around have discovered the existence of Chen Luo and the talking fox in his arms. However, not many people cared about it. After all, there were quite a few practitioners in Tianfeng City, and it was normal for some weird things to happen. Master, Master, this sweet-scented osmanthus cake is delicious, try it. At a small stall, Xiaobai held a piece of sweet-scented osmanthus cake with his own paws and gnawed, his eyes brimming with happiness. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then also took out a piece of sweet-scented osmanthus cake to taste. It's really good, stock up a little more, so that when Heavenly Bamboo Peak wants to eat, you can eat it anytime. Not only sweet-scented osmanthus cake, but also a variety of delicacies, Chen Luo immediately diverged his thinking. Old Jian, look at that, isn't it the incomparably pure nine-tailed fox of bloodline? Not far from Chen Luo, there was a young man in extraordinary clothes, holding a spiritual fan. There was a silver aura in the pupils of the young man, and he looked straight at Xiaobai in Chen Luo's arms. There are quite a few guards beside the young man. These guards are all dressed in black and strong, and they are amazing. They are obviously powerful practitioners. On the youth's left, there is also a middle-aged cultivator with thinning hair and wearing a grey robe. Looking at Chen Luo and Xiaobai not far away, the middle-aged cultivator frowned slightly, he couldn't see through Chen Luo. Young master, why don't you just forget about it, that guy doesn't look easy to mess with. Qian Yun frowned. Humph, he's not easy to mess with. Is it easy to mess with my Ouyang family? That's bloodline's extremely pure nine-tailed fox. If we can get it and give it to Fairy Muyun and win Fairy Muyun's favor, our Ouyang family will love it. It's going to be developed. The young man said slowly, his eyes were full of fiery color. It turned out that the young man was the eldest son of Ouyang's family in Tianfeng City, Ouyang Hui. Ouyang Hui was not outstanding in talent cultivation, and was a well-known playboy in Tianfeng City. The Ouyang family is a powerful family in Tianfeng City, and has a great reputation in Tianfeng City. Especially the patriarch of their Ouyang family is also a top expert in the 9th stage of life and death, and his strength is extremely powerful. Because Patriarch Ouyang had a son when he was old, he doted on this only son abnormally. Although his talent was not outstanding, it was indeed his heart and soul. Relying on the power of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Hui did a lot of things that both people and gods outraged. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 5 System Task Opening. Young Master, on the occasion of the Patriarch's 200th birthday today, it's better not to cause more trouble. Chen Yun continued to dissuade. Chen Yun is a bodyguard arranged by Wu Yang's family for Wu Yang Hui to protect Wu Yang Hui's safety. What are you afraid of? My father is about to break through Saint. There is no one in Tianfeng City that our Wu Yang family can't afford to mess with. This nine-tailed fox, Wu Yang Hui, are going to order. If he gives it, it's fine. If he doesn't, he will die here. Wu Yang Hui's face was cold, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Hey, is it really okay for you to discuss such things beside me so openly? At this moment, a cold and unparalleled voice sounded in their ears. Both Wu Yang Hui and Chen Yun felt their scalps tingling, their hairs standing on end, and a sense of fear that penetrated the bone went straight to the sky. Chen Luo and Xiao Bai did not know when they had already appeared in front of everyone. Boom! An extremely powerful aura appeared on Chen Luo's body, and Wu Yang Hui and others immediately suppressed them all. The huge sense of oppression instantly pressed them to the ground, unable to move at all. Isn't that the young master of the Wu Yang family? Has he hit the iron plate now? I knew that filthy BD, who idles around every day, will be taught a serious lesson sooner or later. That's right, I have long disliked him, and now someone finally treats him. However, something is going to happen to that young man. The Wu Yang family is about to break through Saint, and they have a lot of relationship with the Shui Lanzong. Now it's cool, but it will be miserable later. The conflict between Chen Luo and Wu Yang Hui attracted many people from Tianfeng City to watch. Seeing that Wu Yang Hui was easily suppressed, many people showed joyful smiles. There are also people who are not optimistic about Chen Luo, thinking that he should not deal with Wu Yang Hui here. Big, bold, do you know what you're doing? The spirit power on Chen Yun's body surged around frantically, trying to resist Chen Luo's saint coercion. However, Chen Luck is just an ordinary good fortune realm, how could it possibly block Chen Luo's aura? Wu Yang Hui and the other guards beside him didn't even have the strength to speak at this moment, they stared at Chen Luo firmly, as if they wanted to devour Chen Luo. Oh, tell me, what am I doing? Chen Luo said slowly, his eyes full of coldness. From the words of these people around, Chen Luo could tell that this Wu Yang Hui was not a good person. You are here, you are challenging the bottom line of our Wu Yang family. Our patriarch will not let you go. Chen Yun said angrily with red eyes. I see, since this is your last words, let's go. Chen Luo said softly, pressing lightly with his right hand. Immediately, the Saint Yuan on Chen Luo's body surged crazily, crushing Wu Yang Hui, Chen Yun, and others into minced meat in an instant. Minced meat and blood splashed everywhere, and a strong smell of blood filled the surroundings. Everyone around was buzzing. This young man directly killed Wu Yang Hui and the others? It's over, that young man is going to be over, just kill him without giving him any chance. I heard that today is Patriarch Wu Yang's 200th birthday, Tianfeng City is going to be in chaos. Wu Yang's family mainly knew that his son died so tragically today, tisk tisk, this scene is exciting to think about. The people around talked one after another. Someone looked at Chen Luo's place and found that it was empty and there was no one there. Run after killing someone, it's really exciting. On another street in Tianfeng City, Chen Luo's blood was slightly surging, and his mood was extremely agitated. Although it was the first time to kill someone, Chen Luo didn't feel too much fear in his heart, instead it was a little more exciting. Is this a powerful and unrivaled force? Can easily kill other people's lives. Chen Luo has a deep understanding of own power, which is the real power that can suppress everything. However, I can't do this next time, and I still have to develop insignificantly. Although Saint Realm's cultivation base is strong, it has not yet reached the point of invincibility. There are also quite a few top powers, even sacred land level powers, they have superpowers beyond the realm of saints. Xiao Bai in Chen Luo's arms was not affected at all, and was still eating various snacks. Master, Aren't we going to recruit a disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Xiaobai seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Chen Luo. That's right, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. He came out to recruit disciples, not to play. Ding, the host's strong desire to struggle has been detected, and the system task has been activated. A strong desire to fight? The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. I just wanted to recruit a random disciple to prevent Heavenly Bamboo Peak from going bankrupt. Why do you have a strong desire to fight, system? Come out and explain to me. If you don't explain clearly, I won't do this task. Ding, the host is requested to accept a disciple with Saint's resources within 3 days. After completing the task, he will receive a heaven-defying reward, the Chaos Divine Physique. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Chen Luo's mind. Hiss! The system is awesome. I, Chen Luo, have already done this mission. I can't stop Jesus from coming. I like doing missions the most. Chen Luo did not expect that the task rewards of this system would be so powerful, directly rewarding Chaos Divine Body. Ancient Desolate Continent has a variety of special physiques, King Body, Sacred Body, Dao Body, Spirit Body, Divine Body, all kinds of which are extremely powerful. Those with special physiques are all the favored children of the Ancient Desolate Continent. Not only are their luck amazing, but their cultivation speed is also extremely fast. Chen Luo is just a mortal body. Although he has a powerful cultivation base and a lot of powerful supernatural power, he doesn't have any physique at all and is completely unsuitable for cultivation. If it weren't for the system's rewards, Chen Luo would never have thought of practicing in his life. When Chen Luo first came to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, he tried a lot of various cultivation techniques, but, no, he couldn't cultivate successfully at all. Simply, Chen Luo gave up completely. After the system was turned on, and after owning the Saint Cultivation Base, Chen Luo did not obsess over cultivation either. After all, if you sign in every day, you can gradually become stronger and practice a hammer. With Chen Luo's aptitude, 1/10,000 year of cultivation is not enough for a random reward in the system. As a result, Chen Luo didn't even have the mood to practice. Cultivation, it is impossible to practice in this life. It can only rely on the system's daily sign-in rewards of 100 million points to gradually become stronger. Chaos Divine Physique, yes, although I don't want to practice, but I still can't let go of this powerful physique. I don't need to practice, but I can't live without a very good physique. Chapter 6 Why didn't you tell me earlier? However, there are quite a few saints' disciples to look for. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Although the Ancient Desolate Continent is extremely large, there are many top forces and countless forces. A student with a top-level talent and the appearance of a saint has already been robbed completely, and it's Chen Luo's turn to pick up the leak. Although this task has rich rewards, it is a bit difficult. Looking for a saint-worthy disciple in the vast sea of people is like going to heaven. Moreover, it is necessary to check one by one, where there is so much time, check one by one. Ding, it is detected that the host has encountered an unprecedented predicament, the detection function has been activated, and the identity information of others can be detected. Just when Chen Luo was annoyed, the system prompt sounded again in Chen Luo's mind. Probe function? Not bad, having this detection function is much more convenient. Check yourself first. Name, Chen Luo. Age, 21. Realm, Saint Realm 3rd Stage Day. Identity, Heavenly Dao Sect Heavenly Bamboo Peak Lord. Cultivation Technique, none. Physique, none. Qualification, none. Martial Arts, Zhangtian Sword Art, Holy Rank Middle Grade. Supernatural Power, Nether Death Mark, Holy Rank High Grade. Magic Treasures, Yin and Yang Holy Spirit Sword, Holy Rank High Grade Spirit Treasure, Zao Shengtian Armor, Holy Grade Top Grade Spirit Treasure. Not bad, Not bad. Chen Luo didn't feel dissatisfied when he saw his identity information clearly. Although there are still a lot of nothing, but Chen Luo doesn't care, own everything is signed by his own hard work. Those who have nothing will be moved by own's efforts in the future and become extremely outstanding. After having the identity detection function, Chen Luo began to look for disciples with saints qualifications in Tianfeng City. Name, Li Taidan. Age, 23. Realm, None. Identity, a servant of the Lin family in Tianfeng City. Qualification, None. Name, Wang Ergu. Age, 26. Realm, None. Identity, Captain of Tianfeng City Patrol Team. Qualification, None. The identities of the people around him also flooded into Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo searched for it slowly, and time passed by so slowly. Tianfeng City. In the central area, in a bustling mansion. There are lights and festoons everywhere around the mansion, which is extremely festive. Those who come and go to the mansion are all prominent figures from Tianfeng City and even the eastern region. Even the guards patrolling around are all masters of the alchemy realm. The surroundings of the mansion were extremely noisy and jubilant, and there was joy inside and out. Patriarch Wu Yang, congratulations! Congratulations to Patriarch Wu Yang's 200th birthday, and may Patriarch Wu Yang be blessed like Donghai and live longer than Nanshan. Hey, what are you talking about? Patriarch Wu Yang is a powerhouse at the pinnacle of life and death. How can Nanshan in the East China Sea compare with Patriarch Wu Yang? You should wish Patriarch Wu Yang everything, Ruyi Scepter, and reach the Holy Realm as soon as possible. That's right, I said something wrong, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. At the banquet of Wu Yang's family, many guests sent their sincere blessings to Wu Yang Fiheng, the head of Wu Yang's family. This is the scene of Wu Yang Fiheng's birthday banquet. Wu Yang Fiheng is the protagonist of today's banquet. I saw him wearing a red robe and full of black hair. Although he was 200 years old, he didn't look old at all, and he was still in his prime. There is a faint smile on the majestic face, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. The banquet was lively and enjoyable. Thank you for your support, for attending my birthday banquet of someone in Wu Yang, today. Wu Yang Fiheng pressed his hands together, and the people around stopped immediately, letting Wu Yang Fiheng speak. Patriarch, it's not good, something serious happened, something serious happened. At this moment, a rush of noise interrupted Wu Yang Fiheng's words. Not far away, a servant of Wu Yang's family ran in with a panicked expression. Wu Yang Fiheng's face darkened, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Why are you panicking? Didn't you see what the occasion is now? How decent are you yelling? I don't know. I thought our Wu Yang family didn't have a family tradition. A strong force erupted from Wu Yang Fiheng's body, and directly knocked the servant into a distant pillar. The surrounding guests were all silent, not daring to make any sound. The servant was so frightened by the huge impact that he was bewildered and completely lost his ability to think. Come on, pull this lifeless thing down. Wu Yang Fiheng said lightly. Immediately, guards came to clean up the banquet scene and dragged people away. The banquet was still going on, and it was extremely lively again, as if what happened just now hadn't happened at all. 3 hours later, the banquet came to an end, and everyone was enjoying themselves. Swish swish swish. At this moment, a man in a blue robe quickly walked in from outside. Wu Yang Fiheng looked at the man who appeared suddenly, and frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. The banquet was almost over. Tell me, what happened? Wu Yang Fiheng picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Patriarch, yes, something happened to young master. He was beaten to death in the street. The man whispered in Wu Yang Fiheng's ear. Huier was beaten to death? Wu Yang Fiheng's face suddenly became extremely ugly, his body trembled slightly, and there were deep bloodshot eyes in his pupils. Snapped. Immediately afterwards, Yang Fiheng slapped the man hard, hitting the man directly on the face. The man was sent flying by Yang Fiheng's slap, and hit the table in the distance, which was smashed to pieces. Why didn't you tell me earlier, why? Why? Yang Fiheng's voice was extremely hoarse, his eyes were full of murderous light, and his black hair instantly turned into white hair. The aura on Yang Fiheng's body surged like a tide, as if he wanted to suppress everything. The man who was blown away is stupid, I told you earlier. I sent someone over. You beat me into a fool. Under the oppression of Yang Fiheng's aura, the many guests around felt as if they were falling into an abyss, as if they would be suppressed to death at any moment. Boom! A moment later, Yang Fiheng suddenly burst into a more violent momentum. It was as if some shackles in his body were broken, and the spiritual qi of the surrounding world rushed towards Yang Fiheng's body like a tide. A golden light began to appear on Yang Fiheng's body, and the rich golden light filled the entire banquet. Chapter 7 Going to the Water Misty Sect. Yang Fiheng was sanctified, and even broke through at the 200th birthday banquet. A guest not far away said tremblingly, looking at Yang Fiheng with incomparably fanatical eyes. That was Saint Realm. I didn't expect Yang Fiheng to break through Saint, it was really unbelievable, what happened? The other guests around were also very hot-eyed, but that was Saint Realm, and I don't know how many cultivators have been blocked. Now, Yang Fiheng has crossed this limit, the future is limitless. Moreover, Yang Fiheng's age is only 200 years old, and it is not impossible to step into the realm of the King of the Holy Way in the future. At this time, Yang Fiheng didn't feel the joy of breaking through. What is Saint Realm? His son is dead, my son is dead. Congratulations to Patriarch Yang for breaking through Saint's realm, and he will definitely be able to step into the peak Saint King's realm in the future. A chubby guest stepped forward to congratulate with a smile on his face. My son just died, you congratulate me, congratulations on your paralysis. A terrifying Saint Yuan appeared on Yang Fiheng's body, which directly tore the chubby guest apart. Minced meat and blood splattered everywhere, and the strong smell of blood continued to spread. Ziobai, where is this boundary? Above the sky, a huge flying boat is constantly flying high in the sky. Chen Luo lay lazily on the recliner of Fias Hu, drowsy. Master, this is Jifeng Mountain, and soon we will reach the territory of the Water Misty Sect. Ziobai said softly to Chen Luo while driving the flying boat. Chen Luo yawned, and casually ate another 1,000-year fruit. Chen Luo searched around in Tianfeng City, and found that none of them were disciples with saint qualifications. Not to mention Saint's capital, there is not even a seedling who can cultivate to the realm of life and death. Chen Luo then changed his thinking. Instead of looking for a needle in a haystack, it is better to directly find the ready-made amazing disciples of talent who have already been screened by others. It doesn't matter if you have a sect, just grab it. Chen Luo just wants to complete the task. As for the disciples, Chen Luo doesn't care. Water Lanzong is Chen Luo's target this time. The Shuilin sect is a powerful sect in the eastern region of the Ancient Desolate Continent. Although it is not as good as the Heavenly Dao Sect, it is still a first-class sect. Moreover, Chen Luo has learned that the Water Misty Sect has just received a large number of disciples recently. Among them, there should be many powerful disciples of talent. It shouldn't be a problem to borrow a saint's disciple in this Water Mist Sect, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Soon, the flying boat entered the sphere of influence of the Shui Lanzong. In order not to attract attention, Chen Luo put away the flying boat and did not take the flying boat. After all, Chen Luo came here to borrow someone, so it would be a little too arrogant if he was too blatant. After putting away the flying boat, Chen Luo and Ziobai walked slowly in the Water Mist Sect's territory, looking for disciples with saints' qualifications. The territory in the water haze is extremely huge. Fang Yuan spans thousands of kilometers. There are many mountains, and there are many cities. Most of these cities and mountains are relatives, friends, and family members of many disciples of the Water Lantern sect. Occasionally, many outside cultivators come here to conduct transactions or take risks. Chen Luo walked in the boundary of the Water Misty sect, quickly checking the identity information of many disciples around him. Name: Yu Rongshuo. Age: 26. Realm: Nirvana Realm 3rd Stage Day. Identity: Inner Disciple of Water Lanzong. Qualification: Land Product. Cultivation Technique: Shui Yunju, Xian Rank Middle Grade. Name: Ruda. Age: 28. Realm: Spirit Sea Realm 5th Stage Day. Identity: Disciple of the Outer Sect of the Water Misty Sect. Qualification: Suan Pin. Cultivation Technique: Shui Yunju, Xian Rank Middle Grade. That's right, the inner disciple of the Water Misty Sect already has the cultivation aptitude of Tinpin. Sure enough, they are much better qualified than those in Tianfeng City. After using the detection function many times, Chen Luo knew that the cultivation qualifications were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. At the top is the Holy Grade, which is Saint's qualifications. However, Chen Luo has not discovered the existence of disciples with Holy Grade qualifications so far. Chen Luo is not in a hurry, he only came out for the first day, and there are still a few days left, so he can always find it. Xiaobai lay obediently on Chen Luo's shoulder, looking at the surrounding environment curiously. Water Lanzong. In a beautiful valley. Beautiful flowers are planted everywhere around the valley, and there are many spiritual plants exuding a strong fragrance. Above the valley, a stunning woman wearing light blue long fists and long fluttering hair stood in the valley with a lonely face. The woman has a slender figure and a flawless face, especially her long legs, which are slender and fair, which are extremely eye-catching. Yanner, have you really decided? A crisp voice sounded in the ears of the stunning woman. A figure flew not far away, and suddenly, a middle-aged beautiful woman with a charming temperament and a plump figure appeared beside the stunning woman. I am a sinner of our Water Misty sect, and I am no longer qualified to stay in the Water Misty sect. The stunning woman clenched her pink fist tightly, and her sharp nails pierced On's palm without knowing it. The middle-aged beautiful woman looked at the stunning woman in front of her with a complicated expression. Yanner, you are not wrong, and you are not guilty. Who would have thought that Lin Yan, who had been silent for so many years, could rise against the trend and grow to this extent? The middle-aged beautiful woman said in a deep voice. Master, I really don't want to do this, I just want to dominate my own marriage, and I don't want to be used as a tool. The stunning woman bit her lip and said, the tears in her eyes could no longer be stopped, streaming down. The middle-aged beautiful woman gently hugged the stunning woman in her arms, and sighed softly. It turned out that this stunning woman was Li Yanner, a true disciple of the Water Lantern sect. Previously, Li Yanner had a marriage contract with Lin Yan, a young master of a family in Haitan City in the eastern region. Lin Yan is an arrogance of the Lin family in Haitan City. His talent is extremely amazing. When he was 8 years old, he broke through Qi gathering and had a great reputation in Haitan City. However, for some unknown reason, overnight, Cultivation Base regressed, back to body tempering 3rd stage, and made no further progress. Li Yanner later divorced Lin Yan. Lin Yan was of course furious, and made a 3-year agreement with Li Yanner. 3 years later, to defeat Li Yanner. Li Yanner agreed. Later, Lin Yan rose against the trend, as if he was on the hook. In just 3 years, the cultivation base continued to soar. In the 3-year agreement not long ago, she easily defeated Li Yanner. Under the interception of many means by the Shui Lanzong, he escaped safely. Because of this, Li Yanner became a joke of the Water Lantern School. Chapter 8. Most of the disciples of the Shuilin sect blamed Li Yanner, because she resigned the engagement willfully and was defeated after making a 3-year agreement. Not only lost the face of On, but also lost the face of Shui Lanzong. The middle-aged beautiful woman is Li Yan'er's master, Qin Yuning, the supreme cultivator of the 9th stage of life and death, and also the elder of the Water Misty sect. Master, I want to leave the Shuilin school and find my own way. I will definitely defeat Lin Yan. After a while, Li Yan'er came out of Qin Yuning's arms and said firmly. Qin Yuning rubbed Li Yan'er's beautiful hair and nodded. It's good to go out and see the world, Shui Lanzong is too young. Qin Yuning wiped Li Yan'er's tears, and said softly. Is it so hard to find disciples with holy qualifications? In a mountain range of the Water Lanzong, Chen Luo complained in his heart. He searched for a day in the Water Mist sect's territory, but there was still no result. The disciples with Tinpin aptitude saw a lot, but it was of no use to Chen Luo and could not help him complete the task. Xiaobai also drooped his head, lying on Chen Luo's shoulder. The freshness that came out has been completely wiped out, and Xiaobai now misses Heavenly Bamboo Peak immensely. The spirit power of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is extremely sufficient, and there are also a lot of heavenly and mortal treasures, which can become stronger while lying down. Have you heard? Senior Sister Li is leaving the Water Orchid sect. Really? That kind of trash, even if you leave, it really disgraces our Water Orchid sect. That's right, if she hadn't insisted on retiring the engagement back then, what happened now? Our Shui Lanzong has completely become the laughing stock of the eastern region. Yes, if she hadn't insisted on retiring the engagement, Lin Yan might have joined our Water Misty sect. Wouldn't it be wonderful for two super geniuses to join our Water Misty sect? At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly heard a sound of discussion not far away. Senior Sister Li, divorced? Lin Yan? Super genius? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately caught the key words. Could it be that a son of destiny appeared? Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo walked towards those disciples, wanting to understand what they said. Several fellow Daoists, can you tell me about the 3-year agreement in Lin Yan you mentioned? Chen Luo said directly. This is a matter of our Water Orchid sect, it has nothing to do with you. The disciple of the Water Misty sect then spoke, looking at Chen Luo with an extremely unfriendly look. I'm just curious, if you tell me the matter, this spirit stones will be yours. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then took out a top-quality spirit stones. Spirit stones are the cultivation resource of Ancient Desolate Continent and also the main currency. The grades of spirit stones are divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones. The exchange ratio of each grade of spirit stones is 10. In other words, one top-grade spirit stones is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the value is extremely astonishing. Moreover, the spirit power contained in the best spirit stones is extremely pure. In Chen Luo's sign-in rewards, spirit stones have been rewarded many times, and the rewards are all top-quality spirit stones. Now, in Chen Luo's interspatial ring, there are still more than 100,000 top-quality spirit stones lying there, which can't be spent at all. Fellow Daoist, it's easy to talk about it, I'll tell you right now, don't tell it, this is the secret of our Water Orchid sect. The disciple of the Water Misty sect took Chen Luo's top-quality spirit stones and said with a smile. Sure enough, not everything needs to be solved by fighting. Looking at the obsequious Shui Lanzong disciple in front of him, Chen Luo thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, that disciple told Chen Luo about the matter between Li Yan'er and Lin Yan. From the identities of the two, the marriage contract, and the subsequent 3-year contract, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, to the final strong defeat of Li Yan'er. The disciple spoke like he was the protagonist. The disciples next to him added details, speaking vividly. Fellow Daoist, you don't know, that Lin Yan is really awesome, he condenses the fire spirit sacred body, and also possesses an extremely terrifying spiritual fire supernatural power, which directly blasted and killed one of us the elder at the pinnacle of the realm. Yeah, even our sect leader was repelled by that terrifying supernatural power, it's too heaven-defying. I heard that he is also a very talented pill refining master. Unfortunately, such a person does not belong to our Water Orchid sect. Oh, it's all the fault of Senior Sister Li, it would have been fine if she hadn't retired the engagement. Several disciples next to him continued. Huiling Sacred Body, Ling Huo Supernatural Power, Pill Refining Master. Plus these legendary experiences before. Chen Luo is very sure that Lin Yan is definitely a son of destiny. Where is that Lin Yan now? Chen Luo continued to ask. I don't know, he used the Great Space Teleportation Talisman and has disappeared, but with his talent, it should be able to resound throughout the entire eastern region soon. The disciple continued. Missing. Chen Luo frowned slightly, he couldn't find anyone, so there was nothing he could do. It is impossible for Chen Luo to search around for someone who cannot be found, there is no need. Since Lin Yan can't find it, then we can only look at other people. By the way, do you know what cultivation aptitude is in your sect's Li Yaner world? Chen Luo then asked casually. Of course we know that she is a rare holy grade aptitude, possessing the appearance of a saint. That's right, Senior Sister Li's initiation caused a lot of looting from elders. The disciple continued. Holy product qualification, Saint's capital. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he couldn't find the Son of Destiny, so I'll find a supporting role for Destiny. Anyway, as long as it can help me complete the task. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo found out where Li Yaner was, and left quickly. In a barren mountain range outside the water Lanzong. Li Yaner looked at the familiar scenery around her, with a look of reluctance in her eyes. At this time, Li Yaner was wearing a light green long dress. The white waist and light green skirt perfectly set off Li Yaner's graceful body. It's just that there seemed to be traces of teardrops on the delicate and charming cheeks, which made people feel especially pitiful. Li Yaner had already bid farewell to many of her fellow friends in the Shui Yun sect, and was about to leave Shui Yun sect to find the way of owning the strong. Lin Yan, I will definitely find my way to become a strong man. If I defeat you in the future, I want to prove that I am not wrong. Li Yaner murmured. After a while, Li Yaner turned into a rainbow light and flew towards the outside of the Water Misty sect. Would you like to worship me as a teacher? At this moment, a clear voice came to Li Yaner's ears. This voice is incomparably ethereal, giving people an extremely unfathomable feeling. Chapter 9 Fusion of Chaos Divine Body. Followed by an incomparably powerful momentum. Li Yaner, who was flying, froze, forcibly being suppressed by this powerful momentum. Immediately afterwards, not far away, the space distorted for a while, and a handsome young man in a white robe, who looked like a banished fairy, appeared not far from Li Yaner. In the arms of the young man was a cute and lively little Baihu. One person and one fox stared straight at the suppressed Li Yaner. It was Chen Luo and Xiao Bai. After Chen Luo knew that Li Yaner was leaving the Water Misty sect, he specially waited for Li Yaner outside the Water Misty sect. Chen Luo looked at the stunning woman in front of him, and directly activated the system's detection function. Name, Li Yaner. Age, 18. Realm, Nirvana Realm 9th Stage Day. Identity, a true disciple of the Shuilin sect. Physical, Water Spirit Body. Qualification, Holy Product, Saint Capital. As expected of a Destiny female supporting role, the 18-year-old Nirvana 9th stage, the talent of the Holy Grade, not bad, this disciple, I want it. Seeing Li Yaner's identity information in front of him, Chen Luo was overjoyed that he finally found it. After using this detection function many times, Chen Luo also fully understands this function. This detection function can only be viewed by other people, such as identity realm, physique, qualifications, etc. As for more detailed ones, they cannot be viewed. As long as this chick is accepted as a disciple, the Chaos Divine Body will be obtained. Seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Bai suddenly appearing, Li Yan'er's face turned pale for a while, and the breath of Chen Luo made her almost suffocate. Li Yan'er had only felt this terrifying aura in front of the sect leader. Obviously, this person who appeared suddenly was at least a saint-level cultivator. Such a terrifying existence, if she wants to harm her, she has no ability to resist. I don't know where the senior is sacred, but the little girl is a disciple of the Water Misty sect, please give me a hand from the senior. Li Yan'er then gritted her teeth, her pretty forehead was already covered with sweat. The sense of oppression on Chen Luo's body was too strong. She was in a nirvana state, and she really couldn't bear such a strong momentum. I am the owner of Heavenly Dao Sect Heavenly Bamboo Peak, we are destined, you should worship me as your teacher. Chen Luo then said lightly. Heavenly Dao Sect, Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Li Yan'er's pale complexion became more obvious. She did not expect that this Chen Luo turned out to be the peak master of Heavenly Dao Sect. Heavenly Dao Sect is the top power in the Eastern Territory, and its strength far surpasses that of the Water Misty Sect. The Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak actually wants to accept himself as an apprentice. Why, Li Yan'er is already a little confused at this moment. Senior, Junior is still a disciple of Water Misty Sect, and already has a master. Li Yan'er took a deep breath, and then said firmly. It's okay, I don't mind. Chen Luo smiled slightly, looking at Li Yan'er softly. He just wanted to complete the system's tasks and get rewards. Li Yan'er has several masters, he doesn't care at all, although this world attaches great importance to the succession of masters. However, as a dignified traveler and system owner, Chen Luo would not stick to these details. Li Yan'er was even more confused, she didn't care. Didn't it mean that seniors have more taboos about accepting apprentices, and they have to go through many inspections? Don't you want to take revenge by defeating Lin Yan? As long as you worship under my sect, a mere Lin Yan will be easily taken down in the future. Seeing that Li Yan'er was confused, Chen Luo immediately drew a big cake for Li Yan'er without any haste. Defeat Lin Yan, this pie, do you want to eat it or not? Master, please accept my apprentice's bow. Li Yan'er bowed without hesitation. As long as she can defeat Lin Yan, she can give everything. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, is this Li Yan'er so good at it? Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting the best reward Chaos Divine Body. Ding, congratulations to the host for accepting the first apprentice, the Master Apprentice function has been activated. Ding, congratulations to the host for enabling the Master Apprentice function. Every time the apprentice practices, he will return 10 times the training effect to the host. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. The Chaos Divine Body has been obtained, and the Master Student function has been activated, not bad, not bad. It can obtain 10 times the cultivation effect of the apprentice, that is to say, every time Li Yan'er cultivates, after obtaining 10 times the cultivation effect, Chen Luo's cultivation base will also slowly increase. The needle is not poked, so that even if you have a divine body in the future, you don't need to practice. If you take in more apprentices, it won't be a proper way to become stronger lying down. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, as if he had found a Tongtian avenue. Collect a large number of disciples, unlimited aptitude, and get their cultivation return effect. Ding! Those whose aptitude is lower than that of the holy grade cannot enjoy the tenfold return function of the cultivation effect of the Master Apprentice function. At this moment, the system's notification sound interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts again. Dog system, bah, daddy is over before it even started. By the way, why are you still staring blankly, Chaos Divine Body, send it to me, Chen Luo complained in his heart. Boom! At this moment, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color, and countless Dao aggregates erupted in Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo seemed to be surrounded by the voice of the great Dao, as if to change the whole world. Countless auspicious fetishes have evolved in the sky, such as the eternal green lotus, the real dragon, the sky wind. All kinds of terrifying visions filled the surroundings. Chen Luo's body has been flooded by countless auras, and even Li Yan'er is wrapped in countless Dao Yun. Li Yan'er, who was kneeling in front of Chen Luo, only felt her head buzzing. What happened? Why did Master's aura become so terrifying? Also, the power around this. Li Yan'er only felt that the Dao Yun around her was constantly washing herself, as if her body had undergone a huge transformation. Under the Dao Yun of the Chaos Divine Body, the Water Spirit Body is transforming towards the King Body, or even the Sacred Body. Li Yan'er felt the transformation in her body, and her expression became extremely pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, there are such great benefits just after becoming a master. This Dao Yun is definitely a remarkable thing. Li Yan'er then restrained her own thoughts, and felt the surrounding Dao Yun with all her strength. She had a faint feeling that she might really have made a decision that changed her life. It's so cool. Chen Luo, who was surrounded by all kinds of spiritual light and Dao Yun, felt extremely refreshed all over. Every cell in the body, every corner of the body is changing. Although realm has not improved at all, Chen Luo feels that the level of his own life is undergoing earth-shaking changes. The saint element in the body, every meridian in the body, is undergoing a violent transformation. Chen Luo, who was originally handsome and unparalleled, became handsome and handsome after his transformation, just like a real exile. An extremely terrifying aura brewed and permeated Chen Luo's body, which was a mighty force capable of suppressing everything. Chapter 10 Li Yan'er's Shock. Nine-tailed fox Xiaobai on Chen Luo's shoulder is also undergoing a terrifying transformation at this time. The bloodline in the body was purified again, it was incomparably majestic, and the vast sea-like breath circulated around Xiaobai's body. Immediately afterwards, the 9 tails behind Xiaobai opened wildly. Ha ha ha! It seems that there is still a 10th tail slowly growing. 10-tailed sky fox, Xiaobai was overjoyed. This is a transformation that the legendary 9-tailed fox ancestors failed to achieve. There is no need to match the ancestor, I will surpass the ancestor, Xiaobai made a domineering soft voice. The metamorphosis is still going on, and the area where Chen Luo is located is shrouded in countless auras of aura. Half a quarter of an hour later, the surrounding Dao Yun and aura slowly dissipated. Chen Luo, Xiaobai, and Li Yan'er have all completed their transformation. Chen Luo has completely controlled the Chaos Divine Body, with majestic power and unparalleled aura circulating in Chen Luo's body. Although Chen Luo's realm has not improved, Chen Luo knows that it is under the blessing of the Chaos God Body. Own strength has increased by at least 10 times, the biggest transformation in this period of time. Physique, Chaos Divine Physique. Qualification, Emperor Pin, capital of the Great Emperor. The column of Chen Luo's physique and aptitude has also been completely changed. After merging the Chaos God Body, Chen Luo also knew the function of the Chaos God Body. The Chaos God Body was born with shortcuts, and there was no bottleneck in Cultivation Base upgrade. Moreover, the physical body and spirit power had reached extremely powerful levels in all aspects. And the Chaos Divine Body possesses the power of chaos, which can destroy everything. After the great completion of the Divine Body in the future, it will have magic power immunity, such heaven-defying incomparable supernatural power, Wanfa will not invade. Not bad, the harvest is huge, cool. Chen Luo touched Xiaobai in his arms. Xiaobai had also completely evolved into a 10-tailed sky fox, and his potential had once again increased. Thank you, Master Dayun, for the bestowal. Yan'er has already achieved sacred body. At this moment, Li Yan'er knelt down respectfully and saluted Chen Luo. At this time, Li Yan'er already believed in Chen Luo's words, worshipping under Chen Luo's sect, she would definitely be able to defeat Lin Yan in the future. Now that I have achieved Shuiling's sacred body, I am getting closer and closer to Lin Yan. Chen Luo looked at Li Yan'er with satisfaction in his eyes. The water spirit directly crosses the king body and transforms into a sacred body. Physical, sacred body. Qualification, holy product, capital of great saint. I didn't expect that the fusion of the chaos divine body would have such benefits, which directly improved the physiques of both Xiaobai and Li Yan'er. The stronger Li Yan'er's physique is, the faster her cultivation speed will be, and the more cultivation base she will get back. Okay, the upgrade is complete, then let's go back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo continued calmly. Li Yan'er nodded, then slowly got up. Chen Luo then took out the sacred flying boat. A group of people quickly left the periphery of the Water Misty Sect and galloped towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak. This is the breath of Dao Yun, is there any treasure? Not long after Chen Luo and others left, a group of powerful cultivators quickly arrived at the place where Chen Luo had just fused the Chaos Divine Body. It used to be a large barren mountain range. However, after undergoing the baptism of the Chaos Divine Body Dao Yun, it has completely turned into a green grass, full of vitality and a moving atmosphere. In many places, it seems that a lot of immature spiritual herbs have grown. I don't know, our sect disciples discovered it just now, saying that countless mystical phenomena suddenly appeared here, and it seems that some auspiciousness has descended into the world, said an elder of the Water Misty Sect. The other elders of the Water Misty Sect next to him also carefully checked the changes around them, trying to find some clues. Auspicious birth. The sect leader of the Water Lantern Sect looked at everything around him, and then slowly closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably mysterious aura appeared from the sect leader of the Misty Water Sect. The mysterious aura immediately covered a large area around it. The other senior officials of the Water Misty Sect are quietly waiting for the investigation of the Water Misty Sect leader. Pfft. After a while, the sect leader of the Water Misty Sect suddenly vomited blood, and his face turned pale in an instant. Sect leader, are you okay? All the elders gathered around the sect leader of the Water Misty Sect and asked with concern. It's strange, I can't detect it even with my Heaven's Mystery technique. The sect leader of the Misty Water Sect murmured, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes dimmed for a while. As soon as the sect leader's words came out, everyone around looked at each other in blank dismay. Their sect leader's secret technique is a masterpiece, it can detect things that ordinary people can't detect, even the secret of the sky. Unexpectedly, the car turned over here, which is really incredible. Junior sister Qin, I seem to have felt the breath of your disciple Yan'er just now. The sect leader of the Misty Water Sect then looked at a plump middle-aged beautiful woman not far away. Qin Yuning frowned slightly, Yan'er's breath. What happened to Yan'er? Qin Yuning said worriedly, biting her red lips slightly. Maybe it's her good fortune encounter, don't worry. The sect leader of the Water Misty Sect then comforted. Qin Yuning sighed softly, and looked into the distance. Master, are these spiritual fruits really easy to eat? Li Yan'er looked at the various spiritual fruits in front of her and said hesitantly. The scene in front of her was beyond her imagination, she thought it was just a flying boat. Unexpectedly, the flying boat is extremely luxurious, the environment inside is comfortable, a powerful spirit gathering array is arranged, and there are many spiritual plants around, exuding a strong fragrance. The concentration of spirit power is even comparable to some of their top-notch cultivation treasures of the Water Lantern Sect. Moreover, there are a large number of spiritual fruits on this flying boat, all of which are at the 1000-year level, and the value is extremely expensive. Even a Saint King level powerhouse can't afford such a luxury. Li Yan'er was extremely shocked. As a disciple of the Water Misty Sect, she had never seen such a scene before. In this environment, she felt that even if she didn't practice, she could gradually become stronger. Yan'er, eat whatever you want, it's not enough for me. Chen Luo said softly, and then took out a large plate of spiritual fruits. The rich spirit power surged through the entire spaceship again. Li Yan'er took a deep breath to stabilize own shock. Yeah, Sister Yanner, you'll know when you get to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, this stuff is nothing. Xiao Bai said softly after eating a spiritual fruit. Thank you, Master, I will definitely practice hard in the future, and I will serve you by Master's side, never leave. Li Yanner then said to Chen Luo. It's enough to practice hard, as for serving or something, let's talk about it. Chen Luo smiled. Chen Luo accepted this apprentice because she was asked to help him cultivate. As for what she wanted, Chen Luo didn't care much. The more she cultivates, the stronger she becomes, the stronger she becomes. Who wouldn't like such a powerful tool man apprentice? Chapter 11. Immediately afterwards, Li Yanner didn't hesitate any longer, picked up the spirit fruit and ate it. The moment the spirit fruit entered her body, Li Yanner felt the crazy surge of spirit power in her body. Under the nourishment of spirit power, the brand new sacred body is running crazily, and the cultivation base is slowly improving. After eating the fruit, Li Yanner didn't waste any time. Using the powerful effect of the fruit and the spirit power around her, she began to practice. The surrounding spirit power and the spirit power of the spirit fruit circulated crazily in Li Yanner's body. Li Yanner's aura is slowly improving. At the same time, the cultivation base in Chen Luo's body is also improving at a faster speed. A refreshing feeling permeated Chen Luo's whole body. This effect is better than eating spirit fruit. Not bad, not bad, it feels so good to be able to become stronger while lying down without practicing. Chen Luo felt joy in his heart, he loved this kind of lying down and becoming stronger. However, the speed still hasn't reached the limit, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Li Yanner's cultivation technique at this time is only the ground level Bihai Lingboju, compared with ordinary disciples, although it is very strong, it can't satisfy Chen Luo's appetite at all. Next time, I will give her an awesome cultivation technique to practice, so as to maximize the tool man, no, to help the apprentice improve his strength. Chen Luo thought so in his heart. Oh, I'm tired of eating spirit fruits, let's eat some pancake fruits. Xiao Bai frowned after eating 2 spiritual fruits. Then he took out the pancake fruit that was scavenged in Tianfeng City, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Xiao Bai, this kind of thing is not good for your health, don't eat so much. Chen Luo frowned slightly. After finishing speaking, he snatched the uneaten pancakes and fruits next to Xiao Bai on the other side, and ate them heartily. Seeing this, Xiao Bai immediately fought with Chen Luo. Above the sky of Tianfeng City. At this time, there was a large group of cultivators above Tianfeng City. They all looked solemn and waited in the sky. The leader was a middle-aged man with pale hair. The middle-aged man's face was cold, and his eyes were fixed in the direction of the distance. Patriarch Ouyang, are you sure that the murderer who killed Hui'er will pass by here? Beside, an old man full of bloody aura said slowly. The old man was filled with monstrous energy and blood, as if distorting the space, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The other cultivators on the side also looked at the white-haired cultivator in front of them suspiciously. It turned out that this white-haired cultivator was Ouyang Fiheng. Many cultivators around were invited by Ouyang Fiheng to help him catch the murderer who killed his son. The Bloody Aura is an elder of the Blood Spirit sect, the Blood Jade Saint of the Saint Third Stage. Don't worry, I won't make fun of this kind of thing. I planted a life and death mark on my child, and now it has been fully activated. I can feel that life and death mark is approaching here at a very fast speed. Ouyang Fiheng said faintly, opened the mouth. Closing this way, it can't be the people from Heavenly Dao Sect, right? From the west to Tianfeng City, go straight ahead, that's the boundary of Heavenly Dao Sect. The Blood Jade Saint frowned slightly. No matter who kills my son, even if it is the Heavenly King Daddy, I want him to pay the price. Ouyang Fiheng said lightly, his eyes were full of madness and fierceness. Everyone around felt Ouyang Fiheng's madness. However, they all benefited from Ouyang Fiheng, so they didn't mean to back down. After all, no matter how strong Heavenly Dao Sect is, it won't be enough to shroud the heavens with one hand. Moreover, the person next to him is the elder of the Blood Spirit Sect. The Blood Spirit Sect is the top evil power in the eastern region and has a very prominent reputation in the eastern region. However, if it's someone from Heavenly Dao Sect, it's not easy to deal with. Although I'm not afraid, I don't want to fight against them. The Blood Jade Saint continued in a deep voice. What? What do you mean? Now, you want to retreat? Ouyang Fiheng turned around and stared at the Blood Jade Saint next to him. Although Ouyang Fiheng had just broken through the Saint realm, his aura was not at all faster than that of veteran saints like the Blood Jade Saint. No, I mean, I have to pay more. The Blood Jade Saint then said quietly. In the sky not far from Li Tianfengcheng, an incomparably luxurious flying boat is flying forward at an extremely fast speed. The rapid speed set off countless rainbow lights. In the flying boat, Xiao Bai is driving the flying boat towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo, on the other hand, satiated and closed his eyes to rest. Li Yan'er on the other side didn't let go of any opportunity to practice, and was constantly absorbing the spirit power around her and the spirit power of the 1000-year spirit fruit in her body to become stronger. Seeing Li Yan'er working so hard, Chen Luo felt relieved. Not bad, keep working hard, the harder you cultivate, the more cultivation base I get. Otherwise, recruit some more disciples. Chen Luo's heart moved, the function of returning the cultivation effect is really heaven-defying. When the disciples cultivate, they will directly gain 10 times the cultivation effect. If there are more disciples, the own cultivation base will not take off. Now, Chen Luo already has some understanding of the Ancient Desolate Continent. Although Saint Realm is very strong, it is not the strongest yet. There are Saint King, Great Saint, and even the Emperor Realm powerhouse who surpassed Great Saint. That is the real master of Ancient Desolate Continent. Wretched development, set a small goal, if it fails, the Great Saint will not leave the mountain, he thought to himself. Master, there seem to be a lot of people blocking there. At this moment, Xiao Bai's voice interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts. Someone stuck there? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and then released his own mental energy. Chen Luo's mental energy was released, and the distant scene appeared in Chen Luo's mind. It was found that there were quite a few cultivators in front of them, and these cultivators had extremely majestic auras on their bodies, as if they wanted to suppress everything. Especially the two leaders made the surrounding space seem a little suffocated. Name, Ouyang Fiheng. Age, 200 years old. Realm, Saint Realm First Stage Day. Identity, head of the Ouyang family in Tianfeng City. Physical, Ling Yuan body. Qualification, Holy Product, Saint Capital. Name, Blood Jade. Age, 1350 years old. Realm, Saint Realm Third Stage Day. Identity, Ancient Desolate Continent Elder of Blood Spirit Cult. Physique, Blood Fiend body. The others are mostly the powerhouses at the pinnacle of Good Fortune Realm, and they all stared at Chen Luo's direction. Ouyang Fiheng, Blood Jade, 2 saints. Don't worry about them, just run over them. Chen Luo said lightly, his eyes were full of coldness. Chapter 12. These people are obviously not good people. That Ouyang Fiheng was probably Ouyang Hui's cheap father, who came to avenge him. Chen Luo won't talk nonsense with them, just use the holy flying boat to hit it and it's over. This flying boat is a luxurious flying boat of holy grade, surrounded by a large number of powerful inscriptions, containing extremely powerful attack power and defense. Can easily crush some low-level saints. Those two guys blocking the way in such a place are just asking for their own death. Chen Luo also wanted to see how powerful the impact of this flying boat was, and whether it was possible to directly hit them to death. Got it, I'm going to speed up. Xiao Bai is not a master of safety, he immediately controls the flying boat and increases the speed to the limit. Swish swish swish! Under the urging of the best spirit stones and Ziobai, the flying boat seemed to turn into a shooting star, swiftly galloping forward. The various inscriptions around the flying boat were also fully activated by the top-quality spirit stones. An incomparably majestic aura circulated around the flying boat. The murderer is in that flying boat, hurry up, stop them, I want that guy to die without a burial. Ouyang Fiheng saw the flying boat galloping fast, and the mark between his eyebrows flickered frantically. After everyone heard the words, they activated the terrifying spirit power on their bodies and bombarded the flying boat. Countless spirit power impacts rushed away with swift and boundless strength. Especially the attacks of Ouyang Fiheng and the Blood Jade Saint, the attacks that contain the power of the Holy Way will crush everything. Boom! In an instant, the area where the flying boat was located was surrounded by countless spirit power impacts. With a violent roar, the place where the flying boat was located was shrouded in countless thick smoke. Let you kill my child, I want you to die without a burial, ha ha ha. Ouyang Fiheng had a happy face, he didn't expect the matter to end so smoothly, and he easily solved them. The other people were also relieved, as long as it is resolved, it will be fine if it is resolved. Swish swish swish! Just when everyone was still rejoicing, the saint-grade flying boat was like an extremely powerful and ferocious beast, filled with unparalleled destructive energy, and slammed into them violently. The huge impact directly knocked everyone into the air, and most of them were killed by the terrifying impact and terrifying aura. Countless blood and minced meat splashed everywhere in the sky. Ouyang Fiheng and the Blood Jade Saint were also directly blasted away by this huge impact. How is it possible? Ouyang Fiheng looked at the safe and sound Fias Hu not far away, his eyes were full of horror. It's incredible that two great saints and so many good fortune realm peak powerhouses couldn't break a spaceship. The Blood Jade Saint at the side also felt a little bit of surprise. Their joint bombardment was so powerful that it couldn't break the flying boat. You have successfully PD'd me off. At this moment, a cold voice echoed in the sky. Both Ouyang Fiheng and the Blood Jade Saint felt their scalps tingling, as if they were being targeted by some terrifying existence. Immediately afterwards, a flash of spiritual light flashed by, and an incomparably handsome young man who looked like an exiled immortal appeared in front of the two of them. The youth was none other than Chen Luo, and Chen Luo underestimated the strength of these people. Unexpectedly, their attack turned out to cause the holy flying boat to shake a little bit. At that time, Chen Luo was eating the spiritual fruit, and the slight shaking made Chen Luo choke. Damn it, I'd be choked to death if I was a normal person. These people must not be let go, and they must be taught a lesson. You killed my child. Ouyang Fiheng's brow marks flashed crazily, and he looked at Chen Luo with unusually cold eyes. Boom! As soon as Ouyang Fiheng finished speaking, Chen Luo's figure appeared to Ouyang Fiheng, condensing his palm into a fist, and punched out heavily. With a burst of violent air machine roar, Chen Luo's fist instantly hit Ouyang Fiheng's body. Ouyang Fiheng's body was directly blasted into pieces by Chen Luo's terrifying force, blood and pieces of flesh splashed everywhere. The strong smell of blood is constantly flowing around. Ouyang Fiheng, who had just broken through the Saint Realm, was directly bombarded and killed by Chen Luo's simple punch. The Blood Jade Sage not far away saw Chen Luo's terrifying and unparalleled power, his body froze immediately, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Where did this pervert come from? Killing the saint with one punch is too terrifying. He can kill Ouyang Fiheng with one punch, doesn't that mean that he can easily understand himself? The Blood Jade Sage was remorseful at this moment, he knew that he should not have agreed to this Ouyang Fiheng to stop this murderer. This evil star, maybe he will kill himself too. Not to mention the other people, they didn't dare to take a breath, for fear of causing Chen Luo's abnormal movements and being killed directly. Senior, we are just passing by, it has nothing to do with this Ouyang Fiheng, please let us go. Yeah, Yet, let us go, we're just passing by, we don't know what's going on. Forgive me, Senior. Everyone around begged for mercy, their bodies were completely out of control. Boom, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Before everyone could finish speaking, an incomparably majestic aura appeared on Chen Luo's body. It's just that the divine power that belongs to the chaotic god body has a very strong oppressive force, as if it wants to tear the entire space apart. Crack! A moment later, the many strong men around were directly crushed into a blood mist by Chen Luo's chaotic divine body and divine power. The entire sky is filled with monstrous power of qi and blood. So, is the chaos divine body so strong? Chen Luo was pleasantly surprised. The power of the chaos divine body was completely beyond his imagination. This divine power is just a small magical effect of the chaos divine body. The power of the divine power is unparalleled in the world, and it is almost invincible against those low-level guys. Although he could easily kill many enemies before. However, it is still impossible to destroy a large area of enemies with such an understatement. In the sky, there is only one blood jade saint who is struggling to resist Chen Luo's chaos divine body divine power. Senior, I am a member of the blood spirit sect, Senior, but, can you spare my life? The blood jade saint looked at Chen Luo who looked like an exile in front of him, completely wrapped in despair. This is simply killing embryos, so many people are killed casually. He can only hope now that his name in the blood spirit sect is loud enough to make this young man fearful. Blood spirit sect? I seem to have heard of it, but it's just an evil force. Are you threatening me? A cold light flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, and he said lightly. Chapter 13 Hua Yuntian's Decision. Even an elder of evil forces dared to threaten himself. Don't dare not, I just... The blood jade saint said tremblingly. Chen Luo's words made his hairs stand on end, and his body kept sending out warnings. Obviously, Chen Luo's strength has far exceeded his imagination. Under the pressure of Chen Luo's terrifying aura, the blood jade saint had no power to resist. Boom! Before the blood jade saint could finish speaking, Chen Luo's fist was already bombarding him. The huge impact directly stirred the blood jade saint's mind. A trace of despair flashed in the eyes of the blood jade saint. Chen Luo's powerful strength exploded, accompanied by an extremely violent collision sound. The blood jade saint was hit hard, and then was blasted to pieces by Chen Luo. Blood and minced meat splattered everywhere, and the strong smell of blood once again filled the entire sky. It's finally quiet. Looking at the emptiness around him, Chen Luo felt calm for a while. For those who are hostile to oneself, it is better to kill them all, so as not to stop and suffer chaos. Chen Luo knew that to cut a weed, we had to get rid of the roots, otherwise, the spring breeze would blow and regenerate, and there would be endless troubles. After this little battle, Chen Luo also has a little understanding of his own combat power. Although Chen Luo is only the third stage of the Saint Realm now, Chen Luo is also confident that he can crush the ordinary high-rank saints with ease. The Chaos God body is worthy of being a top-level God body. Its attributes are amazingly strong in all aspects. The strength of the physical body and the spirit power of the Chaos God body are almost dozens of times higher than Chen Luo's mortal body before. Moreover, as Chen Luo's realm gets higher and higher, the power of the Chaos God body that Chen Luo can exert will also continue to increase. It's settled, let's go back, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo packed up their loot and returned to the airship. Although these guys are very poor, they are still a huge wealth. Then Chen Luo quickly flew towards the direction of Heavenly Bamboo Peak in the holy airship. The deaths of Wu Yang Fiheng and the Blood Jade Saint set off a huge storm in Tianfeng City. The rain of blood and all kinds of flesh and blood falling continuously from the sky made many people in Tianfeng City feel a terrible sense of oppression. The wisps of holy power continuously floated down above Tianfeng City, making the sky above Tianfeng City in an extremely depressing atmosphere. With so many good fortune powerhouses, and the death of the two saints, everyone in Tianfeng City felt extremely incredible. Everyone was guessing, what was the reason, who they met, and they were all killed in just a few short breaths. I don't know who it is, it killed a large number of people in a few breaths, it is too strong. Yeah, there are two saints on it, they were all killed, it's too cruel. I heard that one of the saints is the Ouyang Patriarch of our Tianfeng City. He just died of his son, Breakthrough Saint. I didn't expect to die the next day. Tisk, Breakthrough Saint at the age of 200, Ouyang Fiheng has the potential to Breakthrough Saint King, what a pity, what a pity. There are discussions everywhere in Tianfeng City, guessing who did it. There was a powerful cultivator, who looked in the direction of Fiashu's departure, and remained silent for a long time, obviously also frightened by this scene. An inn in Tianfeng City. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in the inn was a handsome young man with a pale complexion and many serious injuries on his body. There is a black breath slowly flowing from these wounds. The young man still held two top-quality spirit stones in both hands, and the spirit power of the top-quality spirit stones flowed continuously along the youth's meridians. Under the nourishment of the black breath and the top-quality spirit stones, the youthful breath has slightly improved. There was some rossiness on that pale face. At this moment, the space in the room was distorted, and a cloud of black mist emerged from the distorted space. Nightmare Beast, what happened outside? Is that boy Desolate Ancient Sacred Body chasing after him? The young man slowly opened his eyes, and a cold look flashed in them. Master, no, it was the Blood Jade Saint from the Blood Spirit Sect and the newly promoted saint from the Ouyang family who were beaten to death. The Nightmare Beast said hoarsely. Immediately afterwards, the Nightmare Beast turned into a black puppy, lying on the youth's bedside. If it's not that Xiao Fan guy. However, it's interesting that two saints died unexpectedly. Tell me, what happened? Hua Yuntian then swallowed a healing medicine pill, and then said lightly. The Nightmare Beast then told Hua Yuntian all the information it found. A person from Heavenly Dao Sect. Hua Yuntian looked at the direction of Heavenly Dao Sect, and suddenly felt something, the spirit power in his body was constantly jumping. A fragment of a magic jar engraved with a terrifying rune in his mind was also making a slight trembling sound, as if it was extremely active. Let's not go to Yaoguang Sacred Land, let's go to Heavenly Dao Sect. Hua Yuntian said slowly, looking in the direction of Heavenly Dao Sect. Master, although Heavenly Dao Sect is powerful, it is not comparable to Yaoguang Sacred Land at all. We will meet that desolate ancient sacred body in Heavenly Dao Sect in the future, and we will be beaten again. No, we should go to Yaoguang Sacred Land for more. Take it easy. The Nightmare Beast that turned into a puppy kept biting Hua Yuntian's clothes, and said anxiously. That Xiao Fan doesn't have any power, and is still a sacred body cursed by the heavens. He can create a Tongtian road. Hua Yuntian, as the successor of the magic jar, why can't I? Hua Yuntian said with a cold expression, as if he remembered something unpleasant. It turned out that Hua Yuntian was originally an arrogance of the Star Origin sect in the Central Territory, and he got the inheritance of the magic pot when he was very young. Hua Yuntian Ben was practicing in the Star Origin sect, and he had nothing to do with the world. Unexpectedly, he later met desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan. The two sides went through a series of events. Later, Xiao Fan discovered the identity of Hua Yun's heavenly devil's successor, and the two had a shocking battle. Hua Yuntian was not a lowly Xiao Fan, and eventually lost and fled to the eastern region. Hua Yuntian originally wanted to join Yaoguang Sacred Land, and he was fully prepared, and he could definitely join Sacred Land. However, now Hua Yuntian has changed his mind, he is going to Heavenly Dao Sect. The Nightmare Beast on the side trembled and didn't say anything more. He knew that no one could change Hua Yuntian's decision. Besides, this is also the guidance of the magic pot. Hua Yuntian, are gone now. No matter what, sacred body Xiao Fan, I must make him pay the price. Hua Yuntian clenched his fists tightly, his handsome face full of firmness. Chapter 14, Peak Master Mingxia. Heavenly Dao Sect, Dao Yuan Feng. Dao Yuan Peak is one of the most powerful main peaks of Heavenly Dao Sect. The spiritual qi in the peak is extremely abundant, with various spiritual plants and spiritual birds. There are many disciples cultivating or practicing martial arts around Dao Yuan Peak, and the atmosphere is extremely harmonious. Dao Yuan Feng's disciples are also among the Heavenly Dao Sect. Talent's strength is considered to be in the forefront. Most of the disciples who want to enter the Heavenly Dao Sect take Dao Yuan Peak as their first goal. Who is that person? He looks so handsome. He is so handsome. When did we Heavenly Dao Sect have such a good-looking disciple? The girl behind him is also so pretty, it makes my mouth water. That's not the disciple brought back by Heavenly Bamboo Peak more than a month ago. I heard that he is immortal, and now he has inherited Heavenly Bamboo Peak. What? A mortal can also inherit Heavenly Bamboo Peak, is there any mistake? Although Heavenly Bamboo Peak has fallen, it is still a major peak after all. What is it like for a mortal to inherit? The one he brought back could not be a mortal, right? According to the rules of the sect, if the number of members in the peak is less than 2, it must be taken back. In Daoshan Peak, many disciples all looked at a handsome young man not far away who looked like a banished immortal. Behind the young man was a stunning woman, and the two of them walked slowly towards the top of Dao Yuan Peak. The two are Chen Luo and Li Yan'er. After Chen Luo returned to Heavenly Dao Sect, he immediately took Li Yan'er to Dao Tian Peak to register his identity information. When Wang Lixuan brought Chen Luo initiation before, he also came to Dao Yuan Feng to register the information. Therefore, Chen Luo is also familiar with the road. A lot of gossip around him reached Chen Luo's ears. However, Chen Luo didn't care about their words. How could the dragon care about the thoughts of the ants? In Chen Luo's eyes, these disciples are really similar to ants, which can be destroyed easily. Li Yan'er behind Chen Luo didn't speak, but followed Chen Luo quietly. I've met Master Chen. Just as Chen Luo was leading Li Yan'er to walk on Dao Yuan Peak, a respectful voice reached Chen Luo's ears. Chen Luo looked towards the source of the sound and found a slightly familiar figure. It was Shen Lian who broke into Heavenly Bamboo Peak before and was brought into Heavenly Bamboo Peak. At this time, Shen Lian had fully recovered from his injuries, and had once again become a radiant sect genius. Chen Luo nodded slightly, then continued to lead Li Yan'er towards the inside. Senior brother Shen, this Chen Luo is just a mortal. He became the peak master of Heavenly Bamboo Peak because of his luck. Why are you being so polite to him? Lian said. The corners of Shen Lian's mouth twitched slightly. Mortals. A mere mortal can control a heaven-defying top demon like Nine-Tailed Fox, and can turn Heavenly Bamboo Peak into this. Do you think I'm a fool? However, Shen Lian didn't explain too much. This kind of thing can only be known by one's own experience. Soon, the two arrived at the place where Dao Tianfeng registered information. The student registration information is in the Starry Hall of Daoshan Peak. This is a gigantic palace surrounded by many powerful formations. There are also many Heavenly Dao Sect law enforcement officers patrolling around, guarding the safety of the Hall of Stars. Chen Luo led Li Yan'er slowly towards the Hall of Stars. There are people from other peaks around, and they also brought the disciples they found to register information here. However, this matter is usually done by ordinary disciples in the peak. The current member of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is only Chen Luo, so this matter can only be done by Chen Luo himself. Hey, isn't this senior nephew Chen? No, it should be called junior brother Chen now. In the Hall of Stars, a slightly seductive voice came into Chen Luo's ears. On the side of the Hall of Stars, a charming and turbulent woman in a long red dress walked slowly towards Chen Luo. The woman's skin is as creamy, with pink in the snow white, and her frown and smile are soul-stirring. The person who came was the peak owner of Mingxia Peak in Heavenly Dao Sect. Mingxia Peak is also a powerful main peak of Heavenly Dao Sect, and has a lot of popularity in Heavenly Dao Sect. Name, Shu Yuou. Age, 32 years old. Realm, Saint Realm 9th Stage Day. Identity, Heavenly Dao Sect, Master of Mingxia Peak. Physical, vaginal body. Qualification, Holy Product, Capital of Great Saint. This peak master Mingxia turned out to be the pinnacle saint of the 9th stage of the Saint Realm, and he was only 32 years old, which was too heaven-defying. This Heavenly Dao Sect is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. In addition, the vaginal body is also a top-level special physique. It is said that if it can be dual cultivated with the vaginal body, it will have a very effective effect on improving the cultivation base. If I can, what am I thinking, I can become stronger just lying down, don't think too much. Meet Master Shu, senior sister. Chen Luo took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and greeted Lai Shuyuwu. The peak owners of the major peaks in Heavenly Dao Sect are all called by their peers. Chen Luo was Wang Lixuan's apprentice before, so he wanted to call Shuyuwu Master Uncle. Now, Chen Luo is already the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, so he is called Senior Sister. Junior Brother Chen, I thought I'd send you to our Mingxia Peak when you couldn't survive in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Now, it seems that you don't need it anymore. Shu Yuo frowned, and looked at Li Yan'er not far away. As Shu Yuo spoke, she also walked towards Chen Luo's side, her green finger brushing slightly across Chen Luo's chest. A faint fragrance entered Chen Luo's nostrils, which was extremely dazzling. More than a month ago, when Wang Lixuan brought Chen Luo into the Hall of Stars, he met this peak master Mingxia. At that time, the few words of Master Mingxia made Chen Luo blush. Moreover, at that time, the master of Mingxia Peak also told Chen Luo's master that he wanted Chen Luo to be taken care of by Mingxia Peak. Of course Wang Lixuan refused, and Chen Luo also didn't want to get in touch with this peak master Mingxia, so he didn't look like a character to be trifled with at first sight. The current Chen Luo is of course not afraid anymore, with a powerful divine body and a cultivation base by his side, he is confident that he can solve all problems. However, Chen Luo would not let her be spoiled by this peak master Mingxia's own gun. Senior Sister Shu, thank you Sister Shu for your kindness. I promised Master that I will protect the inheritance of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo then grabbed Shu Yuo's slender wrist and said slowly. Shu Yuo exuded a charming aura all over her body. That wrist was even weaker and boneless, which made people fondle admiringly, making Chen Luo even slightly unable to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Coupled with Shu Yuo's charming cheeks and the choppy waves, Chen Luo, a senior planner who is used to the charm of many countries, was a little unsure. Chapter 15 Conflict in Starry Palace. Shu Yuo was stunned for a moment, but Chen Luo didn't expect Chen Luo to hold On's wrist directly. Junior brother Chen Luo, is this how you treat senior sister? Shu Yuo licked her own lips, and looked at Chen Luo with winking eyes. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that Shu Yuo was not cowardly at all. What's the matter, senior sister Shu, is there something wrong with what I did? Chen Luo then exerted a slight force on his right hand. He immediately hugged Shu Yuo into his arms, and the soft breath immediately permeated Chen Luo's whole body. Shu Yuo's pupil shrank, and she made a small, weak sound. Junior brother Chen Luo, you. Shu Yuo bit her red lips, her eyes amused. As Shu Yuo said, she still twisted her own body, trying to break free from Chen Luo's embrace. However, unexpectedly, there was no reaction. Chen Luo's arm was extremely powerful, and he couldn't break free at all. Moreover, as the body twisted, it seemed that it accidentally bumped into a strange thing. Shu Yuo's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Senior Sister Shu, I was just joking, Senior Sister Shu won't be angry. Chen Luo said softly, and then let go of Shu Yuo. Li Yan'er, who was not far away, saw the scene in front of her, her delicate cheeks were a little flushed. Looking at Chen Luo in front of her, Xu Yuo felt a little dazed. I couldn't be more aware of own strength. Although I didn't use all my strength, it was obviously not something a mere mortal could control. Junior brother Chen Luo, of course you won't be angry anymore, you can come to Mingxia Peak if you have time, and play some fun games with you then. Xu Yuo raised her eyebrows, then said to Chen Luo with a smile. I will go when I have time. Chen Luo replied. After Xu Yuo finished speaking, she twisted her charming waist and left the Hall of Stars in a charming manner. Master, this person is not a good woman at first glance, don't be fooled by her. Li Yan'er then came to Chen Luo's side and said to Chen Luo with her mouth pouted. You little girl, what do you know? Chen Luo nodded at Li Yan'er's smooth forehead, pouted and said. This Mingxia Peak master is not simple. Wang Lixuan told Chen Luo before that there was no Mingxia Peak in Heavenly Dao Sect. The entire Mingxia Peak was established separately after Xu Yuo came to Heavenly Dao Sect. Everything in it was handled by Xu Yuo alone, and later, after Xu Yuo's means and management. In just a few years, Mingxia Peak became the top branch of Heavenly Dao Sect. Moreover, although this Xu Yuo seems to be in a dissolute manner, she hasn't been rumored to have any sexual affairs with any cultivator. Many powerful peak masters wanted to pursue Xu Yuo, but all of them were rejected by him. Humph, why are you so young? Li Yan'er puffed up her chest, pouted her lips and said. Chen Luo glanced slightly to show respect, and then continued to take Xu Yuo in to register information. Zhao Elder, I'm here to register my apprentice's information. After a while, Chen Luo walked to the depths of the Hall of Stars and said to a middle-aged man in a purple robe. Name, Zhao Wenyao. Age, 863 years old. Realm, Saint Realm 5th Stage Day. Identity, Heavenly Dao Sect, Elder of the Hall of Stars. Physique, Wood Spirit Body. Qualification, Holy Product, Saint Capital. This middle-aged man is the Elder of the Hall of Stars, who is responsible for registering information for the disciples of Heavenly Dao Sect. When Wang Lixuan brought Chen Luo into the Heavenly Dao Sect before, it was also the information registered by this elder. It's Master Chen, no problem, is this your apprentice? Zhao Wenyao then asked Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, and then introduced some basic information about Li Yan'er. Wait, Chen Luo is just a mortal, isn't it a bit unreasonable to just find someone to occupy our Heavenly Dao Sect's cultivation spiritual land? At this moment, a high-spirited voice sounded in the Hall of Stars. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Someone would make trouble for registering a message? Not far away, a middle-aged man in a blue robe walked over majestically. The man was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and walked over steadily. Name, Song Yanglin. Age, 1032 years old. Realm, Saint Realm 6th Stage Day. Identity, Heavenly Dao Sect of the Eastern Territory, the Master of Union Peak. Physique, Yin Spirit Body. Qualification, Holy Product, Saint Capital. Is it the Peak Master of Union Peak? Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic. He didn't remember any grievances between himself and the Peak Master of Union Peak. Moreover, Master On was extremely low-key in Heavenly Bamboo Peak before, rarely conflicting with others. This Union Peak Master, why should he become hostile to himself? Senior brother Song, no matter whether junior brother Chen Luo is immortal or not, as long as he recruits disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak according to the sect rules, Heavenly Bamboo Peak is still junior brother Chen Luo's. Sect rules are like this, do you want to violate the sect rules? Zhao Wenyao on the side then walked to Chen Luo's side, facing Song Yanglin who was not far away. The words of the two immediately attracted other disciples of Fangxingdian, and they all came to watch. Why did Peak Lord Union conflict with Hall Master Fangxing? What happened? It seems to be related to Chen Luo, the owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. I remembered that the master of Union Peak has a little brother who also wants to become the master of Heavenly Dao Sect and occupy a branch. Originally, he waited for Chen Luo's Heavenly Bamboo Peak to be taken back and then took over. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo didn't where such a beautiful disciple came over. So that's the case, I've heard it too. There are quite a few disciples around who made comments. Want my Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Chen Luo shook his head slightly. If he was still a mortal, he would have made his wish come true, but unfortunately, he was not. Junior brother Zhao, do you really want to stand up for such a waste? Besides, you know that my little brother is not easy, and you can't afford to offend him. Song Yanglin stared at Zhao Wenyao coldly, without paying attention to Chen Luo next to him. There are more and more disciples watching around, and everyone is watching the conflict in the Hall of Stars with great interest. There are not many conflicts in Heavenly Dao Sect on weekdays, and the disciples of each peak also have some conflicts that break out from time to time. This is nothing more than normal. However, they still rarely see such peak master level struggles. Now that I finally have this opportunity, I will naturally not let it go. Li Yan'er behind Chen Luo didn't show any worry. She had great confidence in Chen Luo. She had easily dealt with the two saints in the sky above Tianfeng City before. This peak master of Union Peak is absolutely impossible to be Chen Luo's opponent. Chapter 16 The Causes of Conflict. In the Hall of Stars, everyone's eyes were on the elder of the Hall of Stars and the peak master of Union Peak. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to be getting more and more dignified, as if it was about to erupt at any moment. Zhao Elder, leave it to me, I'll take care of this guy. Chen Luo slowly walked in front of Zhao Wenyao, and said lightly. Junior brother Chen Luo, this Union Peak Master is a top expert in Saint Realm, you. Zhao Wenyao said, with a worried look in his eyes. Chen Luo, call you Peak Master, you really think you are the Peak Master? When your master was alive, he didn't dare to be so arrogant, it's just you. Zhao Wenyao didn't finish his sentence, and Song Yanglin who was not far away continued to sarcastically say. As Song Yanglin spoke, he also developed a powerful aura of own. Immediately, the entire Fangxing Palace seemed to be under the pressure of Song Yanglin's terrifying aura. The faces of many disciples around changed drastically, as if they were surrounded by countless violent storms. Song Yanglin looked at Chen Luo with cold eyes, as if he had already seen the scene where Chen Luo was severely suppressed by his own aura. Boom! As soon as Chen Luo stepped out, a terrifying and unparalleled aura surged from Chen Luo's body. The supernatural power that belonged to the chaotic god body was released brazenly, and immediately shattered Song Yanglin's aura. Then, the majestic momentum moved towards Song Yanglin to suppress it fiercely. Song Yanglin's complexion suddenly changed. The supernatural power of Chen Luo's chaotic god body was too powerful for Song Yanglin to bear. The majestic momentum suppressed Song Yanglin, the bones on his body made a faint cracking sound, and the severe pain filled Song Yanglin's whole body in an instant. You, how could? Song Yanglin said with a pale face and trembling, his eyes were full of disbelief. Boom! A moment later, Song Yanglin's body was instantly blown away by the terrifying qi machine, and he was directly knocked out of the starry hall. Zhao Wenyao stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The scene in front of him was completely beyond Zhao Wenyao's imagination. He didn't expect Chen Luo's strength to suddenly become so strong. Just relying on the oppression of the momentum, he directly blasted away the Union Peak Master who was stronger than himself. This strength is simply outrageous. Chen Luo was just an ordinary person more than a month ago. Why? Zhao Wenyao's heart is full of doubts. However, Zhao Wenyao didn't say much. Everyone has their own secrets, perhaps. This is why Wang Lixuan chose Chen Luo. Not only Zhao Wenyao, but also the other disciples around were dumbfounded. Didn't you say that this Chen Luo is just a mortal? Why is he so strong? let's hang up. It seems that the rumors are wrong. The Master of Union Peak is the top powerhouse in Saint Realm, and he was easily defeated. The rumors misled me. Yet, who said that Chen, Peak Master Chen belongs to a mortal, so hurry up and get beaten, have you ever seen such a vicious mortal? The surrounding disciples all made a little discussion, looking at Chen Luo with respect and enthusiasm. This is the awe of the strong. Li Yan'er also had a look of admiration. Although he knew that his master was very strong, he did not expect to be so strong. Chen Luo looked in the direction where Song Yanglin was blown away, without the slightest expression on his face. If it wasn't for the heavenly Dao Sect, Chen Luo would have killed him on the spot. Zhao Elder, continue to register information. Chen Luo then put away his own thoughts, and said to Zhao Wenyao beside him. When Zhao Wenyao came back to his senses, the way he looked at Chen Luo was completely different. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Wenyao continued to register information for Li Yan'er. Damn it, how did this Chen Luo become so powerful? Among the piles of shattered boulder fragments outside the Great Hall of Fangxing Temple, Song Yanglin's face was cloudy and uncertain, and there was a smear of scarlet blood at the corner of his mouth. Many disciples in the distance looked at the Master of Union Peak suspiciously. I don't know why this powerful Peak Master of Union Peak appeared here. It must be some means left by his master, otherwise it would be impossible. He was just a mortal more than a month ago, but now he suddenly has such a strong strength, it is impossible. Song Yanglin braced his body and wanted to go in, but when he thought of Chen Luo's terrifying aura just now, he felt a little trembling in his heart. Forget it, wait until I recover from my injury before coming back. Song Yanglin comforted himself, and then it turned into a stream of light and left Dao Yuan Peak directly. Zhao Wenyao quickly registered the information for Li Yan'er. From now on, Li Yan'er is an official disciple of Heavenly Dao Sect, and Chen Luo doesn't have to worry about his own Heavenly Bamboo Peak being taken back. Zhao Elder, what is the identity of Song Yanglin's little brother? Does it have a big background? After registering the information, Chen Luo continued to ask Zhao Wenyao. Although Chen Luo is now the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak and is powerful, but he has only been in Heavenly Dao Sect for a short time, and he doesn't know much about the information of Heavenly Dao Sect's major peaks. Zhao Wenyao touched his chin, as if he was thinking about something. The little brother of Peak Lord Song is named Song Yang Mu. He is said to have a powerful king body and Saint King's capital, and he has a quite powerful reputation in the central region. Furthermore, his little brother Song Yang Mu seems to be the elder of Xiantian Sacred Land in Central Territory. He left Xiantian Sacred Land some time ago and plans to take over our Heavenly Dao Sect and become the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Zhao Wenyao pondered for a moment, then continued. A guy with a royal body. The elder of Xiantian Sacred Land. Leaving Sacred Land for some reason, I want to come to Heavenly Dao Sect as the Peak Master. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Although the Heavenly Dao Sect was powerful, it was still somewhat inferior to those top Sacred Land powerhouses. An elder of Sacred Land, whose status can be said to be high and high, came to a secondary force, Heavenly Dao Sect, to be the peak leader. Chen Luo didn't quite understand. Li Yan'er was obediently behind Chen Luo, listening to their conversation quietly. He, a Sacred Land elder, came to our Heavenly Dao Sect to be the peak master, so there is nothing wrong with his mind. Chen Luo continued with a strange expression. Ahem, junior brother Chen Luo, don't you know? Should I know? Chen Luo is even more confused. Is this something that I, who has just joined Heavenly Dao Sect for more than a month, should know? Could it be that our Heavenly Dao Sect is a top power that is deeply hidden? Perhaps your master forgot to tell you. Let me tell you now. Zhao Wenyao continued in a deep voice. Although our Heavenly Dao Sect is not a Sacred Land level force, it has been passed down for 10,000 years in the Ancient Desolate Continent. Under each branch is a top-quality dragon vein. If you absorb dragon energy on the dragon vein and practice, you can get several times the cultivation speed. Bless. Chapter 17 The Ultimate Dragon Vein. Zhao Wenyao's voice rang in Chen Luo's ears. The best dragon veins. With the help of dragon energy practice, the speed of practice can be increased. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. We Heavenly Dao Sect still have this good thing. No wonder that Guy, the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land, has come to compete for the position of the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Practitioners' practice is heaven-defying, the good fortune that wins the heaven and the earth. Anything that can increase the speed of cultivation is extremely precious, let alone something like the best dragon veins, which can be used for a long time, and it is a very rare treasure. However, why didn't that cheap master tell me? Immediately afterwards, Zhao Wenyao also informed Chen Luo of the location of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's dragon veins. Thank you Zhao Elder for reminding me, otherwise, such a good thing would be wasted by me. Chen Luo then thanked Zhao Wenyao. At the same time, he also took out some thousand-year spiritual fruits and gave them to Zhao Wenyao. Chen Luo was quite surprised that Zhao Wenyao was willing to stand up for him just now. Although Chen Luo doesn't like to practice, but of course Chen Luo will not refuse this kind of treasure that can increase the speed of cultivation. Moreover, if you don't practice it yourself, you can also practice it for your own apprentices. The faster she cultivates, the corresponding own cultivation base also increases. Zhao Elder, since the matter is over, I'll take my leave first. I'll go back to see that top-quality dragon vein. After some pleasantries, Chen Luo said. By the way, junior brother Chen, 1 month later, our Heavenly Dao Sect's acceptance ceremony will be held. If you want to accept some disciples, you can come and have a look. Zhao Wenyao nodded, and then said to Chen Luo. During the acceptance ceremony, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. This is good. If you recruit more apprentices with holy grade qualifications, then you can really prepare for retirement and lie down. Chen Luo has already made up his mind. In the ceremony of accepting apprentices a month later, he must hire more tool people. No, good apprentices, to strengthen Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Yanner, let's go, I will take you back to our Heavenly Bamboo Peak as a teacher. Chen Luo then bid farewell to Zhao Wenyao and said to Li Yanner. Li Yanner nodded obediently, and then went to Heavenly Bamboo Peak with Chen Luo. Finally back. Chen Luo looked at everything he was familiar with, and suddenly felt a sense of relief and relief. Everywhere in Heavenly Bamboo Peak is full of strong inspiration and a touch of fragrance. The 1000-year spirit peach tree not far away also exudes a strong fruity aroma. All kinds of spiritual plants are planted all over the mountain, filled with spirit power. Is this the Heavenly Bamboo Peak? It is indeed the place where Master practiced, and it is indeed the place where good fortune is born. The coming spirit power and fragrance made Li Yanner feel as if she was in a fairyland. Rendered by the rich spirit power of heaven and earth, the spirit power in Li Yanner's body runs extremely fast. Even if he is not practicing, the cultivation base seems to be improving slowly. If I practice here, I will be able to catch up with Lin Yan as soon as possible. At this moment, Li Yanner's heart is full of confidence. Xiaobai, take Yanner to familiarize yourself with the environment, I'll go and have a rest first. Chen Luo then summoned Xiaobai. Master, let's go and see that top-quality dragon vein first, Adesai, I'm very curious. Xiaobai then lay on Chen Luo's shoulder and said to Chen Luo. Yes, there are also dragon veins, we should go and have a look. Let's go, Yanner, let's go and have a look together, and see what effect this top-quality dragon vein has. Chen Luo said to Li Yanner. Immediately afterwards, the two of them, together with a fox, galloped towards the place where the Heavenly Bamboo Peak's superb dragon veins were located. Soon, everyone arrived at the area where the best dragon veins were located. The place where the ultimate dragon vein is located is in a bamboo forest with a quiet environment in the east of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In the depths of the bamboo forest, a magic circle that locks the dragon's veins is also arranged in the depths of the bamboo forest. In the surroundings, inscriptions exuding a mysterious atmosphere are constantly circulating around. Chen Luo took out the token of the Peak Master, and led Li Yan'er directly into the bamboo forest. The moment they entered the bamboo forest, both Chen Luo and Li Yan'er felt an inexplicable force around them. This power circulates continuously in the body, as if igniting the spirit power in the body. Under the nourishment of this power, the running speed of spirit power has increased a lot. Chen Luo's chaos divine body began to function unconsciously. Although there was no blessing from any cultivation technique, the spontaneous absorption speed of the chaos divine body was also greatly improved. It's so cool! Chen Luo felt that his whole body was floating, and the cultivation base in his body was slowly improving. Xiaobai was also comfortable all over, lying lazily on Chen Luo's shoulder, absorbing the mysterious power around him. The two then continued to walk towards the central area of the bamboo forest. The closer to the center of the bamboo forest, the more terrifying the surrounding mysterious power becomes. Is this the power of the ultimate dragon vein? It's really powerful. Chen Luo murmured. Obviously, this is the area where the best dragon veins are located. No wonder that guy wanted to give up the position of Sacred Land Elder to compete for the position of a small peak master. Chen Luo knew it in his heart. This kind of terrifying cultivation effect is really worth fighting for. Sadly, though, Heavenly Bamboo Peak is mine. After a while, the two arrived in the middle of the bamboo forest. There are many mysterious runes carved in the center of the bamboo forest, and there seems to be an extremely majestic force surging out from the ground veins. Li Yan'er on the side has already entered the state of cultivation at this time, and the cultivation technique and Shuiling's sacred body are rapidly absorbing the surrounding power under the operation of Li Yan'er. After Li Yan'er fell into the state of cultivation, Chen Luo felt that the spirit power in his body was absorbed more rapidly. The spirit power of the various spiritual fruits that he ate before is constantly raging crazily in his body. Boom! At this moment, an extremely huge aura suddenly appeared on Li Yan'er's body. A powerful spirit power storm appeared around Li Yan'er. This spirit power storm almost tore everything apart. Chen Luo's eyes were dimmed, and Yan'er was about to break through. Don't ruin this bamboo forest, I quite like it. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo activated the formation in the bamboo forest, and the power of the formation exploded, suppressing Li Yan'er's aura. However, this has no effect on Li Yan'er. The spirit power in her body was also running extremely fast, and her aura was slowly increasing, heading towards the good fortune realm. After a while, the spirit power around Li Yan'er became more violent, and the qi machines around her trembled slightly. It was time for a breakthrough. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he could tell at a glance that Li Yan'er was on the verge of a breakthrough and would be able to break through soon. Boom! A moment later, a violent aura appeared on Li Yan'er's body. Chapter 18 Apprentice Gift Package. The air machine surged towards the surroundings, creating a violent wave of air. The bursts of energy flowed continuously like a tide. At the same time, Li Yan'er also had a complete breakthrough. The aura belonging to the Good Fortune realm circulated around Li Yan'er. Good Fortune realm is the last realm in Nirvana. Breaking through to Good Fortune realm at the age of 18 is considered very powerful. Ding! Congratulations to the host apprentice for breaking through to the Good Fortune realm, and reward the apprentice with a big gift bag for cultivation. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. Li Yan'er broke through and there is a big gift bag. This system is amazing. What good things will come in this big gift bag? Open, 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 open the big gift bag for me, Chen Luo urged in his heart. Ding! The big gift package is being opened, please wait a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate holy rank cultivation technique, the Infinite Sea Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy rank high-grade martial art, Luo Shui Holy Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the middle grade Holy Rank Medicine Pill, Ling Yuan Holy Pill * 100 bottles. Not bad, not bad, cultivation technique martial arts, medicine pill, everything is available. Moreover, the grades are all holy ranks, holy rank best cultivation technique, holy rank high grade martial arts, holy rank middle grade medicine pill, this big gift package is really good. Ling Yuan Chendan is a holy medicine pill that can improve cultivation, and it has a great effect even on the realm of saints. The value is extremely astonishing. Chen Luo's previous check-ins did not have this reward. This system is quite generous, 100 bottles are given directly, which should be enough for self-cultivation, a hammer for cultivation. I don't practice, why give me? By the way, this medicine pill can be given to Li Yaner, and Good Fortune Realm uses this holy pill to enhance the cultivation base, which is absolutely fierce. And this cultivation technique can also be used by her. Improving her cultivation speed is equivalent to improving me. Moreover, this Boundless Sea Sutra is also a cultivation technique of the water attribute. With her water spirit sacred body, it will get twice the result with half the effort, killing many birds with one stone. I'm such a genius. Master, I have a breakthrough. At this moment, Li Yaner also slowly opened her eyes, her charming eyes fixed on Chen Luo closely, and her eyes were full of gratitude. If it wasn't for Chen Luo, how could she break through realms so quickly? There is such a superior cultivation environment. That's right, but Good Fortune Realm is only a small step in cultivation, so don't be proud. Chen Luo patted Li Yaner's head, and then said softly. Master, don't worry, I will not slack off, I will definitely cultivate hard, so as not to fall into your prestige, Li Yaner said while clenching her own little pink fist. By the way, close your eyes, I have a cultivation technique specially prepared for you. Chen Luo then said slowly. Hearing this, Li Yaner looked at Chen Luo even more moved. Immediately afterwards, Li Yaner closed her eyes. Chen Luo's finger touched Li Yaner's eyebrows, and suddenly, a burst of mysterious breath rushed into Li Yaner's mind crazily. This is exactly the Boundless Sea Sutra that Chen Luo just obtained from the system. This Luo Shui Shengchuan should also be given to her, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo passed the Boundless Sea Sutra and Luo Shui Shengchuan to Li Yaner. After a while, when the preaching was over, Li Yaner was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Chen Luo just gave her the cultivation technique of the Holy Order, and such a powerful martial art, Li Yaner has never seen such a profound thing. Every word on this Luo Shui Holy Fist carries an incomparably mighty holy power. Master! Woo. I'm so touched. Li Yaner couldn't bear it anymore, she just snuggled into Chen Luo's arms and started crying. Although Li Yaner was also the arrogance of the Water Misty sect before, the talent is extremely powerful. However, in the Water Misty sect, if one wants to obtain cultivation resources and various cultivation techniques, one has to go through various severe tests. Also contribute to sect, complete various tasks. Li Yaner's current cultivation technique martial arts, although they are all earth level. However, it was only after working hard for a long time that I got it from Shui Lanzong. The pain in it is only clear to her. Now, Chen Luo didn't have to do anything by himself, but provided himself with such a good cultivation environment, various spiritual fruits, and dragon veins. Even the best cultivation technique and martial arts of the holy ranks are given out. Li Yaner can no longer express her own feelings in words. Chen Luo looked at the stunning woman with tears streaming down her face, but she didn't react immediately. It seems that this girl has also suffered a lot of grievances before. Chen Luo remembered that Li Yaner's experience was that son of Destiny Lin Yan's opponent. After being defeated by Lin Yan in a 3-year contract, she was almost cast aside by the entire sect. She is a little girl, even though she has some cultivation base, how can she withstand so many gossips? Chen Luo stroked the girl's hair, letting her vent her own emotions. Master, Yanner will serve you wholeheartedly in the future, and will never leave you. After a long while, Li Yanner let go of her emotions, and then choked up. Tears slid down Li Yanner's face, and soon wet Chen Luo's shoulder. Not far away, Xiao Bai looked at the two of them quietly, his eyes full of resentment. I agreed to accept my apprentice, why did I hug him directly? That is my exclusive position, damn it. Okay, if you keep crying, you will become a little cat. Chen Luo wiped Li Yanner's face, and said softly. Soon, Li Yanner calmed down On's mood and wiped On's tears away. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. By the way, I'll let you use this too. It's not easy to catch up to that Lin Yan. Chen Luo then took out a few bottles of Ling Yuan Chendan and handed them to Li Yanner. Master, this can't be done. Li Yanner quickly refused when she saw this extremely terrifying medicine pill. Although Li Yanner didn't know what level of medicine pill this was, but the terrifying aura contained on it made Li Yanner feel palpitations. It must be an extremely precious thing. Don't refuse, I have plenty of these things here. Chen Luo continued casually. Li Yanner bit her lip slightly, holding the medicine pill in her hand. There were tears on her delicate cheeks. She looked pitiful, extremely pitiful. Master, you are so kind to me, how can I repay you? Mua. Taking advantage of Chen Luo's unpreparedness, Li Yanner kissed Chen Luo's face. A burst of soft breath circulated on Chen Luo's face. This softness was also mixed with traces of fragrance, which had a refreshing feeling. Chapter 19 Special Tasks. In the bamboo forest, a girl with a stunning beauty and a graceful figure kissed an incomparably handsome young man who looked like a banished fairy with a blushing face. The air is full of green and moving breath. Master, I'm going to practice. Li Yanner's soft voice rang in Chen Luo's ears, and then ran away blushing. Li Yanner didn't expect that she would be so bold, but she did what she did, and Li Yanner didn't regret it. Only Chen Luo was left at a loss in the bamboo forest. Was secretly kissed. Chen Luo looked at Li Yanner who ran away like a frightened little rabbit, but he couldn't react in his heart. This little girl, Chen Luo looked at the girl who ran away, and shook his head slightly. I was actually molested by a little girl. The little white eyes not far away were wide open, and his milky white paws rubbed his own eyes, unable to believe what he saw. This stinking girl, woo, it really is a bad person. I have to practice quickly and transform into form, otherwise, the master will really be taken away by this stinky girl. Xiao Bai's heart was ignited with fierce fighting spirit, and then he also went to the place where the dragon veins beside him were full of power to practice. Of course, Chen Luo didn't notice Xiao Bai's abnormality, but suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Li Yanner on the other side has already started to renovate the cultivation technique that Chen Luo gave her. This cultivation technique seems to be tailor-made for her. Li Yanner got it very quickly, and the moment the Boundless Sea Sutra was running, Li Yanner seemed to have turned into a sea, which was huge and peaceful. The surrounding spirit power and various forces flowed into Li Yanner's body like a river flowing into the sea. Under the operation of Shuiling's sacred body and Boundless Sea Sutra, Li Yanner's cultivation speed has increased by an unknown amount. Not to mention, Li Yanner also swallowed the spiritual essence pill given to her by Chen Luo, and her cultivation speed has reached an unknown realm. At the same time, the cultivation base in Chen Luo's body is also slowly growing. Is this practice so effective? Chen Luo looked at Li Yanner in the distance as if he had turned into a giant spirit-swallowing beast, and he couldn't help feeling a little strange in his heart. Otherwise, let's practice a bit. Chen Luo couldn't help but think in such a good cultivation environment. Ba. It is impossible to cultivate even if you are killed. Daddy can become stronger while lying down, why should he cultivate? It is impossible to practice in this life, so I can only rely on the return effect of the apprentice's practice to improve my strength. Yes, don't be confused by such a scene, Dao heart, the time is up, I'm going to take a nap, I won't practice even if I die. Ding, the host has detected a strong desire to practice and become stronger, and now releases a special task. A strong desire to practice? Special task? Chen Luo was stunned. What does this dog system mean? Could it be that he wants to issue a task to trick me into practicing? If you want to lie to me to practice, there is no door, so it is impossible for me to practice. No matter what task you send me, it is impossible for me to practice. Special task, the host is asked to practice breakthrough until the Saint 4th stage day. After practicing breakthrough, he will obtain the Emperor level cultivation technique. Just when Chen Luo sternly refused in his heart, the mechanical sound of the system rang in Chen Luo's ears. Imperial cultivation technique. Chen Luo's body froze, he didn't expect the system to move out this big killer. I like cultivation the most, isn't it just cultivation, come on, practice. Chen Luo took a deep breath, but in the end he still couldn't resist the temptation of the Emperor cultivation technique. Cultivation technique will be rewarded to the Emperor rank cultivation technique on Saint 4th stage day, then cultivate to Saint 4th stage day, get the cultivation technique first. Then Chen Luo came to an area where the power of the dragon veins was extremely turbulent. At the same time, he began to practice the Boundless Sea Sutra. Soon, Chen Luo entered the state of cultivation, and countless spirit power surged towards Chen Luo like a tide. The power of the Chaos Divine Body was also brought into full play by Chen Luo, and countless Chaos Divine lights circulated on Chen Luo's body. All of a sudden, several people from Heavenly Bamboo Peak entered into cultivation. Time passed so slowly. At the same time, the conflict in the Hall of Stars was also spread. Many people already know that the current peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is not an easy character. In the Hall of Stars, the Peak Master of Union Peak suffered a great loss, which no one thought of. From everyone's point of view, Chen Luo was just an ordinary person, and suddenly he transformed into an unpredictable character, which made everyone unbelievable. However, many disciples saw the conflict in the Hall of Stars. Chen Luo's identity cast a layer of mystery in the eyes of everyone in Heavenly Dao Sect. Union Peak. Union Peak is in the northern area of Heavenly Dao Sect. There is a gloomy atmosphere everywhere here, and in the deepest part of Union Peak, there is a large forest of yin woods. Due to its unique geographical environment, it has a unique effect on the cultivation of yin attributes. Therefore, most of the disciples of Union Peak are disciples of the yin attribute. Of course, there are also quite a few disciples from other peaks who will spend spirit stones to practice with the unique environment of Union Peak. Among the 9 branches of Heavenly Dao Sect, Union Peak is not the most powerful one, but it can be regarded as the mainstay of Heavenly Dao Sect. A palace with a strong yin energy in Union Peak. Big brother, what they said is true, that Chen Luo really repelled you in the Hall of Stars. A surprised voice sounded in the palace. On one side of the palace, a man in a purple robe frowned slightly. Next to the purple-robed man, the Peak Master of Union Peak, Song Yanglin sat with a slightly ugly face, drinking spirit tea. That's right, although I don't want to admit it, but I did suffer a lot from that Chen Luo. Song Yanglin said in a deep voice, his hand holding the teacup trembled unconsciously. In this case, this Heavenly Bamboo Peak may not be so easy to obtain. The purple-robed man next to him continued. This purple-robed man is Song Yanglin's little brother, Song Yang Mu. Yang Mu, don't worry, that Chen Luo must have relied on the means left by his master. He was just a mortal more than a month ago. Now, no matter how strong he is, it is impossible for him to have too much strength. Wait for me to find him. Opportunity, Heavenly Bamboo Peak must be taken down. Song Yanglin continued to speak, his eyes were full of fierceness. Chen Luo made him suffer such a big loss in front of the crowd of the Fangxing Palace, it was almost embarrassing. No matter what, this place must be found as soon as possible. Song Yangmu looked at his own big brother and frowned. He felt that his own big brother seemed to be really pd off by that Chen Luo. Big brother, it doesn't have to be Heavenly Bamboo Peak. If that Chen Luo is so evil, then forget it. Also, don't we have an alternative branch? It's just a matter of spending a little more time, there's no need to die on Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Song Yangmu continued. Chapter 20 Emperor Rank Cultivation Technique. No, this Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I have to take it down, Yangmu, just wait. Song Yanglin drank the spirit tea in one gulp, and then left the palace. Looking at the back of the big brother leaving, Song Yangmu unconsciously had a bad feeling in his heart. Half a month later. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In the bamboo forest where the dragon veins are located. Chen Luo absorbed the spirit power of the surrounding world with all his strength. At the same time, the spiritual essence elixir in the body was also being digested rapidly. The entire bamboo forest is in a wave of spirit power, and the bamboo forest seems to have completely become a spirit power ocean. The aura on Chen Luo's body was getting bigger and bigger, as if he wanted to suppress everything. After half a month of practice, Chen Luo finally reached the peak realm of the Saint Third Stage realm, only one step away from the Saint Fourth Stage. Is it even close? Chen Luo slightly opened his eyes. Then he took out a 10,000-year spiritual fruit from his own interspatial ring. This 10,000-year spirit fruit was rewarded for signing in for 30 days 10 days ago, the 10,000-year vermilion spirit fruit tree. 10,000-year vermilion linguo is extremely precious, and it contains extremely rich heaven and earth spirit power. Moreover, there are only 9 fruits on this 10,000-year vermilion fruit tree. And the next result will be a year later, so Chen Luo didn't use it at will. Although the Chaos Divine Body does not have a bottleneck, the resources needed for cultivation are much more than ordinary cultivators. Chen Luo remembered that before, he had signed in Saint First Stage's Cultivation Base. He just ate, drank, and basically didn't practice much. Relying on various resources, he broke through 2 realms consecutively for more than half a month. Now, I practice so hard, and Li Yan'er's cultivation effect is returned, there is still no breakthrough Saint Fourth Stage Day. It is conceivable that the Chaos God Body cultivator needs the resources needed for breakthrough. However, everything is worth it. The power of the Chaos Divine Body cannot be exchanged for any resources and treasures. Gilu. Chen Luo took a deep breath, then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and swallowed the 10,000-year Zhu Lingguo directly. The moment the 10,000-year spirit fruit was swallowed, Chen Luo felt the spirit power in his body constantly rioting. The rich heaven and earth spirit power is constantly raging in the body. As expected of the 10,000-year spirit fruit, it is really powerful. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he felt that he was getting closer to the Saint Fourth Stage sky. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo didn't waste any time, and tried his best to refine the spirit power in his body. Boom! Half an hour later, an even more violent aura surged on Chen Luo's body, and a powerful wave of air surged around him. The aura of the Saint Fourth Stage erupted on Chen Luo's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward the exclusive Emperor-level cultivation technique, Chaos Emperor Xianjing. Chaos Emperor Profound Scripture, Emperor-level top-grade cultivation technique, Chaos has no form, the beginning of all things. At the same time, the system's notification tone sounded in Chen Luo's ears. The formulas and cultivation methods of Chaos Emperor Xianjing also appeared in Chen Luo's mind. The cultivation technique of Emperor rank, Chen Luo's eyes are full of joy. Not bad, not bad, the system is powerful, and the rewards are directly pulled to the maximum. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo continued to practice this Chaos Emperor Xianjing according to the formulas and cultivation methods in his mind. Perhaps because of his Chaos Divine Body, Chen Luo practiced this Chaos Emperor Xianjing unexpectedly fast. In less than half an hour, the transfer was completed. An extremely tyrannical aura surged on Chen Luo's body, as if it wanted to suppress the entire world. There are also countless golden lights, setting off Chen Luo like a supreme divine general. The spirit power of the surrounding world even formed a storm, constantly rushing towards Chen Luo's direction. Li Yan'er, who was practicing on the other side of the bamboo forest, was also startled by this majestic momentum. The moving eyes stared closely at the direction where Chen Luo was. What kind of realm is master? This terrifying sense of oppression is too strong. Li Yan'er looked at Chen Luo's practice, only feeling a little scalp numb. That golden divine light carried extremely terrifying divine power, and it seemed that just a little bit of divine power could easily obliterate him. This is the premonition from the cultivator, and the sixth sense of being a girl. Could it be that Master has surpassed the saint realm and reached the realm of the king of the holy path? Li Yan'er is completely unable to describe On's mood in words. The image of Master in her heart has completely reached its peak. Yes, it is worthy of being the best cultivation technique of the imperial rank, and it is worthy of my hard work of half a month of cultivation. Feeling the spirit power in his body, Chen Luo felt satisfied. Chaos Emperor Profound Scripture is the ultimate cultivation technique of the emperor rank. After cultivation, not only the number of spirit power has doubled several times, but also the strength of spirit power has also been raised to a higher level. Moreover, with the improvement of realm, this number and intensity will continue to increase. Don't underestimate the difference in the number and strength of spirit power. In battle, any difference is enough to cost the cultivator his life. Needless to say, the cultivation technique of the imperial class is almost several grades stronger than the holy class, it is not at the same level at all. It can be said that although Chen Luo's current realm is still Saint 4th stage days, but, relying on the cultivation technique of the imperial rank, his strength has been improved several times compared to just now. Coupled with the horror of the chaos divine body, Chen Luo is confident that at the saint stage, he will no longer be able to find an opponent. From this point of view, own strength, in heavenly Dao Sect, can be considered invincible. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. No matter what, the improvement of strength still makes people feel happy. Chaos Emperor Profound Scripture also contains some supernatural power, which is extremely powerful. Chaos Aurora and Chaos Ling Yi in these two supernatural powers contain the power of chaos, and the extremely powerful supernatural power has the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chen Luo has not yet successfully cultivated, and he will be able to use those terrifying supernatural powers only after he has successfully cultivated. However, these terrifying supernatural powers also require a lot of time to practice and cannot be easily displayed. Chen Luo is not in a hurry, the time is still long, so take your time. After working so hard for so long, I should take a good rest. Chen Luo stretched, then slowly got up, ready to leave the bamboo forest. After half a month of practice, Chen Luo's bones are a little stiff, and it's time for him to take a good rest. Yan'er, why don't you take a break too? After practicing for so long, it's time to rest. You should pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Chen Luo then walked to Li Yan'er's side. There is an extremely strong world spirit power around Li Yan'er. On Li Yan'er's gorgeous dress, there are some Luye exuding inspiration. Obviously, she has also practiced continuously for half a month without rest. Chapter 21 10,000-Year Mysterious Ice Bed. At this time, Li Yan'er has practiced for half a month, and her cultivation base has reached the peak of the Good Fortune Realm 2nd Stage Day, which is only one step away from the Good Fortune Realm 3rd Stage Day. However, Li Yan'er seems to have reached the bottleneck at this time, and has not broken through, and is still trapped in the Good Fortune Realm 2nd Stage for days. It's better to have a chaotic divine body. Without practicing the bottleneck, you don't have to worry about the breakthrough problem, Chen Luo couldn't help but think in his heart. It is normal for a cultivator to encounter a bottleneck. Except for the Chaos God physique, any other physique has a cultivation bottleneck. Only when the bottleneck is broken through, can the current realm be broken through and enter the next layer. Master, I'll practice for a while, I think I'm about to break through. Li Yan'er said with firm eyes. Li Yan'er really enjoys this process of continuous cultivation and self-improvement. There was no such a superior cultivation environment in Tianlanzong before, and Li Yan'er also had to deal with a lot of affairs when she was in Tianlanzong. There is no environment where she can practice wholeheartedly, and now she enjoys it very much. Moreover, Lin Yan's strength is so terrifying, she can catch up and even surpass her only if she seizes every opportunity to become stronger. Chen Luo nodded and didn't say much, since she wanted to practice so much, then let's do it. Anyway, even if there is a bottleneck, the effect of training will not stop. As long as Li Yan'er is still practicing, own realm can slowly improve. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo walked towards the outside of the Dragon Vein bamboo forest. Not far away, Xiao Bai saw that Chen Luo had stopped practicing, and then threw himself into Chen Luo's arms, and followed Chen Luo out of the bamboo forest. One person and one fox then left the Long Mei bamboo forest. The main peak of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The main peak is full of incomparably rich inspirations, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth continuously nourishes the surroundings and improves and optimizes the surrounding conditions. With the increase of Chen Luo's sign-in rewards, the environment of the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak is getting better and better. The spiritual qi is full-bodied and full of vitality, just like a fairyland on earth. The cultivation environment is already far beyond the general top-level sect. Chen Luo was lying on the hammock of the 10,000-year spiritual fruit tree, full of laziness. The clues of heaven and earth around him flowed towards Chen Luo unconsciously. Chen Luo then took out a lot of 1,000-year spiritual fruits and ate them casually. Xiao Bai beside him also kept eating the 1,000-year spiritual fruit, his eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. Lying in the hammock and eating the 1,000-year lingonberry is the most comfortable time for Chen Luo. After practicing for half a month, although it didn't have any effect on Chen Luo's body. However, Chen Luo felt extremely bored after practicing for a long time. By the way, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something before checking the sign-in rewards for the past half-month. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo stretched his waist and began to sort out the sign-in rewards for the past half-month. In order to break through Saint Realm 4th stage and obtain the reward of Emperor Cultivation Technique, Chen Luo has been working hard for the past half-month, and basically didn't take much rest. After signing in, Chen Luo didn't check carefully. I just looked at it casually, then planted the 10,000-year spirit fruit tree, and then continued to practice. Other rewards are yet to come and check. Heaven-level supernatural power, Saint Armor, Heaven-level medicine pill, Heaven-level Ling Bao, pill stove, pill refining technique, all of them are rubbish. Chen Luo looked at the pile of holy items in front of him, feeling very depressed. Although the sign-in system is very good, there are daily rewards without hard work. However, this reward is random, not everything is helpful to Chen Luo. They are all heaven-level treasures and even holy-level things, and none of the emperor-level things have been opened. Chen Luo felt even more speechless about some of the pill refining techniques. I don't even bother to cultivate myself, and I still pill refining, isn't this making myself guilty? The medicine pill issued by the system can't be used up, so how can it be possible to do the pill refining by yourself? Hey, this thing looks pretty good. At this moment, Chen Luo discovered a large bed of ice crystals exuding icy power in the pile of items. This ice crystal bed is like a flawless ice crystal, blooming with bright streamers. Chen Luo could feel that the ice crystal bed contained quite a strong spirit power of heaven and earth. 10,000-year Xianbing bed. Information about this thing appeared in Chen Luo's mind. 10,000-year black ice bed. The white jade bed made of 10,000-year black ice has the function of purifying the mind and concentrating the mind. Practicing on it will get twice the result with half the effort. Well, finally something useful. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then put away all the miscellaneous things. Lying comfortably on the 10,000-year Xianbing bed. At this time, heavenly bamboo peak was scorching hot, and the surrounding air was filled with a slightly scorching atmosphere. However, lying on the 10,000-year Xianbing bed, Chen Luo only felt extremely comfortable. At the same time, this 10,000-year mysterious ice bed seems to contain rich spirit power. Chen Luo can feel the gradual improvement of cultivation base just by lying on it. It seems that I will go farther and farther on the road of becoming stronger while lying down, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Soon, Chen Luo fell asleep in a comfortable environment. Xiaobai also lay on Chen Luo's body, and fell asleep together with Chen Luo under the force of the soft ice. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Outer peaks of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There are clouds and mists everywhere here, and there are occasional white cranes flying by in the sky, making a crisp cry. One of the majestic peaks. In a hidden jungle on the mountain peak, there are several men in black with black masks hiding carefully. Several people have strands of mysterious aura on their bodies. Under the rendering of this mysterious aura, the auras of several people almost merged with the surrounding void. Boss Tong, is that Chen Luo able to stay like this? For half a month, he didn't come out for a while. A short man in black said depressedly, staring fixedly at Heavenly Bamboo Peak in the distance. Yes, Boss Tong, we have been staring here for half a month, and that Chen Luo still hasn't come out, is that person playing tricks on us? The man in black on the other side also said, his tone full of resentment. In the middle is a man with a black coat of arms on his palm. The man's face was serious, and he waited quietly in the hidden place in the jungle, like a steady hunter, without the slightest emotion. It doesn't matter, we just need to wait. Impatience is not an emotion that a killer should have. Especially, what we are about to deal with is a guy who doesn't know the details. We must be more cautious. I don't want our Shura Palace Yungxiang hunting team. This place has capsized. The man in the middle spoke lightly. Chapter 22 Sign in Dian Divine Art. It turned out that this group of people were the killers of the Shura Temple, the killer organization. Someone paid a lot of money to hire them to deal with Chen Luo. The three are members of the Shura Palace Yungxiang hunting team. They are powerful and are experienced killers who have performed many missions. Especially the leading man, named Tong Yunshan, is the commander of this operation. His strength and character are the best choice. The Yungxiang hunting team that the three of them belong to has a great reputation in the Shura Palace, and it can be regarded as the gold medal hunting team of the Shura Palace. Since the establishment of the Yungxiang hunting team, it has taken over thousands of missions, and none of them failed, all of which were completed by return to origin. Among them are some very powerful saints. However, Boss Tong, the person we are going to kill is not simple. I have investigated clearly. He was just a mortal who could not cultivate more than a month ago. Now he suddenly has such a powerful strength. He must have a big secret. If we get this secret... The short and thin man next to him licked his own lips, and continued. Tong Yunshan glanced at the man. Aren't there few people in our organization who lost their lives because of treasures? It's not ours, so there's no need to force it. Have you forgotten what I told you before you came here? If you still can't hold back your own thoughts, don't be in the Yungxiang hunting team in the future. Tong Yunshan continued. After Tong Yunshan finished speaking, the short and thin man immediately admitted his mistake in a good voice, not daring to contradict him in the slightest. Keep waiting, we have a lot of time. Tong Yunshan said slowly, and then closed his own eyes. The remaining two looked at each other, did not speak again, and also waited in the dark. Boom! Another peak of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A beautiful girl with a graceful figure in a long blue dress is practicing martial arts. The majestic aura continued to wreak havoc around the girl. Every time the girl punches, it carries an extremely powerful impact, and the surrounding mountain peaks are punched into countless deep pits by the girl's fist. This Luo Shui Holy Fist is worthy of being a holy level fist technique, and just initiation is a ground level martial art that has already surpassed my return to origin. Li Yan'er looked at the dilapidated mountain peak in front of her, and felt joyful in her heart. Lin Yan, I will definitely surpass you. Next time I meet you, I will definitely not lose to you again. Li Yan'er continued to practice the fist technique silently, shedding her own sweat. At this time, Li Yan'er's cultivation base has already reached the Good Fortune Realm 4th stage. Half a month ago, after continuous training, Li Yan'er successfully broke through the bottleneck and reached the Good Fortune Realm 3rd stage day. After Li Yan'er's breakthrough, she immediately told Chen Luo the good news. After Chen Luo encouraged her, he gave her a lot of treasures. And after a few days of practice, Li Yan'er's cultivation base actually broke through again. Li Yan'er, who broke through to the Good Fortune Realm 4th stage day, did not continue to practice the cultivation technique, but practiced the Luo Shui Shengchuan passed to her by Chen Luo. After all, it's not just the realm that determines the combat effectiveness, the martial arts supernatural power is also very important. In the Water Misty sect before, Lin Yan relied on his powerful martial arts supernatural power to tear through the Water Misty school's defense line and successfully escaped. It really worked. Not far away, Chen Luo was watching Li Yan'er practice martial arts, his eyes were full of joy. When Li Yan'er first started learning Luo Shui Holy Fist, Chen Luo felt that there was a lot of Luo Shui Holy Fist in his mind. It seems that I don't need to practice, and the proficiency of Luo Shui Shengchuan is also increasing. It turns out that the cultivation effect of the master-student function will be returned tenfold, not only for the cultivation of cultivation technique, but also for the cultivation of various supernatural power martial arts secret techniques, all of which will be fed back to Chen Luo. Moreover, they all have 10 times the effect. Although Li Yan'er has only practiced Luo Shui Shengchuan to the initiation realm now, Chen Luo has definitely reached the proficient realm of Luo Shui Shengchuan now. This dog system really doesn't want me to practice at all. In Chen Luo's hand, there are still 2 martial arts of the holy rank supernatural power, which have not been practiced yet, Zhan Tian Jianju, Nether Death Seal, both of which have extremely strong damage attack skills. It seems that the matter of recruiting apprentices must be done as soon as possible. Even the cultivation effect of martial arts supernatural power can be returned 10 times, which is unexpected by Chen Luo. Now that we have this thing, we must generously pass on what we have learned. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo also passed the Zhan Tian Jianju to Li Yan'er. As for Ghost Death Seal, Chen Luo did not pass it on to her. After all, Li Yan'er is just a cultivator of Good Fortune Realm. The martial arts of Insight's 2 holy ranks have almost reached their limit. Too much martial arts is just an increase of burden. Moreover, Li Yan'er has to improve the cultivation base, it is impossible to spend all her time practicing martial arts. Perhaps, I should find a disciple with super understanding to help me practice martial arts. In this way, it can greatly save the time for practicing martial arts supernatural power, Chen Luo thought in his heart. After all, the return of 10 times the effect is really terrifying. If it is paired with a disciple with super understanding, the speed will be exciting to think about. After handing the Zhan Tian Jianju to Li Yan'er, Chen Luo then went to the other side, insight into the powerful supernatural power Chaos Aurora in his Chaos Emperor Xianjing. Time passed so slowly. A few days later, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. 10,000 year under the Spirit Fruit Tree. Chen Luo, who was practicing Chaos Aurora on the 10,000 year ice bed, suddenly had a terrifying power of chaos, followed by a burst of brilliant light. This ray of light seemed to be accompanied by a very strong power of chaos, and the surrounding space was directly torn apart by this sudden ray of light. In an instant, countless spatial turbulences raged around Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, with a mysterious light shining in his pupils. Finally initiation, this Chaos Aurora is really difficult to cultivate, it took 3 full days of cultivation before initiation. However, everything is worth it. This terrifying destructive power is definitely beyond the scope of holy level secret arts. It's a pity that the consumption is too high to be used at will, Chen Luo sighed. This Chaos Aurora is the top supernatural power in Chaos Emperor Xianjing. The power of Aurora can destroy everything and tear apart space at will. Cooperating with the Chaos Divine Body, it also contains extremely terrifying destructive power. Although it was just a small aurora, its destructive power was not as fast as Chen Luo's Luo Shui Sheng Chuan, which had already been cultivated to a small degree, and even more powerful. By the way, I haven't signed in today. Chen Luo remembered that he was busy practicing, so he didn't sign in today. System, I want to sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, rewarding the Great Evolution Magic. Chapter 23 Dayan Shen Shu, the Emperor-level secret art, concealing oneself, concealing karma, covering the secrets of heaven, and the supreme secret art of emanating all things. This system has been enlightened, and I signed up for the Emperor-level secret technique. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this system was so powerful that he directly gave himself an Emperor-level secret technique. This secret technique can be practiced for a while, and Chen Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the information on the secret technique. This kind of secret technique that can conceal the secrets of heaven is extremely good. Ancient Desolate Continent is a powerful fantasy world. There are many top bosses, it is inevitable that some people will calculate the secret. After learning this secret technique, many troubles can be avoided. There are still 10 days until the ceremony of accepting apprentices, so take advantage of this time to practice this secret technique. Chen Luo immediately made up his mind. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo began to practice this extremely powerful secret technique. 10 days later, in a house at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo closed his eyes and waited in the room. Next to Chen Luo, Xiao Bai stared in another direction, his eyes full of resentment. In the kitchen where the smoke was curling up, Li Yan'er was busy in the kitchen. Soon, there was a strong fragrance coming from the kitchen. If anyone saw what Li Yan'er was doing at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Li Yan'er, as a true disciple of the Tianlan sect, although she is extremely good, she is also a young lady who does not touch the spring water with her 10 fingers. It's completely unimaginable when you will be able to cook by yourself like this. Soon, Li Yan'er prepared a table full of delicious food, and brought them all to Chen Luo. Chen Luo's nostrils were immediately enveloped by countless scents. Looking at the many delicacies in front of him, Chen Luo couldn't help moving his index finger. Xiao Bai at the side also drooled uncontrollably. I didn't expect you to cook, it tastes good. Chen Luo took a sip of the fragrant soup, his eyes filled with admiration. I haven't made it for a long time, and my hands are a little raw. As long as the master likes it, I will make it for you whenever you want to eat. Li Yan'er patted On's chest and said. Chen Luo nodded, it is still very good to have a meal of smoky food once in a while. This little girl is so scheming, she secretly learned how to cook in order to please the master, damn it. Xiao Bai at the side ate the delicious food on the table viciously, complaining in his heart. She had seen it before, this Li Yan'er didn't know how to cook at all, and she secretly learned it for a long time. Xiao Bai saw everything in his eyes. Soon, with the joint efforts of the 3 of them, all the delicacies on the table were wiped out by the 3 of them. Li Yan'er went to clean up the dishes diligently, completely treating herself as a little girl. Master, this Li Yan'er obviously doesn't know how to cook, she learned it secretly, don't be fooled by her. After Li Yan'er left, Xiao Bai came to Chen Luo's side and said softly. Chen Luo frowned, of course he knew, because when Li Yan'er was learning to cook, Chen Luo unconsciously had a lot of things about cooking in his mind. It can be said that Chen Luo's current cooking skills are 10 times that of Li Yan'er. Isn't that good? Chen Luo touched Xiaobai in his arms and said slowly. Li Yan'er wanted to use some behaviors to express her own gratitude and respect, and Chen Luo didn't feel disgusted. Moreover, the meals she cooks are quite good. Xiaobai froze for a moment, unable to turn his head around. Master, but... Xiaobai then said anxiously. Boom. Before Xiaobai finished speaking, Chen Luo just tapped Xiaobai's forehead lightly. But what? Isn't it good for someone to cook? You still want to eat those spiritual fruits every day to survive. Chen Luo continued quietly. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Xiaobai thought that he would only be able to eat spiritual fruits every day and have various elixir to survive. Such a day is really too uncomfortable, even thinking about it makes me despair. No, I must not let such a thing happen. No, very good, I'll tell Yan'er right now, the master likes it very much, let her cook every day. Xiaobai then said excitedly, and was about to run to tell Yan'er. You want to eat it yourself. Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly and stopped Xiaobai. Cook every day, don't practice. My tool man is not here to cook for you. Junior brother Chen Luo, tomorrow is our Heavenly Dao Sect acceptance ceremony, don't forget to attend. A familiar voice sounded from Chen Luo's token of the Peak Master, it was from Zhao Wenyao, elder of the Hall of Stars. This thing is really smart and can transmit sound. Chen Luo played with the token of the Peak Master in his hand, with a little look of expectation in his eyes. Tomorrow is the apprenticeship ceremony. At that time, you can recruit more saint-funded tools, apprentices, to help you cultivate. Yan'er alone is still not very powerful. These days, Li Yan'er practiced diligently and provided Chen Luo with a lot of spirit power. Coupled with the blessings of Emperor-level cultivation technique and Chaos Divine Body, and the help of many various heavenly and mortal treasures resources. Chen Luo's realm had already reached Saint Realm 5th stage yesterday. Moreover, Dian Shenchu has also been successfully practiced in the initial stage. Although it has just been initiated, it is already enough for Chen Luo to use now. Zhantian Jianju is also a realm that has been cultivated to a small degree, possessing terrifying power. As for Luoshui Shengchuan, Li Yan'er seems to love this martial art very much, and the practice time is a little longer. With the return of 10 times the effect of practice, Chen Luo has already practiced to the realm of Xiaocheng Peak. Fist technique great completion is only one step away. After a night of nothing, it was the next day. Chen Luo took Li Yan'er and Xiaobai towards the Heavenly Dao Sect acceptance ceremony. Finally going out again, so happy. Xiaobai excitedly lay on Chen Luo's shoulder. Master, did someone break into the formation of our Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Look, there are some bloodstains there. Just as she was passing the formation of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Li Yan'er looked at the frozen blood in the distance. Chen Luo's eyes are slightly microscopic, it seems that they really are. However, the person who broke in didn't seem to go deep, and left after discovering the danger. However, the powerful formation still caused the visitor to suffer some injuries. Let's go, don't worry about it, the acceptance ceremony is important. Chen Luo said lightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Li Yan'er nodded, she had no objection to all the arrangements of Master. Immediately afterwards, the group continued to gallop outside. Soon, the two of them left Heavenly Bamboo Peak together and came outside Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Swish swish swish. Several people arrived outside Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and suddenly there was a burst of wind around them. Chapter 24 Murder outside the peak. In the mountain peaks in the distance, a burst of terrifying streamer arrows suddenly burst out. The streamer arrows covered Chen Luo and the others like a tide. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Yin and Yang Holy Spirit Sword appeared on Chen Luo's right hand. Stab! With a light wave of Chen Luo's right hand, the Yin and Yang Holy Spirit Sword erupted into a fierce and unparalleled sword ray. Sword ray instantly tore apart all the streamer arrows that came towards them, and the tyrannical aura scattered around. Xiaobai's body trembled, the sword ray that Chen Luo erupted was too powerful. Although he didn't use it directly on Xiaobai, the wisps of sword chi still made Xiaobai's body freeze. Li Yan'er on the side also felt a little solemn, and there was a look of surprise in her pupils. "Come out, I see you," Chen Luo said lightly, and swung the yin and yang holy spirit sword in his hand again. A sword ray with a strong impact raged out again, blasting into the surrounding void. Boom! With a violent explosion, 3 figures with pale faces came out of the void. The 3 were exactly the Shura temple killers who were ambushing outside Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Name: Tong Yunshan. Age: 937 years old. Realm: Saint Realm 8th Stage Day. Identity: Shura Temple, a member of the Yungxiang hunting team. Physique: Blood Spirit Body. Qualification: Holy Product, Saint Capital. Tong Yunshan, Shura Palace Killer, Saint 8th Stage, Chen Luo's Micro Eyes. The 2 next to that guy are also Shura Palace Killers, but Realm is just Saint 7th Stage. Someone invited the killer from Shura Temple to kill me, and Chen Luo felt a chill in his heart. "Stinky boy, do you know that you almost hit us?" The short and thin Shura assassin on the left said, his eyes full of bloodlust. Tong Yunshan and another killer in the middle also looked at Chen Luo with cold eyes. That devouring gaze almost wanted to devour Chen Luo completely. "Tell me, who asked you to do it? If you tell me honestly, I can give you a good time." Chen Luo was fearless, and then said lightly. "Just a few pieces of rubbish from Saint 7/8th Stage, Chen Luo can easily destroy them. It's just that he wanted to find out who it was that hired a killer to deal with him. Boy, when death is imminent, how dare you?" The man on the left then said viciously. "Shua." Before the man could finish speaking, Chen Luo's yin and yang holy spirit sword sent out a sword intent to destroy the world again. With a terrifying tearing sound, the short and thin man was split in half by the sword glow. The smell of blood immediately filled the entire sky. This is exactly the Zhangtian sword intent that Chen Luo comprehended after reaching a small success in Zhantian sword art. Cooperating with the high-grade holy rank spirit treasure, it has extremely powerful power. Tong Yunshan and the killer on the right suddenly felt their hairs stand on end. What a strength this is, to kill a Saint 7th Stage companion directly with a single sword intent. The faces of both of them became extremely ugly. They didn't expect this Chen Luo to be so powerful. "I'll give you another chance. If you still choose to resist, you can try whether it's your fate or my sword." Chen Luo looked directly at the remaining 2 people, without the slightest expression in his eyes. "Master is too strong." Li Yan'er looked at Chen Luo in front of her, her eyes were full of little stars. She recognized it at a glance. What Chen Luo used was the Zhangtian sword intent in Zhangtian sword art. "I didn't expect Master's martial arts comprehension to reach such a high realm." Looking at the incomparably handsome master in front of her, who looked like a banished fairy, Li Yan'er's little heart was beating wildly. "We don't know, we just accepted the task." The pressure Chen Luo put on them was too great. The killer on Tong Yunshan's right couldn't take it anymore, and immediately opened his mouth. "Shua." As soon as the killer's words fell, Chen Luo's yin and yang holy spirit sword showed a heaven-slashing sword intent again. The killer was cut in half without any accident, and the smell of blood became more intense. The heart of the only remaining killer, Tong Yunshan, had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He didn't expect that Chen Luo would be so ruthless that he would directly kill the 2 of them without any hesitation. He didn't even give his companion the chance to speak a complete sentence. This sense of oppression is really too strong. "You, if you don't know anything, you can die." Chen Luo then raised the yin and yang holy spirit sword and pointed it at Tong Yunshan. Stared at by Chen Luo, Tong Yunshan felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, as if his body was suppressed by the endless abyss, and he couldn't move at all. "What should I do? I don't know how to answer. I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Tong Yunshan's brain was running crazily, looking for everything that could save his life. It seems that you have nothing to say, so go to hell. Chen Luo continued. Wait, I know how to find the person who wants to deal with you. Tong Yunshan said the words own at the fastest speed in his life. Heavenly Dao Sect. Tianyun Mountain. Tianyun Mountain is in the outer area of Heavenly Dao Sect, where there are green trees everywhere. At the foot of Mount Tianyun, there are many teenagers from various places in the eastern region. Some are children of rich families, some are ordinary people, and some are nobles of the dynasty. All kinds of people gather at the foot of the mountain. Although their identities are different in the outside world, even very different. However, today they all have the same purpose, that is to worship Heavenly Dao Sect and become disciples of Heavenly Dao Sect. Heavenly Dao Sect is the top sect of the eastern region, although not as good as those of the top sacred land, but it is still a first-class force. Every time the apprentice acceptance ceremony is extremely lively, many people want to join in. However, the threshold for Heavenly Dao Sect is not generally high, and those whose aptitude is lower than Suanpin are not qualified to enter Heavenly Dao Sect at all. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Moreover, even if one has the aptitude of the mysterious product, it is not guaranteed to be able to enter the Heavenly Dao Sect, and one has to pass the test of the Heavenly Dao Sect. However, even so, there are many disciples who want to try it. Senior Brother Song, there seem to be some good seedlings this year. It seems that we will have a lot more talents in Heavenly Dao Sect. Above Tianyun Mountain, a middle-aged man in a black robe said slowly. This middle-aged man is Zhoukong, the peak master of Heavenly Dao Sect Liang Peak. Liang Peak, like Union Peak, is a branch of the middle stream, neither strong nor weak. Since the strengths of the two sects are similar, the relationship between the two peak masters is also good. Yet, I glanced at it casually, and found a lot of clever and charming seedlings in the body. Obviously, talent is amazing. The master of Union Peak, Song Yanglin, seemed to be in a very good mood, and smiled. Above Tianyun Mountain, the peak masters of the branches of Heavenly Dao Sect are waiting everywhere. Chapter 25 The Apprenticeship Ceremony. The sky above Tianyun Mountain. The peak masters of the major branches are waiting leisurely in the sky. Many peak masters have already started looking for disciples below. Master, I see that you have been absent-minded, what are you thinking about? On the other side of Tianyun Mountain, a delicate woman said with a smile on her face. Next to the woman was a charming and stunning woman in a long purple dress. I'm waiting for that guy from Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Shu Yuohu said with little interest. Is the master talking about the Heavenly Bamboo Peak Master Chen Luo? Shu Yuohu's apprentice Lin Shuiyu asked slowly. Lin Shuiyu is Shu Yuohu's direct disciple. Not only is her appearance first class, but her talent is also amazing. Although they are named master and apprentice, the relationship between the two is even more like that of sisters. That's right, that guy, I've already invited him to my Mingxia Peak, and there's been no movement for a month. Shu Yuohu curled her lips and said. It was the first time for her to invite others to her Mingxia Peak. I didn't expect Chen Luo to have such a faceless face, and she didn't take any action at all, which made her very angry. He, master is so strong, just give him a good beating later. Lin Shuiyu smiled, with a slight dimple on her face, she looked quite charming. I'm not capable of beating him up. Shu Yuohu continued to speak slowly, unconsciously remembering Chen Luo grabbed her wrist last time in her mind. There seemed to be an extremely powerful force in Chen Luo's body, which made Shu Yuohu palpitate just thinking about it. This Chen Luo is not easy. As soon as Shu Yuohu's words came out, Lin Shuiyu was a little stunned. Didn't she have the ability? No way, Lin Shuiyu is still very confident about Shu Yuohu's strength. Although Chen Luo used means to repel the Union Peak Master, but that strength is still far from making the Master afraid. Heavenly Dao Sect Acceptance Ceremony. starts now. At this moment, a high-spirited voice resounded above Tianyun Mountain. This sound was like a sound wave, surging the entire Tianyun Mountain in an instant. Shu Yuo looked not far away. A majestic man wearing a white Taoist robe appeared above Tianyun Mountain. It is the sect leader of Heavenly Dao Sect, Li Wudao. The apprenticeship assessment project this time is climbing the ladder. Climbing the 500th floor of the ladder will be considered as passing the assessment. Those who climb to the top can choose their own branch to join. Li Wudao then said lightly. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, a brilliant aura emanated from Li Wudao's body and shrouded downwards. A moment later, an incomparably huge ladder appeared in Tianyun Mountain. The sky ladder is like a pillar of heaven, from the foot of Tianyun Mountain to the sky above Tianyun Mountain. At the very end of the ladder, there is a cloud palace like a fairyland, which is the end point after the 1000th floor. The assessment this time turned out to be climbing the ladder to the sky. It takes 500 floors to pass. This is too difficult. That's right, there is an extremely powerful spiritual coercion attached to this ladder. Let alone the 500th floor, it is extremely difficult to reach the 100th floor. I didn't expect that it would take the 500th floor. Oh, there is no hope this year again. The assessment of Heavenly Dao Sect is really not that difficult, so I shouldn't have expected it. At the foot of Tianyun Mountain, many people's expressions changed slightly, and they made various comments. Of course, someone has already started climbing the ladder. There is no limit to the time for climbing the ladder, and there is no limit to the number of times. As long as you can hold on, it's okay to climb 10 times a day. As long as you log into the target location within 3 days of the acceptance ceremony, it will be valid. Brother Hua, why don't you try it first? I think you have a chance to reach the top. On the other side of the mountain, a man in white said slowly. Beside him, there is a handsome young man in black. The young man sat cross-legged under a big tree, the spirit power surged from his body, and a mysterious aura wreaked havoc on him. No hurry, it's just climbing the ladder, don't you have 3 more days? The young man opened his eyes and said slowly. This young man was Hua Yuntian. At this time, Hua Yuntian's spiritual qi was integrated into one body, and it was obvious that he had fully recovered from his injuries. Brother Yat, if you want to go up first, then go up first, don't worry about me. Hua Yuntian looked at the man in white and continued. The man in white was named Ye Chen, a compatriot Hua Yuntian met when he was heading to Heavenly Dao Sect. Although Hua Yuntian didn't know his identity, Hua Yuntian knew that Ye Chen's strength was not inferior to his. I'll wait any longer. Ye Chen continued with a slight smile. As time passed, more and more people began to climb the ladder. That guy is so strong, he climbed up to the 30th floor of the ladder with one breath, he has great potential. That female doll is not bad either. Although her speed is slow, she is very steady and firm in every step. She is definitely a good seed. Hiss. Look, that person is covered with icy cold power, he can't be from the Ice Spirit clan. In the sky above Tianyun Mountain, all the peak owners of Heavenly Dao Sect watched those who climbed the ladder with great interest. With the start of the assessment of climbing the ladder, more and more Tianjiao have entered their sight. In order to attract the attention of these elders, those people who climbed the ladder also showed their supernatural power. All kinds of means have been used to demonstrate the strength and potential of own. Senior Brother Song, I don't know if your little brother still needs to settle in our Heavenly Dao Sect. I don't have time to manage the Diling Peak now. If you little brother is willing, you can trade with me. An old man with grey hair walked to Song Yanglin's side and said slowly. This white-haired old man is Yang Guling, the peak master of Heavenly Dao Sect. Diling Peak, like Heavenly Bamboo Peak, is one of the last offshoots of Heavenly Dao Sect. However, there are still many disciples in Diling Peak. Although their strength is weak, they have not yet reached the point of withering. And Yang Guling was already approaching the end of his life, and none of his disciples were particularly outstanding. Yang Guling intends to trade the position of Peak Master to obtain some resources, and hit a higher realm to see if he can break through again and gain a chance of survival. Junior brother Yang, no need, my little brother's matter has been settled, and I will soon be in charge of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Song Yanglin then said slowly, with a faint smile on his face. Oh, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Yang Guling murmured, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Finding the right traders is not easy. Song Yanglin's little brother is young and promising, and is also a powerful king. He was the sacred land elder before, with a rich family background, and he will never suffer a loss when trading with him. It's a pity, Yang Guling shook his head slightly, but still left Song Yanglin's side. Chapter 26 High Altitude Confrontation. Song Yanglin ignored Yang Guling, but looked at the many trainees below, wanting to choose a satisfactory disciple. The other peak masters also carefully checked the situation below. Just as Song Yanglin was checking the conditions of the many trainees below, suddenly, Song Yanglin felt a burst of hot breath suddenly appearing on On's arm. Ha ha ha! A moment later, a scarlet light burst out from Song Yanglin's arm. The scarlet light quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the sky. Everyone looked at Song Yanglin suspiciously. Song Yanglin himself was also puzzled for a while. What happened to his own arm? This light seemed to be. Oh, it's you. Just at this moment, a bone-chilling voice sounded. Not far away, an incomparably handsome young man who looked like a banished immortal appeared above Tianyun Mountain. The young man held a holy sword with the power of yin and yang in his right hand, and dragged a bloody, pale, half-dead man in black with his right hand. Seeing the sudden appearance of a figure, Song Yanglin's pupil shrank. It's Chen Luo, how is it possible, shouldn't he be dead? In his hand, is the killer from Shura Temple? Stab it! Just when Song Yanglin was shocked, the yin and yang holy spirit sword in Chen Luo's right hand burst out with a powerful and unparalleled sword intent. With a fierce offensive, this sword intent quickly slashed towards Song Yanglin. A large area of the surrounding space collapsed, as if everything was about to be destroyed. Song Yanglin's face was dull, and he couldn't believe that Chen Luo had such terrifying strength. Under the ravages of this sword ray, Song Yanglin felt that he would be torn apart by this terrifying sword ray at any time. Boom! Just when Song Yanglin thought he was going to die, a jade pendant around his waist burst into a brilliant stream of light. This streamer formed a powerful shield around Song Yanglin, resisting the terrifying impact of the sword intent. However, Chen Luo's sword intent was too powerful. In an instant, Song Yanglin and his shield were blown away. Song Yanglin was blown away by the terrifying impact, and fell downwards, smashing a mountain directly, and there was a violent collision sound and rage. The huge collision sound and violent air movement attracted the attention of everyone up and down Tianyun Mountain. Not only the peak masters above, but also the practitioners below were also attracted by the huge noise. The other Heavenly Dao Sect peak masters around looked at the sudden change in bewilderment. Has Chen Luo lost his mind? Why did he suddenly attack the peak of Yunyan Peak? Moreover, his strength is so strong? Not far away, Shu Yuo stared straight at Chen Luo. White teeth bit her red lips lightly, her eyes were full of charming and moving expressions. Lin Shuyu behind Shu Yuo was stunned, that is, Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak? However, there is still a way to save his life. Chen Luo raised his brows, and this sword failed to kill him. Lord Heavenly Bamboo Peak, what do you mean, why did you suddenly attack Yunyan Peak? Just when Chen Luo was about to go down and make up the knife, a high-spirited voice rang in Chen Luo's ears. A majestic man in white Taoist robe appeared in front of Chen Luo. Name, Li Wudao. Age, 637 years old. Realm, Saint King Realm 9th Stage Day. Identity, Shura Temple, a member of the Yungxiang hunting team. Physique, extremely spiritual Dao body. Qualification, holy product, capital of great saint. The person who came was Li Wuodao, sect leader of Heavenly Dao Sect. Extreme Spirit Dao Body. Saint King 9th Stage Day. Chen Luo's heart froze. This Heavenly Dao Sect's sect leader turned out to be the strongest person in the Saint King 9th Stage Day. Is there any mistake? Saint King 9th Stage Day, this strength can be the master of some sacred land, run this Heavenly Dao Sect as sect leader. Didn't the elder of the Hall of Stars say that the sect leader has not yet broken through Saint King? The rumors are unbelievable. Before Chen Luo asked repeatedly, the elder of the Starry Palace swore that the sect leader hadn't been to the Saint King realm. This LYB, Saint King 9th Stage Day, said that he did not break through Saint King. This is too stupid. Chen Luo thought that the sect leader was just a Saint 9th Stage Day, so he started directly. Now it seems that it is a bit hasty. You should see the strength of these guys before you start. However, it is now a shot, and there is no turning back. On the Saint King 9th Stage Day, although Chen Luo was afraid, he hadn't reached the point where he couldn't understand it. I've seen sect leader, that Union Peak Master asked people from Shura Hall to kill me, I just did what I should do. Chen Luo took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Chen Luo didn't hide his own voice, and many peak masters surrounded him one after another. Li Wuodao frowned slightly, and looked at the half-dead Tong Yunshan in Chen Luo's hand. With his eyes, he could tell at a glance that this Tong Yunshan was the assassin of Shura Palace. Sect leader, this is the assassin of the Shura Palace. I asked him to use secret techniques to find his employer. If the sect leader doesn't believe it, he can search his soul. Chen Luo continued, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. It's too much for that Peak Master Song to find an assassin from the Shura Hall to deal with Peak Master Chen. That's right, they're all from the same sect, and they hired outsiders to deal with their own family members. This Peak Master Song, I can't see that he has such vicious intentions. However, this new Fengzhu Chen is really powerful. He even killed the people in the Shura Palace and found the murderer. He is a ruthless person. Many of the peak masters next to them all spoke, with extraordinary colors in their eyes. As for whether what Chen Luo said was true or not, everyone present were not fools, they all had their own judgments. The scarlet light on Song Yanglin's body just now is obviously the light of some kind of secret technique. Not far away, the master of Diling Peak slightly shook his head. This master Union was too unwise, he would rather take this method than trade with himself. Collude with outsiders to deal with the same sect, according to the rules of the sect, you should kill without mercy. Let's go and see this Union Peak Master. Li Wuodao took a deep look at Chen Luo, and continued. Unforgiven, Chen Luo's heart moved, this sect leader is quite open-minded. Chen Luo thought he would put on the airs of a sect leader, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Chen Luo nodded. Now that the sect leader has said this, Song Yanglin's fate has been decided. Li Wuodao then arranged several peak masters to continue organizing the trial, and led the rest of the peak masters to gallop towards the place where Song Yanglin fell. Brother Hua, did something happen up there? Just now I felt a terrifying sword intent. Ye Chen looked up and said solemnly. Hua Yuntian slowly opened his eyes, looking straight up at the direction of Chen Luo. When looking in the direction of Chen Luo, Hua Yuntian felt the fragments of the magic pot in his mind trembling constantly. Chapter 27 Song Yang Mu appears. This fragment of the magic jar seemed to be constantly urging Hua Yuntian to look for that figure. Really, in Heavenly Dao Sect, Hua Yuntian narrowed his eyes slightly. The magic pot fragments are his most important opportunity, and this is the first time that such a violent change has occurred in the magic pot fragments. It seems that coming to this Dao Sect, yes, Hua Yuntian suppressed the throbbing in his heart. I don't know, we will know when we join Heavenly Dao Sect. Hua Yuntian took a deep breath and continued. Ye Chen nodded, yes, just join Heavenly Dao Sect and you will know. Any speculation right now is pointless. The change above attracted the attention of many practitioners around. Many people are curious about what happened. However, the distance was too great, and they had no idea what was going on. With the presiding of the other peak masters above, the trial continued in an orderly manner. People are constantly going to the ladder to participate in the trial of climbing the ladder. Of course, there are also many people who were eliminated in the trial of climbing the ladder. Third uncle, which peak is the person who cast the sword intent just now? He looks too handsome. I want to join his branch. On the other side at the foot of Tianyun Mountain, a stunning girl with twin ponytails and a light green dress said excitedly looking at the scene above. The girl is petite, with a flat plane in front of her, with only a slightly undulating arc. Those big, piercing eyes stared brightly at the sky. Next to the girl with twin ponytails was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Xiaoju, didn't you say you want to join the strongest Dao Yuan Feng? The middle-aged man smiled wryly, his eyes full of pampering. Second uncle, I've changed my mind. My talent is so strong, which peak cultivation is not cultivation. I will join the branch of that person. The girl with twin ponytails pouted her delicate mouth, shaking the middle-aged man's arm, and said softly. Let me inquire, but that young man's talent is amazing, maybe it's not from Heavenly Dao Sect. The middle-aged man continued. I don't care, I want him. The girl with twin ponytails bit her lips slightly, her delicate cheeks were rosy. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, didn't say much, and then started to inquire about Chen Luo. Tianyun Mountain is in a mountain range that has almost turned into ruins. Smoke and dust are billowing everywhere here. Obviously, the air movement caused by the violent impact just now has not completely dissipated. Among the ruins, a middle-aged man with torn clothes crawled out of the ruins, his eyes were full of fear. The man was Song Yanglin, the master of Union Peak. At this time, his body was shaking constantly, and his body was dripping with blood. Peak Lord Union, are you really the one who asked the killer from Shura Hall to deal with Chen Luo? As soon as Song Yanglin climbed out, he heard an indifferent voice. Li Wudao brought Chen Luo and several other peak masters to Song Yanglin's side quickly, and the aura on his body was already firmly locked on Song Yanglin. Seeing the person coming, Song Yanglin's face became extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, it came here so soon. Chen Luo beside Li Wudao was holding Dong Yunshan in his hand, staring at Song Yanglin with cold eyes, not hiding the murderous intent in his eyes at all. Sect leader, I don't know. Song Yanglin suppressed his emotions and continued. Boom! Before Song Yanglin finished speaking, a fierce and unparalleled aura erupted from Li Wudao's body. The majestic momentum almost crushed the world, suppressing Song Yanglin completely. The other peak masters around Li Wudao, including Chen Luo, felt a very strong sense of oppression. You just have to answer yes or no. Li Wudao's voice then sounded in the ruins. Song Yanglin, who was severely suppressed, only felt his brain buzzing, and under the suppression of the majestic energy, he almost had no room for thinking. Yes, it's the killer I'm looking for. Song Yanglin then blurted out, his eyes were already dull, and his expression was in a trance. It's really Fengzhi Song. Fengzhi Song is really confused, it's too stupid to attack my own classmates. Yeah, things that can be solved with a little more resources, but they have to be so stiff. I think he sees Chen Luo as a bully, but he didn't expect to meet a ruthless one. The other peak masters around Li Wudao were all talking, and they looked at Song Yanglin with some pity. Sect leader, since this guy is looking for someone, then I will accept his life. Chen Luo continued to speak. Li Wudao nodded, since it was Song Yanglin who did it, then Song Yanglin should pay for what he did. The other peak masters around had no objections either. They can all see that Chen Luo's current strength is not at the same level as before. There is no need to say anything for a person who harmed his fellow disciples, even if they are both the peak masters of Heavenly Dao Sect. Boom! Just when Chen Luo was about to make a move, a fierce and unparalleled aura burst out not far away. The spiritual light penetrated Song Yanglin's whole body, and the violent qi machine instantly tore apart Song Yanglin's meridians and destroyed his qi si. Song Yanglin let out a heart-piercing scream. Everyone, my elder brother has done some excessive things. I have already abolished his meridians and qi si. I hope you can bypass my elder brother's life. We brothers will remember your affection and never step on it. Enter Heavenly Dao Sect. A heavy voice came from a distance, and a man in a purple robe appeared in front of everyone. Name, Song Yang Mu. Age, 356 years old. Realm, Saint Realm 9th Stage Day. Identity, Tianxian Sacred Land Elder. Physique, Blood Spirit King Physique. Qualification, Holy Product, Saint King's Capital. Song Yang Mu, the little brother of the Master of Union Peak. Chen Luo's eyes are slightly dimmed. Unexpectedly, his little brother also came out. Didn't you say you quit Tianxian Sacred Land? Why is it still the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land? The judgment of this system is very precise. If Song Yang Mu really withdraws, then the system will replace this identity with another identity, which cannot be the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land. Song Yang Mu stood in front of the crowd with an apologetic expression on his face. Although his tone was gentle, there was indeed a trace of disdain in his eyes. The other peak masters all looked at Song Yang Mu who suddenly appeared, with surprise in their eyes. Obviously, they did not expect Song Yang Mu to appear suddenly. Moreover, this guy was too decisive. He beat own brother into a useless person as soon as he appeared, and his posture was still so low. Chapter 28 My Dried Spirit Fruit Confiscated. Song fellow Daoist, you have to discuss this matter with Lord Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and now the Master Chen is in charge of the matter. Li Wudao didn't care about Song Yang Mu's words and continued. Song Yanglin was dealing with Chen Luo, and Chen Luo should decide Song Yanglin's fate. If Chen Luo really wanted to let Song Yanglin die, Li Wudao would not have any objections. Song Yang Mu frowned slightly, and discussed with Chen Luo, will that guy agree? However, there is no other way now. Chen Fengzhu, my brother is not sensible, so. Song Yang Mu suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and then looked at Chen Luo beside him. But, there is no shadow of Chen Luo in front of him. Where is Chen Luo? Song Yang Mu's pupil shrank. Shua shua shua. At this moment, there was a sound of sword qi crisscrossing behind Song Yang Mu. It seems that there are countless sword qi tearing something apart. In a moment, broken flesh and blood splashed everywhere, and a strong smell of blood immediately filled the entire ruins. Song Yang Mu felt bad, and looked back. The sky full of flesh and blood, Brother Own, was cut into pieces by a sudden sword intent. Song Yanglin, who was dying before, was completely gone at this time, only the sky filled with flesh and blood. Not far from the sky full of flesh and blood, there is another handsome young man who looks like a banished immortal. You, just now, what did you want to say? Chen Luo raised his head slowly, and looked at Song Yang Mu not far away with a puzzled expression. Big brother. Song Yang Mu's voice was extremely shrill, the veins on his forehead were bulging, his eyes were red, and his body was trembling constantly. The scene in front of him almost made Song Yang Mu lose his mind. He didn't expect that Chen Luo would be so courageous. After he appeared, he dared to kill Brother Own, how dare he? The other peak masters around looked at the scene in astonishment. Song Yang Mu was decisive, and this Chen Luo was even more decisive. Quietly, the deposed Song Yanglin was dealt with. It seems that in the future, we must be careful of this Fengzhu Chen, he is really ruthless. Shu Yuohu next to her blinked her charming eyes, and looked at Chen Luo with splendor in her eyes. She also didn't expect Chen Luo to make a sudden move. Such a man is. Shu Yuohu didn't know what to think of, but felt that Own's face was hot. Chen Luo, do you know what you are doing? Song Yangmiu couldn't hold back anymore, and stared at Chen Luo angrily. The fierce light in his eyes almost swallowed Chen Luo completely. I'm cleaning up the house, don't worry, your big brother died peacefully without any pain. Chen Luo smiled slightly, as if he just did a trivial thing. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Song Yangmiu became even more crazy, his body trembled constantly, and his lips were completely bitten by On's teeth. You did a good job, I remember you. Song Yangmiu forcibly suppressed the extreme killing intent in his heart, and said tremblingly. After Song Yangmiu finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and left the ruins without looking back. Just leave? Chen Luo's eyes were dimmed, and he wanted to provoke this guy to do something and deal with him here, but he didn't expect that this guy could bear it. However, you can bear it, but I can't bear it. For this kind of guy, Chen Luo didn't want to just let it go. He killed his big brother himself and let him run away. Maybe something wrong would happen later. Cutting the grass does not remove the roots, and the spring breeze blows again. Chen Luo does not want to wait for the follow-up troubles. Sect leader, I remembered that I haven't harvested the dried spiritual fruit from Heavenly Bamboo Peak yet, I have to collect it. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said solemnly to Li Wuodao. Dried spiritual fruit. The corners of the peak masters around were all twitching slightly, looking for an excuse to leave. Can they find a more reasonable one? Who the hell would dry the precious spiritual fruit? Isn't this an innocent prodigal son? Moreover, you are as poor as Heavenly Bamboo Peak, where there is no spiritual fruit, let alone dried spiritual fruit, that is even more possible. Go, hurry back, don't miss the acceptance ceremony. Li Wuodao took a deep look at Chen Luo, and said slowly. Chen Luo nodded, and then fled towards the distance. Okay, let's go on to host the disciple acceptance ceremony. Also, no one is allowed to say what happened today, do you understand what I mean? After Chen Luo left, Li Wuodao looked at the peak masters around him and said calmly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Damn, it's Chen Luo, I swear, I will definitely make you pay the price, my big brother will not die in vain, and Heavenly Dao Sect, don't even think about it. In the outer area of Heavenly Dao Sect, Song Yangmiu kept flying away towards the distance, his eyes were full of fierceness. Song Yangmiu didn't expect that he just wanted to come to Heavenly Dao Sect. Let own big brother lose his life. The result of this matter was completely beyond his imagination. However, now is not the time to be angry, you have to report the matter first. After a while, Song Yangmiu flew to a hidden mountain forest on the outskirts, and stopped in the mountain forest. Immediately afterwards, Song Yangmiu took out a grey and white statue. Spirit power was slowly injected into it, and a white smoke appeared from the statue. There seemed to be a shadow in the smoke, slowly getting out of the smoke. Where is the dragon vein? You failed. A hoarse voice came from above the shadow. Yes, Great Elder, I have failed, but I have. Song Yangmiu knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Enough is enough, I don't want to hear your explanation, such a small task can fail, what a waste. The shadow made a deep sound, and Song Yangmiu's expression suddenly became terrified, more terrified than his little brother died. Song Yangmiu's entry into Heavenly Dao Sect at this time was ordered by the elder of Fengtiangsuan Sacred Land, and he wanted to draw 2 dragon veins to return to Tianxian Sacred Land to dedicate to the elder. Song Yanglin had already agreed, and after Song Yangmiu also became the master of a peak, they left Heavenly Dao Sect with the dragon veins and went to Tianxian Sacred Land. I thought it was an easy and sure thing, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this in the end. Not only did he not get the dragon vein, but his own little brother also lost it. Big Elder, give me another chance, I will succeed. Song Yangmiu kept kowtowing on the ground, begging the Big Elder. Okay, since you failed, come back quickly, I have other things for you to do. Shadow then said lightly, without the slightest emotion in his tone. After speaking, it dissipated and returned to the statue. Song Yangmu heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had passed through an extremely difficult moment. Chen Luo, wait, you will definitely regret it. Song Yangmu then put away the statue, and was about to flee into the distance. Make me regret it? I'm afraid, you don't have this chance. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in the forest. Chapter 29 Cutting Song Yangmu. Song Yangmu suddenly felt the hairs all over his body stand on end, as if he was being targeted by something terrifying. This voice is Chen Luo. Swish swish swish. Along with this sound came waves of sword qi with a terrifying aura. Sword qi covered the area where Song Yangmu was with a terrifying impact. Song Yangmu's heart sank, and his body quickly dodged, but the area covered by sword qi was really too big. Even though Song Yanglin's reaction was very quick, he was still hit by the terrifying sword qi. Countless sword qi impacted the entire mountain forest like shooting stars. Soon, the mountain forest became dilapidated everywhere, and there were many sword qi torn wounds on Song Yangmu's body. Chen Luo, you really think I'm afraid of you? Song Yangmu activated the spirit power in his body, suppressed On's wound, and shouted. Swish swish swish. Chen Luo didn't respond, and more sword qi followed. Countless sword qi shot towards Song Yangmu's area. Song Yangmu doesn't know where Chen Luo is now, so he can only keep dodging and resisting while looking for Chen Luo's location. However, Chen Luo definitely won't give him a chance to own himself. Constantly using the Zhantian sword art in the dark, bombarding the bottom. Another hidden area in the forest, Chen Luo carefully hides it. Although Chen Luo is very confident in his own strength, this Song Yangmu is, after all, the supreme powerhouse of the Saint Ninth Stage. Moreover, he is still a very strong blood spirit king physique. I don't know what cards he has, so it's better to be cautious. Chen Luo didn't want to capsize the boat here. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took out a disc exuding mysterious energy from his own interspatial ring again. This disc is one of the sign-in rewards that Chen Luo has obtained these days for the Saint-level Thunder Dao killing formation. Possesses extremely strong power of thunder, forming a killing formation that can destroy everything. Chen Luo then urged Yuan Pan, and immediately, under Chen Luo's urging, Yuan Pan flew towards the mountain forest that was almost turned into ruins. Boom! A moment later, the Thunder Dao killing formation was completely activated, and a burst of terrifying aura erupted from the disc. A burst of suppressing energy quickly enveloped the area where Song Yangmu was. Song Yangmu, who was dodging Chen Luo's sword qi, suddenly felt a terrifying aura appearing from above. Under the suppression of this terrifying aura, Song Yangmu's speed was greatly affected, and he couldn't dodge Chen Luo's sword qi at all. This guy, what method is he going to use? Song Yangmu was already a bit regretful at this time. He knew that he should leave directly, and he would report when he was in a safe place. Now, put yourself in such a dangerous situation. What the disc on it is not yet known. Immediately afterwards, the Lei Dao killing formation erupted with bursts of terrifying thunder light, bombarding towards the place covered by the Lei Dao killing formation. Immediately, the entire area was enveloped and bombarded by countless thunder powers. The domineering power of thunder almost destroys everything. Song Yangmu was instantly hit by the force of thunder, and pain and anger filled his whole body. He didn't expect that one day he would encounter such a situation. Chen Luo, come out for me, what's your skill in hiding in the dark? It's like a one-on-one duel. Song Yangmu, who was enveloped by the Thunder Dao killing array, said angrily. At this time, the clothes on his body had been blasted into pieces, his whole body was scorched black, and his breath became extremely disordered. Under the bombardment of the Lei Dao killing formation, even if Song Yangmu had aroused the power of the Blood Spirit King body, he was still unable to resist. This Thunder Dao killing formation is a high-rank holy rank formation, and it is no problem against Saint King level powerhouses. To deal with him, a Saint 9th stage guy, it's simply not too crushing. One-on-one, I'll wait for you outside, as long as you survive, I'll fight you one-on-one. Chen Luo continued. You. Song Yangmu only felt anxious, and at this moment, another terrifying and unparalleled thunder force bombarded him. Song Yangmu was hit hard, and his body fell into the ruins. Followed by, there are more powers of thunder. Under the bombardment of the terrifying thunder force, Song Yangmu's heart became more and more desperate. He knew very well that if this continues, let alone revenge, his own life will really hang here. Chen Luo, as long as you let me go, I can recommend you to enter Tianxian sacred land. I have a lot of treasures on me, and there is also a secret technique inherited from the Purple Emblem Great Emperor. As long as you let me go, these are all yours. Song Yangmu then gritted his teeth and said, the hatred for Chen Luo in his heart had reached the extreme. Shabai, whoever wants to join your Tianxian sacred land, kill you, those treasures of yours are also mine. Chen Luo's mocking voice sounded in Song Yangmu's ear. Chen Luo, percent, number percent yuan, percent, at asterisk. Hearing Chen Luo's voice, Song Yangmu couldn't bear it anymore, his heart was completely desperate, and he began to breathe out fragrance. Even being bombarded by Lei Dao's killing array, he couldn't stop him from yelling. Chen Luo shook his head slightly, ignoring Song Yangmu's scolding at all, but continued to urge Lei Dao to kill and bombard. Half a quarter of an hour later, there was no more movement in the Lei Dao killing formation. Only with the bombardment of the power of thunder, Song Yangmu's body inside was completely turned into coke by the power of thunder. Boom, dead? Chen Luo's mental energy scanned in and saw the scene inside. Forget it, just to be on the safe side, let's destroy the corpse too. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, and then he took out his own yin and yang holy spirit sword, and erupted with a terrifying sword qi. Swish swish swish. Song Yangmu's body was immediately sliced into pieces by the terrifying sword qi, black coke splashed everywhere. This should be all right, Chen Luo then put away the killing array and holy sword, and began to search for the spoils left by Song Yangmu. Soon, Chen Luo found an interspatial ring in the ruins of the mountain forest that had been blasted into a mess. In the interspatial ring, there are a large number of top-quality spirit stones, the number is tens of thousands, and there are many other treasures, all of which are priceless. Not bad, as expected of the elder of Tianxian sacred land, he is indeed rich, much better than those poor ghosts in Tianfeng city before. Chen Luo then found a purple gold jade pendant at the corner of Song Yangmu's interspatial ring. Chapter 30 Purple Emblem Star Soul Art. This jade pendant contains bursts of mysterious energy. Chen Luo's mental energy probed into it, and immediately discovered that this is the inheritance secret technique of the Purple Emblem Great Emperor that Song Yangmu mentioned. Purple Emblem Star Soul Technique, Emperor Level Secret Technique, using the power of Universe Star to create a Star Soul. Not bad, it is really an Emperor Level Secret Technique, this Song Yangmu is not lying. It is also an extremely precious soul forging secret technique, which can increase mental energy, and its value is extremely precious. The Purple Emblem Great Emperor is a great emperor in the ancient times, with monstrous strength, and has a very deep research on the power of stars. His Purple Emblem Star Soul technique is even more famous as Ancient Desolate Continent. However, it has never been reported, and even the orthodox Purple Emblem Sacred Land left by the Purple Emblem Great Emperor does not have this secret technique. Where did this guy get the lost secret technique? Chen Luo also had a lot of doubts in his heart. A mere elder from Tianxian Sacred Land actually has this kind of secret technique, no one would believe it. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me, anyway, it is now in the hands of On. It's time to go back to the apprentice acceptance ceremony. Chen Luo's heart moved, this time the apprentice acceptance ceremony must find some apprentices. You can't miss it, you can't let good disciples be picked away by those peak masters. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo wiped away the own aura around him, and then left Tianyun Mountain. At this time, the Tianyun Mountain acceptance ceremony is still going on in full swing. There are already more and more testers climbing the ladder. Of course, there are also many who failed on the way to climb the ladder, and left Tianyun Mountain depressed. Sect leader, that peak Lord Chen will be fine, that Song Yang Mu is the king body of the Saint Ninth Stage Heaven, and he is very powerful. Above Tianyun Mountain, the charming Shu Yuou asked Li Wudao next to her. If you are worried, then go and see, how do I know? Li Wudao continued without raising his eyelids. Sect leader is really ruthless. Shu Yuou said quietly, looking at the direction Chen Luo was leaving, with a little worry in her eyes. The other peak masters around were carefully checking the many disciples below, picking out good seedlings, as if they had completely forgotten what happened below. Someone climbed to the 500th floor. You see, it seems to be two young people. They are too fast. Wo Cao, it's really true, those two people seem to have just climbed the ladder not long ago, and they climbed to the 500th floor in such a short time, it's so terrifying. These two disciples, we Xiao Ao Peak want. Hehe, what has Xiao Ao Peak become like for you? It would be a waste of money for you. Many peak masters around said, looking at the two young people on the ladder with extremely eager eyes. You can go up to the 500th floor now, and it's still in such a short time. Then, these two young people definitely have the potential to reach the top. Such an excellent disciple must be extremely liked by all major branches. At the 500th floor of the ladder, a man in white and a young man in black stood in the ladder, walking slowly towards the top. Compared to the hardships of others, they strolled leisurely, as if they were taking a walk, unhurriedly. The two were Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen. Brother Hua, you really didn't disappoint me. Ye Chen looked at Hua Yun Heavenly Dao in front of him. Brother Ye, you're not bad either. Hua Yuntian also had a strange look in his heart. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen could keep up with own. Regarding the strength of own talent, Hua Yuntian is extremely confident, and thinks that he will not lose to anyone. Unexpectedly, he met his opponent in this Heavenly Dao Sect trial. Brother Hua, next, I will work harder, I hope we will meet at the summit. Ye Chen said slowly, with a hint of a smile on his refined face. Well, see you at the top. Hua Yun Heavenly Dao. Immediately afterwards, the two exploded at a stronger speed and flew upwards. The high speed of the two attracted the attention of many people below. Many people looked at the two galloping with envy. On the ladder below, there is also a girl with twin ponytails wearing a light green dress. At this time, the girl also looked at Ye Chen and Hua Yuntian who were galloping fast above with a strange look on her face. It seems that I have to use my strength too, Mu Loli will not lose to anyone. The girl held her own powder fist, and then also burst out with strong strength, and quickly galloped towards the top of the ladder. The rapid advance of Ye Chen and Hua Yuntian seemed to sound the horn. The rhythm of climbing the ladder suddenly accelerated a lot. Many people who are still waiting below have all climbed up the ladder to participate in this trial. There are also quite a few amazing talents emerging from talent. The testers who climbed to the 500th floor are rising at an extremely fast rate. There are also many people who have recognized their own strength and finally gave up the trial. Wang Xin, do you really want to participate in this trial? You should know that you are immortal and it is impossible for you to set foot on the 500th floor. The comprehension you are proud of is basically a waste here. That sect will accept a piece of trash that Qi Si can't open. At the foot of Tianyun Mountain, a young man in brocade clothes spoke. Next to the boy in brocade clothes was a boy with a firm face who was dressed in commoner clothes. Brother Feng, you know, I have no way out, I don't believe in destiny, I just believe that my fate is up to me. The boy in sackcloth clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of determination. Wang Feng looked at the resolute young man in front of him, and wanted to speak again, but he didn't know what to say. He knew that he had no reason to stop Wang Xian from making any decisions. After Wang Xian finished speaking, he walked towards the top of the ladder. Boom! It's just that just as Wang Xian stepped onto the ladder, he was blasted away by a powerful force. He couldn't even enter the ladder on the first floor. This ladder is the treasure of Heavenly Dao Sect, with powerful spiritual pressure and spiritual pressure on it. The stronger the cultivation talent, the weaker the oppressive force caused by the ladder, and vice versa. Wang Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stepped on the ladder again fearlessly. However, they were still blown away without exception. Once, twice, 3 times. Wang Xian is still persisting. Quite a few people found out about Wang Xian's situation, and some people ridiculed and laughed at it at first. However, as Wang Xian persisted in going up the ladder, these ridicules gradually became less and less. Instead of some admiration, stick to it and keep it simple. However, persistence without results is not something everyone can do. The sky above Tianyun Mountain. Many peak masters are checking the trial situation below. You see, that mortal is quite persevering. He has failed many times, but he still persists. Well, I've seen it too, but mortals are mortals, and it's useless to persevere if you can't practice. Yet, let's look at others. There are quite a few spirit bodies among the testers this time. Our Heavenly Dao Sect will have a lot more talents. The peak masters in the sky spoke one after another. Brothers, I have taken back my dried spiritual fruit, do you want to taste it? At this moment, a clear voice resounded in the sky above Tianyun Mountain. Chapter 31 Dao Source Ascending Spirit Pond. On the other side of the sky, Chen Luo slowly walked over with a plate of dried 1000-year spiritual fruits in his hand. The surrounding peak owners were all stunned, looking at Chen Luo who was not far away. Shu Yuo's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Luo appear, and then she walked in Chen Luo's direction. Have you really gone to harvest the spiritual fruit? Shu Yuo looked at the dried spiritual fruit in Chen Luo's hand and said suspiciously. Yeah, otherwise why do you think I went? Chen Luo smiled slightly. Li Wudao next to him also turned his head, saw Chen Luo and the dried spiritual fruit in his hand, his eyes were fixed. It's really dried spiritual fruit. This kid really went to harvest spiritual fruits. Senior Sister Shu, do you want to try it? Although it's just dried linguine dried from the 1000-year lingering fruit, it tastes very good. Chen Luo looked at Chen Duo in the eyes of everyone, and continued. What? Dried spiritual fruit dried from 1000 years spiritual fruit? Shu Yuo was a little stunned. Immediately afterwards, he unconsciously picked up a piece of dried spiritual fruit and tasted it. Immediately, a burst of delicious fragrance and extremely rich spirit power exploded in Shu Yuo's taste buds. It really is the 1000-year spirit fruit. Shu Yuo looked at Chen Luo in front of her, feeling a little dazed. You, prodigal son, actually used 1000-year spiritual fruit to dry dried spiritual fruit. Shu Yuo said, the arc of her chest was turbulent, as if she was irritated by Chen Luo's operation. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. He eats spiritual fruit every day, why don't he eat it differently? Otherwise, how can I finish eating? While talking, Shu Yuo quickly wiped out Chen Luo's dried spiritual fruit. As soon as Shu Yuo's words came out, the other peak owners around were stunned, and then they all went to Chen Luo's side, trying Chen Luo's dried spiritual fruit. Wo Cao, junior brother Chen is so awesome, you actually use 1000-year spirit fruits to dry the spirit fruits. It turns out that dried spiritual fruit can be so delicious, I have learned a lot. I have to say, junior brother Chen will still enjoy it. 1000-year linguo drying linguo is really a talent, why didn't I think of it? Because you are poor. Many peak owners discussed while tasting Chen Luo's dried spiritual fruit. The 1000-year spirit fruit is an incomparably precious spirit fruit, containing extremely rich spirit power. Although many peak owners can't afford it, drying the dried spiritual fruit will cause a lot of spirit power to be lost. Although they can consume spiritual fruits, they really cannot afford to consume dried spiritual fruits. Chen Luo smiled and didn't express his opinion. Then, Chen Luo also prepared some for Li Wudao. Li Wudao did not refuse either, and tasted some. Brothers, if there are any talented disciples later, you should give them more opportunities. Don't dare to say anything else, dry spiritual fruit, enough. Chen Luo then said to the crowd. Many peak masters agreed with a smile. It's just some disciples. Heavenly Bamboo Peak needs manpower right now. Moreover, they all know Chen Luo's strength now, which can be described as unfathomable. Moreover, his age is also so young, the future must be boundless. Junior brother Chen, this dried spiritual fruit of yours is not just put away at all, it doesn't have any heat at all. Shu Yuohu said to Chen Luo quietly. Well, obviously, Chen Luo just left to deal with that Song Yang Mu. Although I don't know what the result will be, Chen Luo's return without injury is the best proof. As long as senior sister Shu likes it, it doesn't matter when he accepts it. Chen Luo continued. Immediately afterwards, everyone was eating dried spiritual fruit in the sky, while watching the trials of many trialists below. Ding! I detected the host's strong desire to grow Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and now release the task of recruiting apprentices. Within 3 days, 3 disciples with saints' resources will be recruited. The task reward, Dayuan Ascension to Spirit Pool. At this moment, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Chen Luo's mind. The system has issued a task again. Let me take 3 disciples with saints' capital within 3 days. Chen Luo raised his brows. There was nothing wrong with the mission, but what is this Dayuan Ascension to Spirit Pool? Ascension Pool containing the origin of Heavenly Dao. Dayuan Ascension Pool, the Ascension Pool contains the original power of Heavenly Dao. Only one person can be immersed in it at a time. Soaking in it for 7 days can transform a mortal body or ordinary body into a spiritual body. As if sensing Chen Luo's doubts, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again in Chen Luo's mind. Ordinary physique or mortal body can be promoted to spiritual body. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, he didn't expect such a treasure to exist. Although the Ancient Desolate Continent has many practitioners, the spirit body is still a powerful physique. All spirit bodies, as long as they don't die young, are qualified to achieve the realm of saint. With this Dayuan Ascension to Spirit Pond, I can get 4 apprentices with saint qualifications every month, and then these apprentices will practice again and return the cultivation effect. Chen Luo's heart was pounding. This is an artifact worth no less than an emperor's weapon, it must be taken down hard. With this, the own cultivation base must not rattle up the disciples who create a large number of saints' poses. However, you still have to complete the task first. Chen Luo then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, preparing to complete this task and accept 3 disciples of Saints' Capital. Senior Sister Shu, have you seen any good seedlings? Chen Luo then walked to Shu Yuohu's side and asked. At this time, Shu Yuohu was wearing a long purple dress, and she looked directly at the trial below with her delicate cheeks. Chen Luo stood beside her, and there seemed to be strands of musk-like fragrance coming from Shu Yuohu's side, invading Chen Luo's nasal cavity. Hey, of course there is. Look, those 2 guys look good. In less than half an hour, they have already reached the 800th floor, far ahead of the others. These 2 are probably about to reach the top. Shu Yuohu crossed her arms and looked down at Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen, who were steadily rising from the 800th floor. Chen Luo heard the words and looked at the 800th floor of the ladder, and he saw 2 young people. Name, Hua Yuntian. Age, 19. Realm, Good Fortune Realm 5th Stage Days. Identity, the successor of the Magic Pot, the former disciple of the Star Origin sect in the Central Territory, was later defeated by the desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan, and left the Star Origin sect. Physique, essence devouring demon physique. Qualification, holy product, capital of great saint. The successor of the magic pot? Defeated by the desolate ancient sacred body, the Yuan devourer, a fellow of the great saint. Chen Luo's tiny eyes, could it be another supporting role of destiny? Desolate ancient sacred body is a rather strange physique in ancient desolate continent. Although the name is very famous, but being cursed by the heavens, it is impossible to practice at all, and it is simply more than a mortal body. This Huayuntian was actually defeated by the desolate ancient sacred body. Did that Xiao Fan break the curse of heaven and earth? Chapter 32, both reach the top. It must be, otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat Huayuntian who possesses the Yuan devouring demon physique. From this point of view, Xiao Fan's method was not simple. Can break the curse. However, it doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with me, I just want to accept some disciples. Chen Luo felt a wave of thought in his heart. Chen Luo then looked at another young man in white. Name, Ye Chen. Age, 20. Realm, Good Fortune Realm 6th Stage Day. Identity, second young master of the Ye family, a member of the Saints of the Central Domain. Physique, innate sword body. Qualification, holy product, capital of great saint. Zhongaiyu Yejia Er young master, innate sword body. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he was another person with the capital of the great saint. Not bad, not bad, two top talents were discovered at once. Innate sword body is also a terrifying physique, which has a very high degree of fit for the way of the sword, and is a born saint of the way of the sword. These two disciples must be taken down, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Take these two disciples, and then take down a saint-funded disciple, and the task of recruiting apprentices is completed. The performance of these two people also attracted the attention of many other peak masters. Many peak masters looked at the two of them with extremely fiery expressions. Wherever this kind of talent's disciples are, they are all favorites. Although a good talent may not be able to grow up, it is still easier to grow up compared to those with a lower talent. Even sect leader Li Wuodao looked sideways at Ye Chen and Huayuntian who were far ahead. The two had climbed to the 900th floor at this time, and they were not far from reaching the top of the 1000th floor. Many other testers below also looked at the two with envy. Everyone could see that these two should be the two strongest talents in this apprenticeship ceremony, far away from the others. However, as the height of the two climbed higher and higher, the speed of the two began to slow down. The higher the ladder, the stronger the mental pressure and spiritual pressure it endures. Even if both of them are the arrogance of the astonishing talent, it is still unavoidable. Damn it, those two guys, relying on realm to climb so fast, if I am also good fortune realm, I will easily surpass you. On the 600th floor of the ladder, a fresh girl with twin ponytails is full of domineering spirit power, resisting the coercion around her. The girl is petite, but she is full of explosive power. Every time she jumps, she goes up several floors. Compared with other people in the same rank, her speed is also much faster. The performance of the girl also attracted the attention of many people. After all, she doesn't look very old, but talent is indeed quite amazing. With the slow passage of time, many testers have already climbed to the 500th floor and passed the assessment. Not everyone is able to move forward and continue to hit higher levels. There are many people whose talent strength is not enough to allow him to hit higher realms, 500 floors, 600 floors, and it is just their end point. It doesn't make any sense to continue to hit the top. Such people account for the vast majority. Many trainees who passed the assessment were arranged to the Cloud Square on the other side, waiting for the selection of other peak masters. The area of Union Square is also extremely lively. The Cloud Square is a suspended square opened by Heavenly Dao Sect in mid-air, where the testers who have passed the examination stay. There are many testers who have passed the test waiting here. There are hundreds of thousands of testers participating in the assessment. People from various places in the eastern region, and even people from other large regions also participated. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There are 9 huge stone tablets in the Cloud Square, all of which introduce the various situations of the 9 branches of Heavenly Dao Sect. The testers who came to participate all have a good understanding of Heavenly Dao Sect. However, the steel belonging to Union Peak has been shrouded by inexplicable power for the time being, and it has become extremely dim, without any information. I want to join the strongest Dao Yuan Feng. Only by joining the strongest branch can I become the strongest. Hehe, Dao Yuan Feng, do you think Dao Yuan Feng wants you? It's just reluctance. You have to try your best to pass the assessment. For such a talent, let's go to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Yet, there are only 2 people in Heavenly Bamboo Peak now, and it's almost gone downhill. As long as you go, you are absolutely required. Shabai, which peak is important? The 9 branches of the Heavenly Dao Sect are all top-level inheritances that have been passed down for 10,000 years, and there is no distinction between strength and weakness. There are no offshoots of trash, only trash cultivators. I understand. The many trainees in Union Square were extremely excited and talked about it one after another. They are all extremely looking forward to owning the future. After all, Heavenly Dao Sect is the top-tier sect under Sacred Land. Joining it, for those ordinary people, is no less than a carp jumping over the Dragon's Gate, gaining power all at once. Moreover, Heavenly Dao Sect treats all disciples in the sect equally, and will not treat you differently because of your prominent status or ordinary status. That's right. Hundreds of testers have passed the assessment now, and this time our Heavenly Dao Sect can grow again. Above Tianyun Mountain, the peak owner of Ling Xiao Peak said with a smile. That's right. Those who can climb the 500-story ladder are basically Xian-rank talents, and even many are Earth-rank talents, and even Tian-rank talents. It's been a long time since so many good seedlings have appeared. Dao Yuanfeng the Peak Master also opened his mouth. Many Peak Masters are beginning to look at those who have passed the test, and those are the mainstay of their sect's future. Chen Luo also looked at the end of the Cloud Plaza, using the own system function to investigate. It was found that there are many Earth grades, even disciples of Heaven grades. Even the disciples of the Holy grade found too. It seems that it should be quite simple to complete this task. Looking around in this way, Chen Luo also has a lot of confidence in his heart. There are still disciples with Holy grade qualifications. It is not too difficult to recruit 3 disciples in this apprenticeship ceremony. After all, aptitude only determines your upper limit and makes your road to becoming a strong person smoother. However, whether you can become the top strong person still depends on your personal chance. Everyone, those 2 people are going to climb to the top. A voice sounded. Everyone looked at the top of the ladder. At this time, countless brilliant rays of light appeared on the top of the ladder, and bright streamers flowed continuously on it. Hua Yuntian, who was dressed in black, and Ye Chen, a man in white, were both stepping on the 999th floor ladder. Just one step away from reaching the top. Boom! A moment later, a terrifying force erupted from both of them. With this terrifying power, the 2 stepped into the top of the ladder at the same time. Chapter 33 The Choice of the 2. As the 2 climbed to the top, bursts of mysterious power appeared at the top of the ladder and invaded their bodies. Moisturize their spirit and body. Although they reached the summit, the terrifying spiritual pressure and mental coercion still put a lot of load on their bodies. Now after being baptized by the mysterious power of the ladder, both of them are much better physically and mentally. The 2 then walked forward slowly. Congratulations to both of you for successfully reaching the summit. Now, you can choose to join the branch. After the 2 climbed to the top of the ladder, a soft voice came. Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen looked forward, and the peak masters of the major branches had all reached the top of the ladder at this time. All the peak masters looked at the two with fiery eyes. The seedling who climbed to the top, this has only appeared once in many previous trials. That person is the contemporary Heavenly Dao sect leader, Li Wudao. After him, there was no one who climbed to the top, and now, there are two more, but it doesn't make many peak owners eager. I believe that you have already learned about the major branches of our Heavenly Dao sect before participating in the trial. I will not introduce them one by one. Each branch has its own characteristics. You can choose it at will. It cannot be changed. Li Wudao's figure appeared in front of Ye Chen and Hua Yuntian. Behind Li Wudao are many peak masters. You should know the name of our De Yuan peak. Joining our branch is the best choice. De Yuan peak master said lightly, his eyes full of disdain. Our Ling Xiaofeng's offensive skills are unparalleled. Join our branch, and I can take you as personal disciples and teach them personally. Ling Xiaofeng said. We have many female disciples in Mingxia Peak, and all of them are unparalleled in beauty, you know. Shu Yuo smiled slightly. The peak masters of the major branches all opened their mouths, wanting the two to choose their branches. Ye Chen waited quietly at the side, listening respectfully to the words of the many peak masters, without the slightest change on his face. Hua Yuntian was much bolder, looking at the peak masters in front of him, sensing whether there was any change in the fragments of the magic pot in his mind. No, why, the fragments of the magic jar didn't move slightly. Hua Yuntian's heart sank. Sect leader, may I ask who is the one who cast that terrifying sword intent just now? Ye Chen then asked respectfully. The main peak masters looked at each other. That sword intent. That is Heavenly Bamboo Peak Lord of our Heavenly Dao sect, he should be here soon. Li Wudao then said slowly. Heavenly Bamboo Peak Lord. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Has the peak master not come yet? Hua Yuntian also breathed a sigh of relief, so let's see if it is the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. If not, it might not be the best choice to join Heavenly Dao sect. Immediately afterwards, both of them were not in a hurry to make a choice, and waited and thought on the spot. The many peak masters didn't care, they had already said what should be said, and it was beyond their ability to interfere with the choice the two made. After a while, a stream of light appeared not far away. A handsome and unparalleled young man who looks like a banished immortal gallops over quickly. Behind him, there was another woman in a purple dress with a stunning beauty and a graceful figure. Junior brother Chen Luo, you're finally here, and I'm just waiting for you. Shu Yuo said to Chen Luo with a smile on her face. That is the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Li Wudao said to Ye Chen next to him. At this time Hua Yuntian was completely attracted by Chen Luo. The fragments of the magic pot in his mind kept trembling. It's the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I'm not wrong, the piece of the magic pot wants me to choose Heavenly Bamboo Peak. I want to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Hua Yuntian said without hesitation, his eyes full of determination. As soon as Hua Yuntian's words came out, many peak masters around, including Ye Chen, were stunned. The owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak hasn't said anything yet, so why did he choose the owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Chen Luo himself was a little dazed, he just asked Li Yan'er to pick a few 10,000-year spiritual fruits. He wanted to use the 10,000-year fruit to attract these two people. Unexpectedly, before I made a move, one of them had already been overwhelmed by On's peerless appearance. Could it be that my domineering spirit has reached such a point? Chen Luo coughed lightly and looked at Hua Yuntian. It was found that Hua Yuntian's eyes were firmer than ever before, obviously extremely firm. Since you are willing to join my Heavenly Bamboo Peak, then you can worship me as your teacher and become my personal disciple. Chen Luo then said solemnly, looking directly at Hua Yuntian. Master, please accept my apprentice's bow. Hua Yuntian bowed without hesitation. Since you are willing to worship me as a teacher, this thing can be regarded as a small gift for you from the teacher. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then took out a bottle exuding strong spirit power and fragrance from his own interspatial ring 10,000-year spirit fruit. The moment the 10,000-year spirit fruit appeared, the spiritual chi of the entire area rose sharply. The rich fragrance and spirit power made everyone present feel that the inspiration in their bodies was constantly running. 10,000-year spiritual fruit. Junior brother Chen Luo, what a great handwriting, 10,000-year spiritual fruit. This is the spiritual fruit of 10,000 year. It's been a while since I saw it. Junior brother Chen Luo is really lucky. No wonder, dried with 1,000-year spiritual fruit, it turns out that there is such a treasure. The surrounding peak masters all spoke one after another, their eyes full of eagerness. 10,000-year spirit fruits are extremely precious, and contain terrifying spirit power, even for saint-level powerhouses, they have a great disdain for them. Chen Luo actually gave it directly to his own apprentice, which is really generous. Thank you, Master. Hua Yuntian also had a flash of fire in his eyes. I didn't expect this master to be so generous and directly gave 10,000-year spiritual fruit. This is your senior sister, Li Yan'er. Chen Luo gave Hua Yuntian the 10,000-year spirit fruit, and introduced Li Yan'er to Hua Yuntian. After Hua Yuntian received the 10,000-year spiritual fruit, he respectfully gave Li Yan'er the same salute. The surrounding peak masters all congratulated Chen Luo for receiving a good apprentice. After Hua Yuntian apprenticed to Chen Luo, the fragments of the magic pot in his mind stopped moving and returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host apprentice for breaking through to Good Fortune Realm, reward the apprentice with a big gift bag. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Another big gift bag. It seems that this big gift bag is available only if the apprentice's cultivation base reaches the Good Fortune Realm. Chen Luo thought in his heart, let's open it later, let's see if he can also get Ye Chen's S card. Ye Chen, what is your choice? Li Wudao then looked at Ye Chen. The other peak owners around also looked at Ye Chen eagerly. Now, Hua Yuntian has already belonged, and there is also Ye Chen, who is also the person who is determined by the talent who reached the top. I choose. Ye Chen looked at the many peak masters in front of him. Chapter 34 The Third Climber. In the end, Ye Chen also looked at Chen Luo. I choose, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Ye Chen's voice rang in everyone's ears. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. It seemed that the 10,000-year spiritual fruit he sent out would still have an effect. Didn't say anything, just lured another great saint-funded genius over. In this way, it is enough to complete 2 directly, and then accept a disciple with holy grade qualifications. It's Heavenly Bamboo Peak again, my god, Junior brother Chen Luo, you really. Junior brother Chen Luo, wait for those testers in Union Square, you can't pick them first, the promises you made before don't count, and you have picked 2 excellent seedlings. That's right, harvest 2 apprentices who have reached the top of talent in one fell swoop, and you can't pick them first. The peak masters next to him spoke one after another, and looked at Chen Luo with envious eyes. However, this is Ye Chen's own choice, and Chen Luo has the 10,000-year spiritual fruit, this advantage is too great. Moreover, they also recognized Chen Luo's strength, although they didn't know how strong Chen Luo was. However, the killer from Shura Palace was dealt with by Chen Luo, who also beheaded Song Yanglin. This strength is really strong. No problem, no problem. Chen Luo smiled slightly. After enjoying Chen Luo's dried spiritual fruit just now, many peak owners agreed to Chen Luo, and let Chen Luo choose the excellent seedlings first. Now that Chen Luo has directly accepted 2 extremely talented disciples, it is naturally unnecessary. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo also accepted Ye Chen as his personal disciple, and at the same time presented him with a 10,000-year spiritual fruit. Moreover, the system also gave a big gift package to the apprentice. When Chen Luo took out the 10,000-year spiritual fruit again, everyone's eyelids jumped wildly. They thought there was only one Chen Luo, but now another one appeared. Come on, everyone, this is the 1000-year spiritual fruit from Heavenly Bamboo Peak. I'll ask my disciple to bring it over, so everyone can have a taste. Chen Luo then took out a bunch of 1000-year spiritual fruit. The entire area is once again shrouded in endless spirit power. Many peak masters are not polite, eating the spiritual fruit brought out by Chen Luo. Eating Chen Luo's spiritual fruit brought everyone closer to Chen Luo. Chen Luo didn't care about these spirit fruits. After signing in for more than a month, there are now a lot of 1000-year spirit fruit trees in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There are quite a few. Chen Luo is too lazy to plant them. They are still in the system space and have not been taken out. It is quite cost-effective for Chen Luo to use some spiritual fruits that he doesn't care about to improve the relationship with the other peak masters of Heavenly Dao Sect. After all, Chen Luo wants to establish a foothold in Heavenly Dao Sect to manage his own Heavenly Bamboo Peak well, and to establish a good relationship with the peak masters of the same level. It is always right. Not far away, Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen looked at each other. This master is a bit fat. It seems that he carries so many 1000-year spirit fruits with him. Second junior brother, third junior brother, eat some too. Li Yan'er also took out some spiritual fruits and handed them to Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen. Both of them were the result of respect and tasted it. Senior sister, why don't you eat? Ye Chenjian and Li Yan'er asked without any intention of eating. I don't want to eat now. Li Yan'er blinked and continued. Li Yan'er is at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, eating spiritual fruit every day to practice. Now, when I see the spirit fruit, I feel a little. I really don't want to eat it at all. Both Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen didn't care, and continued to eat the spiritual fruit, absorbing the spirit power of the spiritual fruit to enhance their own cultivation base. Not bad, not bad. With 2 more apprentices, the speed of cultivation has directly increased. Chen Luo felt the ever-increasing spirit power in his body, and felt extremely happy. By the way, let's see what's in this big gift bag. Chen Luo remembered that 2 big gift packages had just been distributed. Now that I have time, I can take a look. Opening the apprentice gift bag, Chen Luo muttered in his heart. Ding, the big gift package is being opened, please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate holy rank cultivation technique, the soul-swallowing Heavenly Devil Sutra. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy rank high-grade martial arts, and the demon spirit overturning heaven seal. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the middle grade holy rank medicine pill, Ling Yuan holy pill * 100 bottles. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate holy rank cultivation technique, Holy Spirit Innate Sutra. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy rank high-grade martial art, the Desolate Sword Art. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the middle grade holy rank medicine pill, Ling Yuan holy pill * 100 bottles. It seems to be suitable for the cultivation technique martial arts of these 2 disciples. Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic. Just leave it there and give it to them when you get back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There won't be another summit climber today, my god. At this moment, a burst of exclamation interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts. The peak master of Ling Xiaofeng couldn't hold the spiritual fruit in his hand steadily, so he looked straight at the ladder. At the same time, the other peak masters also looked at the ladder. In the area of the 800th floor, a fresh girl in light green long skirt and twin ponytails was slowly heading towards the top of the ladder. Although the speed is not fast, every step is extremely firm, and the majestic spiritual coercion and spiritual pressure around her can't stop her steps at all. Chen Luo also looked at the girl, and turned on the own system detection function. Name, Mululi. Age, 16 years old. Realm, Nirvana Realm 2nd Stage Day. Identity, the 9th Princess of the Phoenix Clan. Physique, the body of the Phoenix. Qualification, Divine Grade, Capital of Quasi-Emperor. The capital of the Quasi-Emperor, Mululi, the 9 princesses of the Phoenix clan, Chen Luo was stunned. Is there any mistake? A guy from the Phoenix family came to Heavenly Dao Sect, a sect that is not even sacred land, to learn from him. Chen Luo is a bit messy. Could it be that the Heavenly Dao Sect is really a hidden top-level sect? The Phoenix clan is one of the most powerful monster clans in the Ancient Desolate Continent, and its strength is not inferior to some top sacred land level forces, and even stronger. Weeping. At this moment, a sharp phoenix cry suddenly came out of the girl who was climbing the ladder. This voice went straight into the sky, making the entire sky seem to be filled with a burst of glare. The many peak masters at the top of the ladder felt a throbbing in their hearts. This little girl is not simple. She has a terrifying power and her potential is limitless. Yeah, that breath, I just checked it out, but I felt a little scared. This little girl has a lot of background, we have to carefully consider her belonging. Many peak masters discussed in a low voice, looking at the girl with serious eyes. At this moment, a phantom of Phoenix suddenly appeared behind Mu Luli, and Mu Luli's steps to climb the ladder suddenly accelerated. Swish swish swish. After one breath, Mu Luli climbed to the top of the ladder in an instant. Chapter 35 Mission complete. All the peak masters stared blankly at the girl who suddenly appeared in front of them. What happened? Why did it come up all of a sudden? Wasn't it still on the 800th floor just now? How did it reach the top in an instant? Chen Luo was also looking at the girl in front of him. Just now he sensed a terrifying force in Mu Luli's body. It was that power that allowed Mu Luli to cross the ladder and reach the peak in an instant. Sorry, I accidentally activated the bloodline power in my body just now, how about I log in again? Mu Luli saw that many peak masters looked at her strangely, and then said quietly. Log in again? Everyone's eyelids are twitching wildly, and they want to board again. Little girl, are you a member of the Phoenix clan? Li Wudao, who was not far away, continued to speak slowly, and looked at Mu Luli. Many peak masters around frowned. Phoenix clan? Li sect leader, that's right, Xiaoju belongs to the Phoenix family. At this moment, a clear voice came from not far away. A stream of light flashed, and suddenly, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe appeared in front of Li Wudao, cupped fist. Name, Mu Dongming. Age, 983 years old. Realm, Saint King Realm 8th Stage Days. Identity, Elder of the Phoenix family. Physique, Physique of the Phoenix. Qualification, Holy Product, Capital of Great Saint. Is it the Elder of the Phoenix family? The body of the Phoenix, Chen Luo's eyes are small. It seems that he came with the little Phoenix girl. I don't know who you are. Li Wudao asked, his eyes fixed on the middle-aged man who appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Mu Dongming introduced the identities of himself and Mu Luli, and the situation he was facing now. It turned out that Mu Luli's branch was undergoing a change, and they wanted Mu Luli to join Heavenly Dao Sect. Originally, Mu Dongming asked Mu Luli to hide his own identity and keep a low profile so as not to cause too many emergencies. Unexpectedly, it was accidentally exposed in the end. It turned out to be from the Phoenix family. No wonder, talent is so strong, he directly rushed to the top. The one just now should be the bloodline power of the Phoenix family. It's so strong, it completely crushes everything. Yet, little Phoenix girl, talent is too strong. Many peak masters commented, looking at Mu Luli with extremely curious eyes. As one of the top demon clans in the Ancient Desolate Continent, the Phoenix clan has a noble status and powerful influence, and rarely appears in the eastern region of the Ancient Desolate Continent. Even in the most prosperous central region of the Ancient Desolate Continent, there are very few Phoenix tribesmen. I don't know if the noble sect can accept Xiaoju. After Xiaoju succeeds in becoming a teacher in the future, our Phoenix family will definitely be rewarded. Mu Dongming then said, looking at Li Wudao in front of him respectfully. Originally, Mu Dongming thought that Li Wudao was just an ordinary saint-level powerhouse, but now it seems that this Li Wudao is not simple. Of course, no problem, as long as you pass the assessment, you can join our Heavenly Dao Sect. Li Wudao then said, neither humble nor overbearing. Chen Luo raised his brows. This sect leader is quite courageous. This little princess of the Phoenix clan joined the Heavenly Dao Sect. There must be troubles, and letting her initiate without the slightest hesitation obviously has the means to fear everything. Since Li sect leader is willing to accept Xiaoju, then I can rest assured. Mu Dongming said with a slight smile. Mu Luli, who was not far away, also breathed a sigh of relief. If she couldn't join because she had exposed her strength, it would be troublesome. The other peak masters around are all with different expressions, members of the Phoenix clan, although talent is very good, but not all of them have the ability to teach. Miss Mu, you have successfully climbed to the top of the ladder, you can choose any branch to join. Li Wudao then looked at the beautiful girl not far away. Mu Luli nodded, then bit her red lips slightly, and looked at the many peak masters around her. When she saw Chen Luo, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Lord Heavenly Bamboo Peak, sure enough, this is that handsome little big brother. I decided, it's you. I want to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Mu Luli said without hesitation. Everyone has weird faces, this Heavenly Bamboo Peak owner has recruited 3 top talents in one day. There is also a member of the Phoenix family, who is really too strong. However, there are not many people who are envious, although they are indeed envious of the first 2 disciples who reached the summit. However, this little Phoenix girl is obviously not someone who can be calmed down easily. If you really accept this little girl, you will probably have a lot of headaches in the follow-up. Chen Luo blinked, it was me again. Junior brother Chen, it seems that your charm is extraordinary. Shu Yuohu glanced at Chen Luo and continued. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, this really has nothing to do with me, I haven't exerted myself yet, she delivered it herself. Chen Fengzhu, I wonder if you are willing to accept Luo Li as a disciple. Mu Dongming then looked at Chen Luo. No problem, Luo Li, since you want to join, then I will accept you as my 4th personal disciple. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. This kind of disciple of the quasi-emperor's talent who came to the door for nothing, don't want it for nothing. Even if there are some troubles, so what, as long as you become stronger fast enough, troubles will not be troubles. Disciple Mu Luli, pay respects to master. Mu Luli then saluted Chen Luo respectfully. Just now your 2 senior brothers accepted my presence, and you can't miss it. You can accept this 10,000-year spiritual fruit. Chen Luo then took out a 10,000-year spiritual fruit and handed it to Mu Luli. 10,000-year spirit fruit, this one is different from what I investigated. Mu Luli is a little messy, doesn't it mean that Heavenly Bamboo Peak is so poor that only the peak is left? How to get rid of it is 10,000-year spirit fruit. Mu Dongming also looked at Chen Luo in surprise. This is different from the result of his investigation, but Mu Dongming didn't care. He asked Mu Luli to join Heavenly Dao Sect to find a place to live. As for whether he could learn something, Mu Dongming didn't force it. Thank you, Master. Mu Luli suppressed the thoughts in her heart, then took the 10,000-year fruit, and said respectfully. The other peak masters are already numb at this time, another 10,000-year spiritual fruit. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of accepting apprentices, and reward Dayuan for ascending to the spirit pool. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Not bad, finally completed the task. With this, disciples of Saints Capital can be mass-produced, and their own strength can be quickly improved. Okay, I won't wait here with you guys anymore, I'm going to Union Square to choose disciples. That's right, the 3 good seedlings were all taken away by junior brother Chen Luo, the good seedlings in Union Square, you can't miss it. I'll go too, hurry up and recruit a few disciples with holy grade qualifications. Chapter 36 A Little Lesson. Soon, some of the peak masters at the top of the ladder left and went to Union Square to collect other disciples. Chen Luo didn't care either. Now that the system task was completed, and with Dai Yuan ascension to Spirit Pond, Chen Luo didn't have much thought about his disciples' talent. It doesn't matter if you let them choose first, you can upgrade the spirit body in batches. Junior brother Chen Luo, congratulations, you have got 3 such outstanding apprentices as talent, your heavenly bamboo peak is really going to regain its glory. Shu Yuohu came to Chen Luo's side and smiled. Talent doesn't mean everything, senior sister Shu, don't you go to Union Square to recruit some disciples? Chen Luo asked. Shu Yuohu stretched her waist, and the beautiful arc was suddenly exaggerated by this action. Don't worry, what's mine is mine after all, what's not mine, it's useless to force it, just follow fate. Shu Yuohu said with a smile. Junior brother Chen, don't let her talk nonsense, she has already sent her disciples to choose. The owner of Xiaoao Peak not far away said quietly. Chen Luo. Old man, will you die if you don't take down my desk? Shu Yuohu glared at Xiaoao Peak master, and said fiercely. Xiaoao Peak's eyelids twitched wildly, this Mingxia Peak's master is really too tough. That's right, I can also let Yanner choose the apprentice, I am too lazy to find it by myself, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Moreover, Li Yanner was the true biography of the Water Misty sect before, and is quite familiar with these things. Now that the task is completed, the selection of disciples does not need to be too strict. No need to look at aptitude, as long as the heart can pass the test, Dai Yuan ascension to the spirit pool can improve their talent. Yanner, take your 2 juniors to select some disciples. Talent is second, it mainly depends on character, and don't be too old. Chen Luo then turned to Li Yanner and the 2 new recruits. Disciple said. Yes, master. Li Yanner nodded, and then took Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen to Union Plaza to select Heavenly Bamboo Peak's disciples. Not far away, Mu Luli was obediently beside Mu Dongming, obviously Mu Dongming was explaining something. Soon, the sect leader and other peak owners also left, leaving only Chen Luo, Mu Luli and Mu Dongming at the top of the ladder. Chen Fengzhu, Luo Li will be handed over to you. If she is naughty, I will beat her hard. After a while, Mu Dongming finished explaining the matter, and then slowly said to Chen Luo. Mu Luli stood beside Chen Luo, cute, like a delicate porcelain doll. Don't worry, I won't be polite. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Chen Luo wouldn't spoil her just because she was a princess of the Phoenix clan, she was going to be beaten up anyway. This is the token of our Phoenix family. If you encounter a crisis that cannot be solved, you can crush this token. Soon, people from our Phoenix family will solve it. Mu Dongming then took out a fiery red jade pendant and handed it to Chen Luo. This jade pendant is engraved with a mysterious rune and a phoenix group, which looks quite extraordinary. Chen Luo accepted it unceremoniously. Immediately afterwards, after Mu Dongming explained some more things, he left directly. Only Chen Luo and Mu Luli were left at the top of the ladder. Not long after Mu Dongming left, a sly look appeared in Mu Luli's eyes, and she stared straight at Chen Luo. Let's go to Union Plaza to pick some disciples from Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo then said to Mu Luli who was next to him. Master, do you have a companion? Mu Luli ignored Chen Luo's words, but came to Chen Luo's side, hugged Chen Luo's arm, and shook it gently. A soft touch permeated Chen Luo's arm. And bursts of delicate fragrance entered Chen Luo's nostrils. Not only that, but there seemed to be an extremely mysterious power in Mu Luli's body, which constantly circulated around Chen Luo. This power seemed to arouse some emotions in Chen Luo's body, but it was easily dispelled by Chen Luo. Luo Li, if you do this again, I will beat you up. Chen Luo turned around and said to Mu Luli seriously. Master, what are you talking about? Did I do something wrong? At this time, Mu Luli was slim and tall, holding Chen Luo's arm, blinking her big eyes, and looking at Chen Luo innocently. There is still a slight difference in height between the two of them. Chen Luo lowered his head slightly, and he could see the slightly undulating arc under the light green skirt. That delicate appearance makes people feel especially pitiful. Chen Luo raised his brows, pretending to be like me. It seems that it is impossible not to teach you a lesson. Clap clap. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo stretched out his own palm and slapped Mu Luli's directly. There was a slapping sound, and Mu Luli suddenly felt a burst of pain. Woohoo, master, it hurts, I don't dare anymore, I don't need charm. Mu Luli cried, her face turned rosy, and she quickly put away her own charm. It turned out that just now Mu Luli used the own charm to disturb Chen Luo's mind. However, Chen Luo had practiced Dian Shenshu, and his spiritual perception was extremely obvious, and Chen Luo discovered it in an instant. Mu Luli begged for mercy softly, but Chen Luo obviously wouldn't let it go easily. If you don't lead her on the right path at such a young age, you will have it in the future. Although Chen Luo didn't use spirit power, Chen Luo's chaos divine body is extremely powerful, but the physical strength is not something Mu Luli can easily bear. Soon, Mu Luli's eyes were full of tears, she bit her red lips and looked at Chen Luo, she looked charming and pitiful. Master, I dare not, I really dare not. Mu Luli was crying pear blossoms with rain, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she also had bursts of strange feelings. Phoenix little princess. Or spank her eh? If you use this method against me next time, it won't be as simple as spanking your butt a few times. After a long while, Chen Luo stopped, still unsatisfied. This little girl looks delicate, but she feels good in the hand, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. Yes, master, I understand. Mu Luli bit her own red lips slightly, and looked at Chen Luo pitifully. The reddish pretty face and eyes full of resentment looked extremely thrilling. Although she is just a girl who has not yet bloomed, she already has a temperament that is all over the country. There seemed to be a strange feeling in Mu Luli's heart again, this feeling of being beaten, it seemed. Okay, let's go to Union Square to have a look. Chen Luo then said to Mu Luli. Mu Luli nodded obediently, not daring to do it again. Chapter 37 Saint Realm 6th Stage Day. As time goes by, more and more trainees passed the assessment. Of course, there were also many trainees who had no hope of passing the assessment and left Tianyun Mountain directly. Many disciples of Union Plaza also joined each peak under the selection of major branches. Yanner, what's the situation now? Chen Luo came to Li Yanner's side and asked. Mu Luli was by Chen Luo's side like a well-behaved kitten. Master, in the Union Square, we found 5 disciples with holy qualifications, but they were all taken away by other peaks. I only recruited some disciples with heavenly and earthly qualifications. Li Yanner apologized. The way. Have all 5 disciples with holy grade qualifications been taken away? Chen Luo frowned, then looked around. It was found that there were 40 or 50 disciples under the steels of the other 7 branches, and some of them were particularly outstanding talents, reaching the qualifications of saints. Dao Yuanfeng even had 2 saint-worthy disciples. On the other hand, under the stone tablet of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, there are only less than 20 disciples, and none of them are holy talents. Even there are only 3 heavenly grade talents, and the others are earth grade and mysterious grade. Although the branches of Union Square choose their disciples, the disciples also have a certain degree of selectivity. If the disciple selected by the branch is unwilling to join, there is still a chance to be selected by other branches. It's all right, don't worry about the talent, just pick some young ones with extraordinary temperament. Chen Luo then instructed Li Yanner. Yes, master, I understand. Li Yanner nodded, and followed Chen Luo's instructions to find qualified disciples. Chen Luo waited here bored, and at the same time looked for any good seedlings that were missed by other peaks. However, after walking around, I found that the eyes of these peak masters are very vicious. The disciples with saints qualifications and heaven grade qualifications were all selected away, and most of the rest were earth grade and mysterious grade disciples. These old foxes, Chen Luo shook his head slightly. After knowing that he couldn't pick up the leaks, Chen Luo also stopped searching, and waited for the end of the disciple acceptance ceremony on the other side of the cloud square. Mu Luli seemed to be frightened by Chen Luo's previous behavior, so she was very obedient and followed Chen Luo's side all the time. Beat his back and rub his shoulders, serve him tea and water, and look like a pure and charming little maid. If people from the Phoenix family saw Mu Luli being so cute, they would definitely be shocked. Although Mu Luli is young, pure, and charming, but in the Phoenix clan, she is a little devil that everyone fears. Master, this is the unique Fengling tea of our Phoenix family. Please taste it. Mu Luli brewed a cup of spirit tea with a strong fragrance, and brought it to Chen Luo. This spiritual tea exudes a strong fragrance, which looks extremely refreshing. Chen Luo looked at the girl in front of him and was extremely satisfied. Sure enough, he still needed to be beaten up. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo drank the spirit tea that Mu Luli was holding in one gulp. After drinking the spiritual tea, suddenly, a surge of spirit power circulated crazily in Chen Luo's body. This spirit power is too fierce, Chen Luo only feels that there are countless flames burning in his body. The spirit power containing scorching air seems to have ignited Chen Luo's spirit power, causing Chen Luo's spirit power to increase rapidly. A hint of cunning flashed across Mu Luli's eyes, asking you to spank my this will let you taste my strength. This Fengling tea is Mu Luli's unique tea, and it contains extremely overbearing phoenix spirit power, although it has very great benefits. However, the phoenix spirit power contained in it has extremely strong flame power. Drinking this tea is an extreme test of physical strength and cultivation base. If there is not enough preparation, there will be no small ugly. This tea, the domineering spirit power, Chen Luo's microscopic eyes, under the raging of this phoenix spirit power, Chen Luo feels that his own spirit power seems to have increased a lot. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo activated the Chaos Emperor Xianjing, and the terrifying phoenix spirit power was instantly absorbed by Chen Luo. After a while, the spirit power of Fengling tea was completely absorbed. Chen Luo's cultivation base reached the saint level, 5th stage and middle stage in a short period of time. Yes, this tea tastes good, is there any more? Chen Luo then turned his gaze to Mu Luli who was beside him. Mu Luli? Seeing that there was no movement in front of him, and even the teacher who was looking forward to it, Mu Luli was a little excited. What's going on? I used this tea to deal with the Saint King level elder in the clan before, and it made him extremely uncomfortable. Why, when I arrived at Master's place, nothing happened, and I still wanted to. Master, yes, I have more here, how much do you want, how much? Mu Luli then gritted her teeth. Immediately afterwards, Mu Luli brewed a cup of Fengling tea again. I couldn't believe it, I added more this time. 1 cup, another cup. Half a quarter of an hour later, Chen Luo had already drank more than a dozen cups, and the spirit power in his body had reached its peak, only one step away from the saint's 6th stage day. Is there any more? Chen Luo then looked at Mu Luli expectantly. He didn't expect this little princess of the Phoenix family to have such a good thing. Master, this is the last cup, there is really no drop. Mu Luli was about to cry, then took out the last bit of stock and made a cup for Chen Luo. This Fengling tea is considered a rare treasure among their Phoenix clan. Mu Luli planned to keep it until she went to the Saint Realm to practice, but unexpectedly, she was directly squeezed dry by Chen Luo. Gilyalu. Chen Luo then drank the last cup of Fengling tea. Boom! The moment he drank the last cup of Fengling tea, Chen Luo suddenly burst into a fierce and unparalleled aura. The entire cloud plaza seemed to be suppressed by Chen Luo's terrifying aura. Everyone in the square felt their scalps tingling and their bodies trembling constantly. What happened? Why did such a powerful momentum suddenly appear? Yeah, it's horrible, I feel like I'm going to be crushed to pieces. This momentum, is someone breaking through? It seems that Heavenly Bamboo Peak broke out, is it his breakthrough? Everyone in the square whispered. Someone had already searched for the source of the power of heaven and earth, and tremblingly looked in the direction of Chen Luo. Mu Luli beside Chen Luo felt even more frightened, as if she was facing Tianwei directly. The majestic momentum made Mu Luli's face pale, and she looked at Chen Luo in shock. This momentum is really too strong. After a while, the surrounding momentum slowly dissipated, and Chen Luo's cultivation base successfully broke through to Saint's 6th stage. Chapter 38 Primary Cultivation Fetters. Looking at Chen Luo with unparalleled aura, Mu Luli swallowed. Congratulations, Master, for making great progress in Cultivation Base. Mu Luli then congratulated Chen Luo obediently. It's still thanks to your Fengling tea. It seems that you really know that you are wrong. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The breakthrough of Cultivation Base made Chen Luo feel extremely happy. Mu Luli's heart froze, thanks to me oh. Chen Luo's breakthrough attracted the attention of many people, and the eyes of many disciples looking at Heavenly Bamboo Peak changed. I thought it was a declining branch, but I didn't expect that the Peak Master's strength was so strong. Moreover, Chen Luo doesn't look very old, and his appearance and temperament are first class. It has attracted the attention of many testers, especially those female testers. It seems that the rumors are inconsistent. This Heavenly Bamboo Peak is not simple. The aura just now is really too strong. The Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is definitely the strongest. Yes, we underestimated Heavenly Bamboo Peak. I heard that the 3 disciples who reached the summit all joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Is Heavenly Bamboo Peak the answer? Really, those 2 climbers joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak, my god, did I make a mistake? I'll also go to Heavenly Bamboo Peak to see, maybe Heavenly Bamboo Peak is a real treasure branch. Everyone in the Cloud Square talked about it one after another, and began to pay attention to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There are already a lot of testers who are going to see the situation of Heavenly Bamboo Peak and want to join it. Among them are some disciples with heavenly qualifications. There are more and more disciples under the Heavenly Bamboo Peak stele. Master, just now your breakthrough attracted a lot of practitioners, more and more people want to join our Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Li Yan'er excitedly said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, it would be good to recruit more disciples. Ding, the host has detected a strong desire to revitalize Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and now releases a special task. Special task, please host the number of disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak to reach 100 as soon as possible. After reaching 100, the primary cultivation bond will be opened. Elementary cultivation bond, all disciples who join Heavenly Bamboo Peak can return the same cultivation effect to the host. The upper limit of primary cultivation bond is 300 people. Note, this elementary practice fetter cannot be superimposed with the master-student practice effect. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Here comes the special task again. By recruiting 100 disciples, you can open the bond of cultivation, and all the effects of their cultivation will be returned to you. Not bad, although it's just an equal return, it's not bad. Moreover, this return is not limited to the qualifications of the disciples, which means that those below the holy rank can also be returned. This system is really awesome. In this way, the speed at which one becomes stronger can be increased a lot, and moreover, one does not need to cultivate by oneself. It's great to be able to become stronger while lying down. It's a pity that this bond is only elementary, and it can only bond 300 people. If it is an unlimited bond and recruits tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, no, Just take off? Chen Luo couldn't help but think in his heart. However, unfortunately, there are only 300 people. Chen Luo is not too sad, 300 people are enough. There are 300 disciples who help me to cultivate every moment, and I feel comfortable thinking about it. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo issued an order to Li Yan'er, asking Li Yan'er to recruit as many disciples as possible. He continued to rest on the side of the square. As time goes by slowly. 3 hours later, Li Yan'er and the others had already recruited many disciples. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special task. The primary practice bond has been opened, and the current number of bonded people is 101/300. A system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Not bad, not bad, the task is completed, and the fetters of cultivation have been opened. After the cultivation bond was opened, Chen Luo felt that the speed of own cultivation base has increased a lot. There are countless spirit powers appearing out of thin air in the body, and they are constantly original in own body. Obviously, many disciples who joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak are working hard to practice for Chen Luo in the square. At this time, the sun was already setting, and the setting sun shone on Chen Luo's unparalleled handsome face, looking extremely soft. It made Chen Luo's temperament even more gentle. Master, there is a disciple with Tinpin cultivation aptitude who wants to join our Heavenly Bamboo Peak, but he wants his cousin to join with him. While Chen Luo was resting comfortably, Li Yan'er came to Chen Luo's side. A disciple with Tinpin cultivation qualification? Want to get his cousin to join in? Then let them join together. Chen Luo yawned and said casually. It's just a disciple with Tinpin cultivation aptitude, so there's nothing to care about. Master, that disciple's cousin is a bit special. Li Yan'er stood respectfully in front of Chen Luo, hesitating. Special? What could be special? Chen Luo was a little puzzled. Master, why is it so special? Could it be that his cousin's aptitude is very low? Mululi, who was rubbing Chen Luo's shoulders, smiled lightly. To make the disciple who cultivated the talent of Tinpin speak, obviously, his cousin's talent is not satisfactory. Chen Luo also looked at Li Yan'er suspiciously, wanting to hear what Li Yan'er said about this disciple. Master, that disciple's cousin is a mortal, moreover, he is a mortal who can't even open the Qi Si, and can't practice. Li Yan'er said softly with her cherry lips slightly parted. Humph, mortals can't cultivate, so it's useless to recruit into our Heavenly Bamboo Peak. He's just a disciple with the aptitude for cultivating in heaven, so what qualifications does he have to mention this condition? Mululi curled her lips and continued. However, that disciple said that his cousin is a sensing Dao genius, and has a very high talent for practicing various martial arts, secret arts. Li Yan'er ignored Mululi's sneer, and continued. Humph, sensing Dao is a genius, if he can't cultivate, it's useless no matter how strong sensing Dao is. Mululi pouted, her face full of disdain. As the little princess of the Phoenix clan, Mululi has seen a lot of geniuses of all kinds, and she also knows that if she can't practice, any talent is just a joke. Sensing Dao genius. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, is there such a guy? Unable to practice, but very talented in comprehension of martial arts secrets. Let's go see this sensing Dao genius. Chen Luo immediately decided to go and have a look. It's just a mortal body, Chen Luo doesn't care, he was also a mortal body before, didn't he also take off? If this guy's understanding is really exaggerated and worth cultivating, Chen Luo can let him use the Day Yuan Ascension to Spirit Pond. Immediately afterwards, Li Yan'er took Chen Luo to find the Sensing Dao genius that the disciple called. Chapter 39 Sensing Dao Sacred Body. At the foot of Tianyun Mountain. There are still many testers here. After a day of climbing the ladder, many people have completely given up. There are also quite a few people who are still hitting the height of 500 floors. Boom! There was a violent collision sound, and a figure was blasted out from the ladder, and hit a big tree not far away. Under the big tree, there was a boy in sackcloth. The young man's face was pale, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His whole body was covered in bruises, and the sackcloth on his body was also worn out. Hey, this Wang Xin is still persistent. He has climbed hundreds of times, and he can't even step on the 10th floor of the ladder. What's the point of such persistence? Yet, with this perseverance, what can I do wrong? If I insist on smashing Heavenly Dao Sect, he is hopeless. That's right, since you don't have the aptitude for cultivation, you should just be immortal and insist on doing the impossible, bruising yourself all over. Other people at the foot of the mountain looked at Wang Xin, who was struggling to get up with sighs. Wang Xin has been climbing the ladder continuously since the ladder assessment. Wang Xin didn't know how many times he had boarded, but every time it was extremely difficult. From being unable to enter at the beginning, you can gradually step into the first floor and the second floor later. After hundreds of attempts, Wang Xin is now able to reach the 10th floor, but the 10th floor, in the eyes of many practitioners, has not even reached the threshold. After all, even the disciples of the Huangpan cultivating talent can easily step into dozens of floors. The 10th floor is far from enough. Wang Xin struggled to get up, took a deep breath, and then walked firmly towards the ladder. Although the steps are shaky, every step is extremely firm. Master, that mortal is the sensing Dao genius Wang Feng mentioned. Not far from the foot of the mountain, Chen Luo, Li Yan'er, and Mu Luli looked at the young man struggling to climb the ladder in the distance. Name, Wang Xin. Age, 17 years old. Realm, Nun. Identity, the concubine of the royal family of Mingguang City in the eastern region. Physical, sensing Dao sacred body, incomplete. Qualification, none. Really a sensing Dao genius, a mutilated sensing Dao sacred body, Chen Luo's tiny eyes. Not far away, Wang Xin didn't pay any attention to On's injury and the various words of the people around him. He just kept climbing the ladder according to On's rhythm, time and time again. System, Dayuan Ascension Pool can repair this sacred body. Chen Luo then asked about On's system. Sensing Dao sacred body is a top-level sacred body, which has a very powerful talent for comprehending martial arts, supernatural power and secret arts. If you can repair this sacred body, let him help you with insight martial arts, then own various supernatural power secret arts proficiency, quack off. Ding, yes, but Wang Xin's sensing Dao sacred body is too damaged, it needs to be soaked in Dayuan Ascension Spirit Pool for a month before it can be repaired. Immediately afterwards, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Want a month? Chen Luo frowned slightly. In a month, I can produce 4 saint-owned spirit bodies. If it takes a month to repair his sacred body, it will have a certain impact on the speed at which Own becomes stronger lying down. Let's go and see how strong this guy's comprehension is. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo walked towards Wang Xin's place. I've run out of strength, is it really over like this? I can't fall, I still have my little sister, I can't just fall. Wang Xin was blasted out by the terrifying impact again. Countless shocks have already made Wang Xin feel exhausted, and various injuries are constantly eroding Wang Xin's will. Wang Xin didn't know what he was insisting on. He doubted, questioned himself, and was confused, but he never stopped climbing. I want to get up, I want to get up, I want to get up, Wang Xin kept roaring in his heart, but he really didn't have any strength left. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a burst of mysterious spirit power poured into Wang Xin's body. Wang Xin only felt that he was in an extremely warm environment. The injuries in his body are slowly recovering. Wang Xin slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was an incomparably handsome young man who looked like an exiled immortal. Behind the young man were 2 stunning women. You are. Wang Xin struggled to get up. Although the physical injury has been treated, but the mental exhaustion still makes Wang Xin feel extremely tense. I am the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. I heard from your cousin that you are a sensing Dao genius. Chen Luo then said lightly. Following the arrival of Chen Luo and others, the other people around retreated to the other side, not daring to approach. It was the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and Wang Xin's heart was pounding. Unexpectedly, my cousin went directly to the peak master of Heavenly Bamboo Peak to check on him. Sword sensing Dao dare not be a genius, but he is more sensitive to the secret arts of martial arts. Wang Xin suppressed the emotions in his heart, and continued. This is a mysterious martial art. If you can comprehend it within a quarter of an hour, I can give you a chance to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo then took out a mysterious book Broken Wind Fist and handed it directly to Wang Xin. Wang Xin was stunned for a moment. He could join Heavenly Bamboo Peak after comprehending martial arts. Yes, thank you, Peak Lord, for giving me this opportunity. Wang Xin said in a cupped fist. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xin took the cheat book from Chen Luo's hand and began to gain insight. Li Yan'er and Mu Luli looked at the young man in front of them with great interest. Sensing Dao is a genius, they are also quite curious. What kind of genius method is it? This opportunity must be seized, Wang Xin felt firm in his heart. He has visited countless sects this year. Almost all sects rejected him mercilessly, seeing that he was a mortal, they directly expelled him. Heavenly Dao Sect is already his last chance and hope. I thought I was going to lose my last chance, but I didn't expect that in the end, there was a peak leader who was willing to give me a chance to join. At this time, Wang Xin devoted himself wholeheartedly to the martial arts that Chen Luo gave him. With Wang Xin's investment, there seemed to be a trace of strange power in Wang Xin's body. Neither Li Yan'er nor Mu Luli noticed this power, they just waited aside. Because Chen Luo possessed the mysterious formula to Yan Shen Shu, he saw this power. Under the rendering of this power, Wang Xin fell into a state of ecstasy, constantly comprehending this martial art. It seems that although the sensing Dao sacred body is incomplete, it still retains extremely powerful power, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Chapter 40 Practice to the Death. Time passed slowly. After a while, Wang Xin closed the cheat book given by Chen Luo. Master Peak Master, I have already comprehended this martial art. Wang Xin took a deep breath, his eyes full of confidence. In less than a quarter of an hour, you've figured it out. Mu Luli next to her widened her eyes, which were full of incredulity. Although Xian-level martial arts is very low level, it is not something that can be comprehended casually. This Wang Xin just grasped this cheat book and read it for less than a quarter of an hour before he realized it. This is too fake. Li Yan'er on the side stood quietly, without speaking. Then you practice it, I will lend you my spirit power. Chen Luo frowned, and then instilled a little bit of his own spirit power into Wang Xin. The terrifying spirit power wandered in Wang Xin's body, and Wang Xin only felt that his whole body was full of power. But this power is constantly eroding his body. It feels so powerful, is this spirit power? Wang Xin felt excited. Although the spirit power in his body was not his, this powerful feeling still made him addicted. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xin did not delay, and quickly practiced Po Fang Fist. Bang bang bang! Wang Xin unleashed the Po Fang Fist he had comprehended, and waved it in the forest. Suddenly, there were countless breaking wind sounds in this mountain forest. I really understand it. Mu Luli bit her lip slightly, the comprehension of this mortal is really terrifying. She has never seen such a strong talent in the Phoenix family. It's a pity that she can't practice. Li Yan'er's eyes are also full of strange colors, such a talent is really terrifying. It seems that this sensing Dao sacred body is really a powerful physique. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. It's just that the incomplete ones have such a strong understanding, if they are fully recovered. Chen Luo couldn't imagine that if he stacked 10 times more cultivation effects, he would be refunded. Tisk tisk, the capital to take off. Enough, are you willing to join me in Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Chen Luo then said to Wang. At this time, there were many cracks on Wang Xin's body, and the terrifying spirit power almost tore his body apart. Although Chen Luo has tried his best to use the soft spirit power, Wang Xin's physical body is too weak. Even if it's just a little bit, it will almost tear everything about him. Wang Xin's body trembled slightly, his eyes were full of excitement. I pay homage to Master, my disciple is willing. Wang Xin bowed and kowtowed, bowing his head on the ground. Okay, get up, this is your senior sister, fourth senior sister. Chen Luo then used spirit power to support Wang Xin, and at the same time took out a 1000-year spiritual fruit to convince Wang Xin to heal the injury. Wang Xin then also respectfully saluted Li Yan'er and Mu Luli. Immediately afterwards, the group quickly left the foot of Tianyun Mountain. My dear boy, Wang Xin was taken by an expert? That method is definitely an expert from Heavenly Dao Sect. Yeah, this kid Wang Xin is really lucky. He was spotted by an expert without even reaching the 20th floor. His luck is heaven-defying. That's right, I knew a long time ago that Wang Xin is not an easy kid, and he must have a source of blessing. Sure enough, I still have to work hard. Shabai, that's not what you said just now. Number you and build what do you know, this moment and that moment. At the foot of the mountain, many people saw Chen Luo taking Wang Xin away, made all kinds of comments, and looked in the direction of Wang Xin's departure with extreme envy. As night fell, the first day's acceptance ceremony was completely over. Each branch has received many disciples. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Heavenly Bamboo Peak, which was originally quiet and sparsely populated, now has a lot of vitality. Newly added disciplines are stationed at various locations in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A total of 110 disciples joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak today, and the number of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is also much more, and noise can be heard everywhere. The main peak of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, many disciples who just joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak today gathered here. Everyone looked at the surrounding environment curiously, with extremely enthusiastic eyes. This Heavenly Bamboo Peak's spiritual chi is too rich. I have practiced here for an hour, which is equivalent to a day's practice outside. That is to say, the concentration of spiritual chi here is more than 10 times that of the outside world. Yes, Heavenly Bamboo Peak is indeed a branch of Heavenly Dao Sect, it really is a paradise, compared with the outside world, it is simply a fairyland. The spirit power of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is already so strong, I don't know how strong the spiritual chi of the strongest Daoshan Peak has reached. I heard that the spiritual chi of Dao Tianfeng is only 2 or 3 times stronger than the outside world. What? The spiritual chi concentration of Daoshan Peak is only 2 or 3 times that of the outside world, it can't be. It's true, I've heard it too. It seems that Heavenly Bamboo Peak is the deepest hidden branch of Heavenly Dao Sect. We have found a treasure. Many disciples around talked one after another, and the atmosphere was extremely enthusiastic. There are many people who joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak because they had no choice. However, the cultivation environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is so superior that they are all pleasantly surprised and excited. Quiet. Just when everyone was discussing, a clear voice interrupted everyone's discussion. An incomparably handsome young man who looked like an exiled immortal appeared in front of everyone. The young man was Chen Luo, and Li Yan'er, Hua Yuntian and others stood on both sides of Chen Luo, respectful. I am the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo. First of all, welcome everyone to join our branch of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone didn't dare to make the slightest movement, and stood aside respectfully to listen to the training. Our heavenly bamboo peak is a branch of humanization, and there will not be too many restrictions, as long as it does not harm fellow members. Chen Luo went on to talk about some basic regulations. Yanner, send the things I prepared. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo then said to Li Yanner. Li Yanner then took out a large number of identity tokens from her own interspatial ring, as well as more than 100 cultivation techniques that have already been published. Hua Yuntian and the others also helped by sending these things down. This is the first gift I give you, the best cultivation technique of the earth level, 5 elements spiritual Yuanju. Chen Luo said lightly. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, the atmosphere on the entire mountain became extremely enthusiastic. Everyone was holding the cultivation technique in their hands tightly. They couldn't believe it at all. Initiation gave away the top-grade cultivation technique. What kind of fairy is this? Offshoot. Cultivation technique is extremely precious in any sect. Heavenly Bamboo Peak initiation will give it away. This is simply a big pie. I don't want you to contribute to missions or anything, I only have one request. I have an unlimited supply of spiritual Qi Dan here, if you don't die from training, just practice to death. Chapter 41 Rewards for Cultivation. No need to do sect quests, spiritual Qi is in unlimited supply. If you can't practice to death, practice to death. Shen Duo was a little crazy in everyone's eyes, looking at Chen Luo with incomparable enthusiasm. Is what he said true? Is there such a good thing? As if to prove his own words, Chen Luo waved his right hand lightly, and suddenly, a hill appeared next to him. The hill contains endless spirit power, and the rich fragrance emanates from it. All eyes were fixed on the hill in front of them. This hill is impressively made up of top-grade spiritual Qi Dan. There are so many spiritual Qi-dans, my god, everyone's eyes are red, and they are staring at the hill in front of them. Many people rubbed their own eyes, thinking that they were dazzled. You must know that spiritual Qi Dan is originally a medicine pill that can assist in cultivation, not to mention the top-quality one, and its effect is excellent. Chen Luo directly took out a hill-like spiritual Qi Dan, which was still top quality, and completely shocked the psychological defense of these disciples who had just joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The appearance of this hill made everyone believe in Chen Luo's words. So many premium spiritual Qi Dan, even 2 pills a day, is enough for them to eat so much for several years. How many people have never taken a top-quality spiritual Qi pill, and here is an unlimited supply, it is simply heaven-defying. Some people have already started imagining the scene where they use the spiritual Qi Dan to practice and their strength improves rapidly. In addition, if the cultivation base has improved greatly, I have additional rewards, such as 1000-year spirit fruit, top cultivation technique, super secret technique, heavenly rank spirit treasure, even saint weapons, may be rewarded. Chen Luo then uttered another big news, which instantly ignited the hearts of all the disciples. They came here to become stronger. Now, someone actually provides the best cultivation technique of the earth level for free, and the unlimited supply of spiritual Qi Dan, fast cultivation and rewards, such a good thing, they dare not even dream of. While talking, Chen Luo took out another pile of treasures, a lot of 1000-year spirit fruits, a lot of heaven-rank spirit treasures, and some treasures exuding super power. These disciples don't know what it is, but they know that it must be a great treasure. With so many spiritual fruits, spiritual treasures, and treasures, everyone felt as if they were falling into the clouds, almost thinking that they were dreaming. First of all, in the first month, the fastest improving disciple will get 10,000-year spirit fruits and 1 heaven-rank cultivation technique, and the second place will get 8,000-year spirit fruits and 1. Chen Luo then said calmly, announcing the rewards for the first month. From the 1st to the 20th, all have formulated different rewards. Even if it is the 20th place at the end, there is a reward of an earth-level top-grade spirit treasure. Every word of Chen Luo ignited their hearts and made their hearts pound. In front of Chen Luo, apart from Li Yanner, the other true disciples felt their brains buzzing. Although they have seen the world, especially Mululi, who is also the little princess of the Phoenix clan, but they don't have such crazy rewards and treatment. As long as you practice, you will be rewarded if you practice quickly. This branch is too weird. Master, what do you want to do? Are you not afraid of going bankrupt? With so many disciples, it is already a huge burden to welcome the best spiritual Qi Dan without limit every day. Not to mention, there are follow-up rewards, it is simply not to treat treasures as treasures. Okay, that's all I've said. You should know what to do next. Chen Luo continued calmly. After finishing speaking, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. Heavenly Bamboo Peakides, I love Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Wo Cao, I've decided on the first place, the heaven rank cultivation technique is mine, and the 1000-year spirit fruit. FK off, don't think about it, is it better than cultivation? No one works harder than Daddy. Impossible, Daddy can take the first place, you think too much. Trash, did you shout out the first one? It was practiced. After Chen Luo left, everyone fell into madness, and their expressions became extremely excited. They were all completely stunned by Chen Luo's big hand. It was already someone who started imagining the scene of winning the reward. After all, the rewards given by Chen Luo were so generous that everyone wished they were the number one. Of course, there are already smart people who have started to practice. Wo Cao, you are practicing now, F***ck, aren't you tired after climbing the ladder all day? A disciple exclaimed in surprise when he saw that a small number of people had started to practice. I'm so tired, the Tianjia cultivation technique is mine, don't you guys even think about it, I'm going straight to the liver for a month. A tall disciple said. Yes, yes, what's so tiring in cultivation, I only hate that I can't have clones, otherwise I would have to practice with 100 clones of high and low. A disciple said. Yes, 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 if you are tired, rest first, don't interfere with my cultivation here. Another disciple said. Hey, I won't be fooled, then I also practice, who is afraid of who? Me too. +1. Soon, more and more people stopped arguing and fell into the state of cultivation. Before long, the entire heavenly bamboo peak was silent, only the whistling of spirit power. All of them are swallowing the top-grade spiritual Qi Dan and are constantly practicing. The surrounding spiritual Qi kept rushing towards many disciples as everyone practiced together. Yes, yes, roll it all up for me, don't stop. Chen Luo in the distance watched with satisfaction the diligent cultivation of many disciples. He got so many low-level treasures just to stimulate the desire of these disciples to practice. Let them practice desperately. After all, these ordinary cultivation disciples all have the same return cultivation effect. The harder they worked, the faster Chen Luo's strength improved. Although there are not 10 times, Chen Luo still understands the truth that if there are too many of them, the accumulation of less will make more. At this moment, Chen Luo could feel that the spirit power in his body was constantly boiling, and the cultivation base that had just broken through Saint's 6th stage was showing an upward trend again. After Chen Luo looked at it for a while, he left. He knew that what he could do was already done, and then, all he had to do was wait for the harvest. Heavenly Bamboo Peak in a quiet room. The room is filled with extremely rich spirit power, and there are bursts of strong fragrance. Brother Hua, tell me, what is the purpose of Master investing so much resources in these ordinary qualified disciples? Ye Chen absorbed the spirit power in the 10,000-year spiritual fruit in his hand, and asked softly. Since the spirit power of the 10,000-year spirit fruit is too powerful, it cannot be easily digested by Ye Chen. Chapter 42. Therefore, Ye Chen plans to absorb part of the spirit power by himself first, and then eat it later when the realm is high. On the other side of the room, there was a young man in a black suit sitting cross-legged. The young man in the black outfit also absorbs the spirit power of the 10,000-year spirit fruit, improving his own cultivation base. Both of them were filled with a majestic momentum, and the swift and violent spirit power formed a spiritual pressure around them. I don't know, those things are not something we should consider, but, junior brother yet, I never thought that the son of the Saint King of the Heavenly Sword of the Central Domain would come to join this Heavenly Dao Sect. Hua Yuntian spoke slowly, and looked at Ye Chen beside him with a smile. I didn't expect that the successor of the magic pot would also join the Heavenly Dao Sect of the Eastern region. Ye Chen raised his brows and continued. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. No matter what, there are some things I don't want to know, but now, you are my senior brother. Ye Chen said. That's right, we are brothers. Hua Yuntian also nodded. Immediately afterwards, the two absorbed the spirit power of the 10,000-year spiritual fruit in the room, and at the same time exchanged their own cultivation experience. Both of them are top geniuses with unique insights into cultivation. After some exchanges, both of them gained a lot, and the relationship between them was even closer. It seems that the rumors are all false. Those guys in Zhongzhou have spread that senior brother Hua is a murderous monster. Ye Chen looked at Hua Yuntian in front of him and teased. It turned out that after Hua Yuntian lost to Xiao Fan and the identity of the successor of the magic pot was exposed, many rumors appeared inexplicably. These rumors are all to discredit Hua Yuntian. The original Hua Yuntian was also a gentle and refined person, who practiced low-key in the Star Origin sect. With his outstanding talent, he had a good reputation in the central region. However, after going through a series of incidents, Hua Yuntian obviously did nothing, but was rumored to be a murderous devil without blinking an eye. And all this is because he lost to a desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan, and his identity as the successor of the magic pot. I don't care what they think of me. If I lose, everything I say is wrong. Hua Yuntian said lightly, as if he didn't care about these things anymore, but there was still a trace of absent-mindedness in his eyes. In fact, Hua Yuntian also tried to explain, but after seeing the fearful and panicked eyes of his brothers and sisters, Hua Yuntian gave up. He knew that everything could not go back. Senior brother Hua, can you tell me about that desolate ancient sacred body Xiao Fan? He is now a very popular figure in the central region. When I left the central region, I heard that he is already in love with the little princess of the Emperor Zhang family. Ye Chen continued. As soon as Ye Chen's words came out, Hua Yuntian clenched his hand unconsciously. This Xiao Fan actually hooked up with the Zhang family of the imperial clan. However, senior brother Hua doesn't have to worry too much. A tree is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. It may not be a chance, or it may be a disaster. Ye Chen saw Hua Yuntian's emotion, continued. As a family of saints, especially the son of the Heavenly Sword Saint King, Ye Chen knows a lot about these top imperial families. Although Xiao Fan has now broken the shackles of sacred body and looks like he is in full swing, the waters of the imperial family are very deep. No matter how strong Xiao Fan is, without enough background, it is difficult to overcome. Thank you, junior brother Ye, for the explanation. Then let me talk about that Xiao Fan. He has indeed broken the shackles of the desolate ancient sacred body. His combat power is unparalleled. Moreover, the power of qi and blood is endless, and he has mastered many supernatural powers. Secret technique. Hua Yuntian then said slowly, recalling the shocking battle with Xiao Fan before. Listening to Xiao Fan's words, Ye Chen also looked solemn. Senior brother Hua, can't even you use the power of the magic pot to defeat him? Ye Chen couldn't help asking. The magic jar of swallowing immortals is the famous supreme artifact of Ancient Desolate Continent, a terrifying existence that claims to be able to swallow even immortals. I still can't use the power of the magic jar. If I use it forcibly, I don't know if Xiao Fan will die or not, but I will definitely die. Hua Yuntian continued in a deep voice. Ye Chen understood that the magic jar of swallowing immortals is a supreme weapon. Even if Hua Yuntian is the heir recognized by the jar, he still cannot exert its power in this realm. Brother Hua, in the future, you will definitely be able to defeat Xiao Fan, or even kill him. Ye Chen continued to comfort him. Hua Yuntian took a deep breath, defeated Xiao Fan, beheaded him? Thinking of Xiao Fan's terrifying and unparalleled strength, Hua Yuntian felt palpitations. Yuntian, Chener, go to Teacher Wei's room. Teacher has something to tell you. At this moment, a familiar voice came into the room. Both Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen were moved in their hearts, and it was the voice of Master. The two took a deep breath, then stopped practicing, and walked quickly towards Chen Luo's room. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Heavier, right? Yes, yes, that's it. In a room exuding strong spirit power, Chen Luo is lying on a recliner made of 1000-year spirit vine, looking extremely comfortable. Beside Chen Luo, wearing a light green dress, the pure and peerless Mu Luli was rubbing Chen Luo's shoulders. At the same time, Mu Luli was also using her own phoenix fire to unclog Chen Luo's body. That well-behaved appearance, just like a little maid, doesn't have the arrogance of the little princess of the Phoenix family. Okay, Luo Li, you've worked hard all day, let's go practice. After a long while, Chen Luo stretched his waist, feeling very comfortable all over his body. Master, if Luo Li doesn't work hard, Luo Li likes to be by Master's side. Mu Luli said quickly when she heard Chen Luo wanting to let her go. Chen Luo looked at the pure and beautiful girl in front of him, and his heart froze. Is the charm of Own really so great? This little girl has only been with Own for less than a day, and she just looks like she can't do without Own. It's okay, you like to stay by my teacher's side, and it's the same when you come back tomorrow. Chen Luo then patted the girl's head and said. Okay, Master, can you agree to Luo Li's request? After a while, Mu Luli took a deep breath, then bit her lips slightly and said to Chen Luo. There was a rosy color on his face. Chen Luo froze for a moment, and agreed to her request. What does this little girl want to do? Do you want to be the first rebellious apprentice against the master? Luo Li, you are my disciple, moreover, you are still young, don't think about irrelevant things. Chen Luo then said sternly. Mu Luli was a little confused, young? Irrelevant? Master, The blushing color on Mu Luli's face became more obvious. What do you say first? Remember, think it through before you say it. Chen Luo continued. Master, I just want you to hit me again. Chen Luo? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 43 Grand Cultivation Technique. In an elegant room. The pure and charming beautiful girl tightly clenched Own's little hand, her delicate and charming face was blushing. There is mist in the eyes, which looks extremely moving. Hit you again. Chen Luo looked at Mu Luli, feeling speechless for a while. Could it be that this little girl awakened some special attribute because she beat her up during the day? This is not a good thing, although it feels good, but... Master, just once, really, just like the daytime. Just as Chen Luo seemed to be frightened by own words, Mu Luli then said with a blushing face, lowering her head and not daring to look at Chen Luo. Once, just once, is this a question of the number of times? Girl, there is something wrong with your mind. Why should I hit you? Chen Luo took a deep breath and asked. Chen Luo still doesn't quite believe it. Although she has heard of a lot of strange hobbies in her previous life, a beautiful girl of this level becomes addicted after just one experience. It still made Chen Luo feel a little speechless. Chen Luo felt that it was necessary for him to confirm again. Master, after you hit me today, I feel that the bloodline power in my body seems to have awakened a little bit. I want to see if it's the reason why Master hit me. Mu Luli then lowered her head shyly. That's it. That's it. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, thinking it was a big deal, but it turned out to be so. Let me just say, the little princess of the Phoenix family is not a little bch. However, I should be happy. Why do I feel a little bit lost? A thought came to Chen Luo's heart. Mu Luli lowered her head and didn't speak anymore. She just felt that Own was completely humiliated. How could she ask others to call Own? It was still in that place, it was too embarrassing. However, Mu Luli also wanted to quickly awaken her own bloodline. Mu Luli is the body of the Divine Phoenix, but it will take a long time to fully awaken the power of the Divine Phoenix bloodline. Mu Luli has only awakened a small part of it now, and the rest need to go to a higher realm, or it will take more time to awaken. However, during the day, after Chen Luo beat up Mu Luli actually felt that the power of her Divine Phoenix bloodline had inexplicably awakened a little bit. Although it was only a little bit, it was already very important to Mu Luli. That's why Mu Luli made this request here. Although Mu Luli is not very clear about what happened in her own clan, but it is definitely right to improve her own strength as soon as possible. Master, junior brother Hua and junior brother Ye are here, waiting outside for an interview. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came in. It was senior sister Li's voice, and Mu Luli quickly recognized it. Go back first, we'll talk about this tomorrow. Chen Luo took a deep breath and continued. Although Chen Luo also wanted to help Mu Luli, but now is obviously not the time. Mu Luli bit her red lips slightly, nodded, then said goodbye to Chen Luo, and left the room. The little girl is really getting wilder now. Looking at Mu Luli's young back, Chen Luo muttered in his heart. Soon, Ye Chen and Hua Yuntian entered Chen Luo's room. After the two entered the room, they respectfully saluted Chen Luo. There is no other reason for calling you here this time, just to teach you a new cultivation technique. Chen Luo continued. Teach a new cultivation technique? Both of them were stunned, but they didn't expect it to be this. The two of them had guessed a lot before they came, thinking that there was something to do, but unexpectedly, it turned out that they were going to teach cultivation technique. Thank you, Master, but I have already majored in cultivation technique. Hua Yuntian took a deep breath and continued. As the descendant of the magic pot, Hua Yuntian was also the peerless arrogance of the Star Origin sect before, so he naturally practiced the top cultivation technique. Yes, Master, so do I. Ye Chen also nodded. Ye Chen is also a member of the Sage family, and he does not lack cultivation technique. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. It seems that these two guys have no confidence in my cultivation technique. I know your identities are not simple, I don't want to ask anything, but you can read this cultivation technique before making a decision. Chen Luo then said lightly. The two looked at each other and nodded, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo pointed to the right, and suddenly two spiritual lights flew towards the two people in front of him. Spirit Swallowing Heavenly Devil Sutra and Holy Spirit Innate Sutra, two holy level top level cultivation techniques were passed into the minds of Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen respectively. This cultivation technique. Feeling the Spirit Swallowing Heavenly Devil Sutra in my mind. Hua Yuntian's face was extremely shocked, his mind was already wrapped in endless Dao Yun. Moreover, the swallowing immortal jar in his mind is also constantly making happy sounds, as if he is extremely satisfied with this cultivation technique. It was the first time Hua Yuntian saw such a sound from the fragments of the swallowing immortal magic jar. Not only that, this Spirit Swallowing Heavenly Devil Sutra is extremely powerful, and it is extremely suitable for the physique of his Essence Devourer, which can maximize the potential of his Essence Devourer. Moreover, it seems that it is of great help to him to control the fragments of the magic jar. It is simply a tailor-made cultivation technique for him, which is countless times higher than the saint-level cultivation technique he practiced before. If I had practiced this cultivation technique before, I might not have lost any of the previous battles. Hua Yuntian was shocked. However, it's not too late now, with this cultivation technique, you can improve your own strength. Xiao Fan, just wait for me. Hua Yuntian clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely excited. Ye Chen on the other side also had a dull expression, and the cultivation technique in his mind set off a storm in his heart. Holy Spirit Innate Sutra is also a cultivation technique that seems to be tailor-made for him, which fits very well with his innate sword body. Holy Spirit Innate Sutra. The moment it appeared in my mind, Ye Chen's innate sword erupted with a deep sword cry. Mysterious power circulates continuously in the body. The power belonging to the innate sword body seems to have been strongly nourished. Both of them were caught in a mysterious power surge at this time, and countless auras circulated on their bodies. After a long while, both of them recovered from the mysterious state, and looked at Chen Luo with extreme respect. Thank you, Master, for giving me the Dharma. If the Master orders me, my disciple will do it. Both of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. These two cultivation techniques are too important to the two of them. It can be said that with this cultivation technique, the road to the strong of the two of them will be much smoother. I don't need you to do anything. In the future, practicing hard is the best reward for me. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and continued. Chapter 44. Chen Luo naturally saw that these two cultivation techniques were extremely important to the two of them and very helpful to their cultivation. However, the better the effect on them, the happier Chen Luo is. With the function of master and apprentice, their cultivation effect will be returned to Chen Luo 10 times. They cultivated smoothly, and Chen Luo was too happy. There are 2 more martial arts, let's pass them on to you as well. Chen Luo then taught the two of them the magic spirit overturning the sky seal and the desolate sky sword art. The hearts of the two became even more excited. The high-grade martial art of the holy rank is unparalleled in attacking power and possesses extremely powerful power. The high-grade martial arts of the holy rank, which can suppress the background of the sacred land, Chen Luo actually gave it to them casually. In particular, these two disciplines seem to be extremely suitable for the two of them, and can greatly enhance their own strength. The two who got the cultivation technique admired Chen Luo more and more, and felt more and more that they came to the right place. There are also these medicine pills. When you practice, don't be stingy, eat more. Chen Luo then took out several bottles of Ling Yuan Sheng pill and handed them to the two. Both of them felt a little numb, and it was too extravagant for them to use the good fortune realm of the medicine pill of the holy product. Master, we are just good fortune realm, isn't it a bit of a waste to use this medicine pill? Ye Chen continued in a deep voice. Even his big brother, the eldest son in the family, who is well loved, does not have the luxury to use the holy product medicine pill to practice. And Chen Luo directly gave them 2 bottles. Hua Yuntian is also a little confused. It's okay to give cultivation technique, martial arts, and now give it to the holy product medicine pill. They are just good fortune realm, it is simply too exaggerated. Even the imperial clan is not so arrogant, let the good fortune realm disciples use the holy pill to practice. Don't worry, there is nothing to waste. It's just some holy medicine pills. As long as it can improve your strength, it's not a waste. Chen Luo said casually. Seeing what Chen Luo said, the two of them didn't refuse any more and accepted it. By the way, there are also a lot of 1000-year spiritual fruit trees planted in the back mountain. You are open to eat, you are welcome. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then said to the two. 1000-year spirit fruit is open for eating. Both of them just felt a little numb, which is what people say. But thinking of the arrogance of the master, the two finally explained. After preparing to recruit disciples, Chen Luo transplanted all the important spiritual fruit trees to the back mountain. After Chen Luo explained some things to them, he let them leave. The two then left Chen Luo's room in a daze. It's finally all right, from now on, just lie down and become stronger. Chen Luo heaved a sigh of relief. The cultivation base in his body was still rising slowly. Obviously, Heavenly Bamboo Peak has many disciples who are practicing hard. Woohoo! Just as Chen Luo was lying down, a soft milky little fox jumped into Chen Luo's arms and rubbed against Chen Luo's body. "It's Xiaobai, I haven't touched you for a long time, come on, let me rub it." Xiaobai lay obediently in Chen Luo's arms. Chen Luo stroked Xiaobai in his arms, feeling extremely comfortable. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo fell asleep in Xiaobai's soft body. In the next 2 days, Chen Luo didn't go to the disciple acceptance ceremony, but left the matter to Li Yan'er to handle it. Li Yan'er did not disappoint Chen Luo, and handled everything in an orderly manner. In the next 2 days, there were not too many disciples who cultivated powerful talents in the disciple acceptance ceremony. Only 2 disciples of Saint's capital appeared, but they were all taken away by other branches. Chen Luo didn't care either. Now that he had Dayuan Ascension Pond, he could mass-produce disciples of Saint's resources, and there was no shortage of disciples. Under Chen Luo's instruction, Li Yan'er recruited more than 200 disciples, and the number of disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak also reached more than 300. Chen Luo doesn't plan to take too many disciples, after all, there is a limit to the number of this primary cultivation bond. If there are too many, it will only be wasted. Under the guidance of Li Yan'er, the newly joined disciples smoothly integrated into Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and quickly entered the state of practicing hard. The entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak was caught in a frenzy of cultivation. Everywhere you can see the disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak practicing hard. After Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen got Chen Luo's cultivation technique martial arts, they also entered a state of assiduous cultivation. Chen Luo's strength has also been rapidly improved through the hard work of many disciples. 10 days later. The back mountain of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Clap clap. A crisp sound resounded in a room behind the mountain. This voice was also mixed with the muffled hums of some young girls, as well as some gasps. It seemed that something strange was going on in the room. "Master, it's done." After a long while, a childish voice sounded, the voice trembling a little. Chen Luo looked at the blushing young girl in front of him, and shook his head slightly. This girl can't do it. After so many times, she still hasn't gotten used to it. "Thank you, Master, I feel that the power of bloodline has awakened a lot today." After a while, Mu Luli came back to her senses, biting her lip slightly. "You're welcome, it's nothing more than a little effort." Chen Luo then said softly. It was passed to Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen early the next morning. Mu Luli couldn't wait to find Chen Luo. Chen Luo didn't disappoint Mu Luli either, he fulfilled her request and beat her up. After Mu Luli accepted Chen Luo's beating, she found that it was because Chen Luo beat her, and the power of bloodline was awakened. Although it was just a little bit, Mu Luli was already extremely happy. So, there is the current scene. Beating Luo Li every day has become something Chen Luo must do every day. Chen Luo speculated that it might be related to own Chaos God body, and Chen Luo also tried to use other methods to see if his power could be awakened. However, it seems that there is no more effective way except to be beaten. So, just with a little effort, Chen Luo didn't reject Mu Luli again. "Master, this disciple is resigning. Disciple is going to prepare the spirit fruit smoothie that Master likes most." Mu Luli then said to Chen Luo after finishing her own status. "Well, let's go." Chen Luo replied. "By the way, there is one more thing." Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and continued. "Master, please tell me." Mu Luli said. "You need to eat more meat. You seem to have lost weight in the past few days, and your hands don't feel good." Chen Luo said seriously. Mu Luli. Immediately afterwards, Mu Luli blushed, twisted her waist, and left the room directly. Chapter 45 Wang Feng and Wang Xin. Seeing Mu Luli who suddenly became shy again, Chen Luo showed a slight smile. "Yes, it's also good to tease little Luli once in a while. Sleeping on your back, stroking Xiaobai, beating Luli. Such a good day." Boom. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared on Chen Luo's body. The surrounding majestic spirit power continuously surged towards Chen Luo's body. It was time for a breakthrough. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. I didn't expect a breakthrough so soon. Yes, yes. Saint Realm's cultivation base breakthrough is quite difficult. It is normal for a small realm to break through for several years or even 10 years. However, under the cultivation fetters of many heavenly bamboo peak disciples and the tenfold return of those disciples, Chen Luo completed the breakthrough in just 10 days. This speed is extremely frightening, and it can no longer be described by monsters. Following Chen Luo's breakthrough, the entire back mountain seemed to be in an extremely violent sense of oppression. After a while, Chen Luo finally made a breakthrough and reached the Saint's 7th stage. Yes, continue to follow this progress, and soon you will be able to break through Saint King. Continue to develop in a low-key manner. By the way, let's go see how Wang Xin is doing. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. After Chen Luo brought Wang Xin back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, he let Wang Xin begin to accept the baptism of Daiyuan Ascension to Spirit Pool. Now, Wang Xin has been immersed in the Daiyuan Ascension to Spirit Pond for 12 days. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo also left the room and walked slowly towards where Wang Xin was. The mountain behind Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A valley rich in spiritual qi. There are still many elixir and spiritual trees planted around the valley. In the center of the valley there is also a small pool exuding endless Dao aggregates. Sitting cross-legged in the small pool was a young man with a resolute expression. The young man was shirtless and his eyes were slightly closed. The spiritual fluid in the pool exuded an extremely mysterious power, and strands of inspiration rushed towards the young man. With the continuous intake of ideas, bursts of spiritual light seemed to appear in the young man's body. Wang Xin, I'm here to bring you food. Just as the boy was absorbing the energy in the pool, a voice rang in the boy's ear. Not far away, a young man in brocade clothes came slowly with a roasted rabbit. Brother Feng, you're here. Wang Xin showed a sincere smile. The person who came was Wang Feng, Wang Xin's cousin. After Chen Luo included Wang Xin in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Wang Feng also joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Wang Feng nodded, and then handed the roasted rabbit to Wang Xin. Wang Xin was also polite, and started to eat with big mouthfuls. Brother Feng, you have broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. Just as Wang Xin was eating roasted rabbit meat, he suddenly felt the aura of Spirit Sea realm on Wang Feng. Yeah, I just broke through this morning. If I were in Mingguang City, I would be considered a master. Wang Feng said with a smile on his face. Wang Xin nodded heavily. Their Mingguang City is just a little-known small city in the eastern region. Spirit Sea realm is already considered a powerful master. Unfortunately, in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, my strength is still not enough. Wang Feng seemed to think of something, and continued. Brother Feng, this Heavenly Bamboo Peak really has an unlimited supply of top-quality spiritual Qi Dan, and also, does everyone distribute the top-grade cultivation technique? Wang Xin asked curiously after finishing the roasted rabbit meat. That's right, that's it. What I am practicing now is the top-grade cultivation technique 5 elements Ling Yuan Ju issued by the Peak Master. Wang Feng smiled, and then told Wang Xin what Chen Luo said before, that there are great rewards for progress in cultivation. Wang Xin took a deep breath, his eyes full of longing and envy. Brother Feng, your talent is so amazing, you must be the top one this time. Wang Xin said confidently. Hey, top of the list, it's easier said than done. You don't know how perverted those animals are. Damn, they rotate continuously for 12 hours a day without stopping at all. They don't even forget to practice when they go to the bathroom. They are so perverted to the extreme. Especially that guy named Li Dalong, who has practiced continuously for 10 days and 10 nights, meridians are all injured. As soon as Wang Xin's words came out, Wang Feng immediately complained. Because the cultivation environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is too good, coupled with the huge reward given by Chen Luo. More than 300 disciples are completely rolled up, and they are getting more and more crazy as they practice. Although there is a gap in talent, but with such a favorable cultivation environment and the assistance of unlimited top-grade Ling Yuan pills, the gap in talent has not had such a big impact. Moreover, the disciples who joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak were basically talents above the profound grade. Although there were some gaps, they were not so big as to make people despair. As long as you try hard enough, there is still hope for some rewards. Not to mention, becoming stronger through cultivation is something that every practitioner thinks about. The meridians are damaged, but they are still practicing. Wang Xin swallowed his saliva. Is this guy so crazy? Although Wang Xin can't cultivate, he also knows that if there is a problem with the meridians, it will have a great impact on the body. Yes, fortunately, the Peak Master is considerate and has prepared various recovery medicine pills for us to use for free. Wang Feng continued, his tone full of reverence. Peak Master also prepared a free recovery medicine pill. Wang Xin blinked. This Peak Master, in order to allow their disciples to practice well, really broke his heart. Where can I find such a Peak Master? Wang Xin wished he could get his body cultivator right now, and then devote himself to cultivation with all his heart. On the paper, he, Wang Xin, has never been afraid of anyone. Wang Xin, I've sent you back to the Wang family about your joining the Heavenly Dao Sect. Your little sister's life in the Wang family should be easier. Wang Feng then said to Wang. Thank you, Brother Feng. Wang Xin went on cupped fist to thank. Wang Xin is really grateful to Wang Feng, and he also knows that after Wang Feng passed the trial, he found branches one by one, and finally let Chen Luo give him this opportunity. Moreover, he also passed back the fact that he joined Heavenly Dao Sect, with the deterrence of Heavenly Dao Sect. No one would dare to touch my little sister. Wang Xin took a deep breath and felt relieved a lot. Okay, Wang Xin, I won't tell you any more. I'm going back to practice. There is no hope for the top 3. I must fight hard for the top 3. Wang Feng continued to tell Wang Dao. Wang Xin nodded, knowing that Wang Feng wanted to quickly improve his own strength, so he didn't want to keep him. Immediately afterwards, Wang Feng left the back mountain. Next, continue to absorb this power and restore your own body. Chapter 46 The Four Heroes of Liukan. Not bad, not bad, it seems that your body has recovered a lot. At this moment, Chen Luo's voice rang in Wang Xin's ears. Chen Luo appeared in the middle of the valley without knowing when, feeling the changes in Wang Xin's body. At this time, Chen Luo was standing beside Wang Xin with a glass of spiritual fruit smoothie in his hand. Chen Luo clearly felt the bursts of mysterious energy appearing around Wang Xin. In the Dayuan Shengling pool, Dayun rushed towards Wang Xin's body continuously. It is this Daoyun that is constantly repairing Wang Xin's body. Thank you, Master, I feel that On's body is much better than before. Not only that, I feel that my speed of comprehending martial arts supernatural power can be raised to another level. Wang Xin respectfully said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. This Dayuan ascension to Spirit Pool is really worthy of being a treasure, it really slowly repaired Wang Xin's sensing Dao sacred body. Master, I feel that my Qi Si seems to have been opened now, and I can practice. Can I start to practice now? Wang Xin then asked Chen Luo. After hearing Wang Feng's words, Wang Xin is now very much looking forward to becoming stronger through cultivation. Now own Qi Si seems to have been opened, it should be able to meet the conditions for cultivation. Already ready to practice? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, it seemed that Dayuan Ascension to Spirit Pond had opened his Qi Si. Don't move, let me check the situation in your body. Chen Luo continued. Although Wang Xin said he had recovered, Chen Luo still had to investigate carefully, it was safer. After all, such a treasure, sensing Dao's sacred body, cannot be spoiled. Wang Xin nodded, and then slightly closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo's hand touched Wang Xin's forehead, and a soft mental energy surged towards Wang Xin's body. Chen Luo's gentle mental energy circulated continuously in Wang Xin's body, probing the power in Wang Xin's body. Sure enough, the Qi Si was already opened, and Chen Luo detected that Wang Xin's Qi Si was already opened. That's right, you can indeed practice now. Chen Luo took a deep breath. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Wang Xin's face suddenly became extremely joyful. I can practice now, I really can practice now. I also ask Master to bestow the Dharma. Wang Xin then said respectfully. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo taught Wang Xin the innate scripture of the Holy Spirit. Although this cultivation technique is very suitable for Ye Chen, it is also a powerful and unparalleled cultivation technique. It is no problem for Wang Xin to practice. When Wang Xin break through to good fortune realm, naturally there is a cultivation technique suitable for him. Wang Xin felt the cultivation technique in his mind, and his breathing became short of breath. With his physique, it is obvious at a glance that this is a super top cultivation technique. Okay, then you can recover your body and practice here with peace of mind. Chen Luo said softly after imparting the cultivation technique to Wang Xin. When Wang Xin recovers completely, he can let him help him practice the top martial arts supernatural power. Although the progress of Ye Chen and Hua Yuntian's cultivation is not bad, Chen Luo still feels that it is too slow. With the sensing Dao's sacred body, it should be much better. Thank you, Master. This disciple will definitely be my master in the future. I will never say anything. If you break this oath, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Wang Xin then swore heavily. When Wang Xin was most desperate, it was Chen Luo who gave Wang Xin hope, not only restoring his physique, but also giving him the top-level cultivation technique. At this time, Wang Xin was completely convinced by Chen Luo. Okay, just practice hard in the future. With your strength as a teacher, you don't need to go to that level. Chen Luo smiled slightly. After Chen Luo encouraged Wang Xin a few more words, he left directly under Wang Xin's fanatical gaze. I can finally practice. Wang Xin felt excited. Only through countless setbacks and disappointments can we know how precious this moment is. I, Wang Xin, am not trash. Wang Xin took a deep breath, and then began to learn the top cultivation technique in his mind, drawing air into his body. Boom! Immediately, bursts of ideas surged in the entire Daoyuan ascension to spirit pool. The spirit power of heaven and earth flowed towards Wang Xin's body. Time passed so slowly. Daoyuan Zone. Daoyuan Zone is a huge valley. Spiritual qi lingers everywhere here, and there is a touch of fragrance. A lot of spiritual plants were planted around, dancing in the breeze. Has that kid Li Wengxuan drifted away? After joining Heavenly Bamboo Peak, his whole body seems to have disappeared, and he can't scream anymore. Asked a young man in a purple brocade robe next to a willow tree in the valley. Yeah, after we agreed to join Daoyuan Zong, we supported each other, but now that kid is completely even ignoring the messages from junior sister Fang Yun, it's too much. The big man in clothes also said indignantly. Beside the two of them, there was a beautiful woman with a slim figure and a cold complexion, and bursts of icy coldness permeated her whole body. Perhaps Wengxuan has something to hide. Fang Yunliu, a beautiful woman, frowned slightly. Hey, among the four heroes of Lihokan, someone has lost his original intention after all. The purple brocade-robed youth said with a sigh of relief. It turned out that the three of them and Li Wengxuan all came from Lihokan, and all of them joined Daoyuan Zong. Zhu Jianyi, Cao Sanjin, Li Wengxuan, Fang Yun, the four of them are all well known in Lihokan in the eastern region, and they are collectively known as the four heroes of Lihokan, and their relationship is quite harmonious. Brother Zhu, brother Cao, junior sister Fang Yun, how could I forget my original intention? It's just that I'm busy practicing during this time. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Not far away, a young man in a white robe slowly walked over. The young man is Li Wengxuan. It's really hard to make an appointment with you, kid. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is so good. If you have a golden mountain, you won't be willing to leave. Cao Sanjin patted Li Wengxuan on the shoulder and said. Wengxuan, your cultivation base, Spirit Sea Realm, you have broken through Spirit Sea Realm. At this moment, Zhu Jianyi, who was not far away, seemed to have discovered something incredible, and exclaimed. The two people beside them also had strange eyes, and they looked at Li Wengxuan in disbelief. Before, the four heroes of Lihokan were all in the 7th stage of the mysterious core realm. Unexpectedly, Li Wengxuan took the lead in breaking through the Spirit Sea Realm. You know, Li Wengxuan's talent is not as good as the three of them. Now, it turned out to be leading them into the Spirit Sea territory. It's just good luck, it's not worth mentioning, Li Wengxuan said with a wry smile. My own cultivation base is really nothing in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Compared with those other animals, it is really far worse. Heavenly Bamboo Peak, is Li Yanner's St in your Heavenly Bamboo Peak? At this moment, a cool voice came from a distance. Chapter 47 Breaking into Heavenly Bamboo Peak. This voice carried an extremely majestic breath, almost trying to suppress everything. Li Wengxuan and others felt their scalps tingling and their bodies becoming stiff. Who dares to slander our senior sister? Li Wengxuan then gritted his teeth and said, the spirit power in his body was crazily suppressed. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a terrifying impact hit Li Wengxuan. Li Wengxuan's body was blown away heavily, and he fell into a coma immediately. Wengxuan! The people next to him immediately went to Li Wengxuan's side to check the situation. Elder sister, such ast, you call her senior sister, she is not worthy. Another cold voice came. Not far from the valley, a charming woman in a red dress walked over slowly, her eyes were full of coldness. Beside the woman in the red dress, many cultivators followed, and all of these cultivators had a flame-like red mark on their clothes. Boom! After finishing speaking, a violent aura appeared on the body of the woman in the red dress again, bombarding towards the bodies of the other three. The other three were also directly knocked out by the terrifying impact. Go, take me to find that BCH Li Yanner. The woman in the red skirt said calmly. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of the woman in the red dress radiated a bewitching light, rushing directly towards Li Wengxuan, who was already in a coma. Li Wengxuan's body seemed to be manipulated, he stood up in a daze, and then led the woman in the red dress and the others to gallop towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Your Highness Holy Maiden, we have already investigated clearly that the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is just a guy from Saint Realm. With the power of our 9 sons' sacred land, the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak will definitely hand over Li Yanner obediently when he sees us. Beside the woman in the red dress, a middle-aged man said lightly, his tone full of arrogance. I don't care about the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. I'm just worried about Lin Yan's big brother. If he knows that I'm here to deal with this BCH, he won't be happy. No matter what, they have a marriage contract after all. The woman frowned slightly, and said softly. Your Highness Holy Maiden, that Li Yanner blatantly broke the engagement in Haitan City, which made Mr. Lin Yan feel ashamed. We captured her and dedicated it to Mr. Lin Yan. Mr. Lin Yan is too happy, said the maid. The woman in the red skirt pursed her lips slightly, and a flash of coldness flashed in her eyes. That's right, Lin Yan's big brother will definitely not be angry with me. The woman in the red skirt smiled, and then continued to gallop towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There is a spiritual place with extremely profound spiritual qi in the back mountain. A lot of 1000-year spiritual fruits are planted here, and the spiritual qi and fragrance are constantly permeating the surroundings, making this spiritual land like a fairyland on earth. Under a 1,000-year spiritual fruit tree, a stunning girl in a long purple dress continuously swallows the spirit power of the surrounding world, improving her own strength. The girl closed her eyes slightly, and the spirit power around her was constantly rippling like water waves. Boom! After a while, Li Yan'er's body erupted with a violent momentum. There was a burst of blue-purple glare around her. Congratulations to Master Sister for breaking through Good Fortune Realm 7th stage. A clear and pleasant voice sounded. Not far away, a girl in a light green dress with twin ponytails walked over with a smile on her face. Luo Li, what are you doing here if you don't hurry up to practice? Li Yan'er slowly opened her eyes, looking softly at Mu Luli next to her. For this eccentric little junior sister, Li Yan'er also likes it very much. Although sometimes quite naughty, but most of the time, he is still very obedient and well-behaved. Senior sister, I want to ask if your human race has any secret recipes to replenish your body. The master said that I am too thin and need to be supplemented. Mu Luli blinked her big delicate eyes, and slowly came to Li Yan'er's side, and gently hugged Li Yan'er's arm. Too thin, do you want to make up? Li Yan'er was stunned. Although Mu Luli is still young, her figure and appearance are first class. At this age, Li Yan'er has never seen anyone more beautiful than Mu Luli. Just up front, sort of. Luo Li, why do you go to Master's room every day? When I accidentally passed by last time, I heard a little strange sound. Li Yan'er seemed to have thought of something, and then asked Mu Luli. Li Yan'er discovered that after Mu Luli joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak, she would go to Chen Luo's room every day. A few days ago, Li Yan'er accidentally passed by and heard some strange sounds. That voice made Li Yan'er feel trembling. Senior sister. Did you hear that? Mu Luli whispered to Li Yan'er, her face blushing. Li Yan'er's breathing became a little short. Seeing the astonishing and stunning Mu Luli in front of her, Li Yan'er felt a burst of defeat. Could it be that the master likes this kind of tune, then I? Li Yan'er bit her lip slightly, she seemed to have lost control of her emotions. Elder sister, let me tell you, don't tell others, it's master who is helping me awaken bloodline. Mu Luli blushed and said softly. Awaken bloodline. Li Yan'er was stunned. Then you look, Li Yan'er sighed softly, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. Not good. Not good. Master, someone is forcibly breaking into our heavenly bamboo peak. Just then, a panicked voice came. A disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak walked over quickly from not far away, with a look of panic on his face. Blast Heavenly Bamboo Peak! Li Yan'er's eyes suddenly turned serious. Heavenly Bamboo Peak! The outer jungle of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The woman in the red dress carried many cultivators, and looked at the formation outside Heavenly Bamboo Peak with cold eyes. On the fringes of the formation, there are still quite a few cultivators, constantly using terrifying spirit power to impact the formation. Bang bang bang! Extremely violent crashing sounds and the whistling sound of spirit power continuously sounded from the periphery of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Your Highness Holy Maiden, this formation seems to be a top-level holy formation, and it will take a lot of time to break through. A white-haired old man next to the woman in the red skirt said in a deep voice. This Heavenly Bamboo Peak actually has a top-level holy formation. The woman in the red skirt frowned slightly, staring straight at the large formation in the distance. The top-level magic formation of the holy rank is extremely precious, especially this kind of top-level formation that can protect one side. Generally speaking, only those top sacred land forces will have this formation. It's unbelievable that a mere branch of Heavenly Dao Sect has this kind of formation. Chapter 48 Sword Glow. Has the investigation been clear? Is this Heavenly Bamboo Peak really just an ordinary offshoot of Heavenly Dao Sect? The woman in the red skirt continued to ask. Although their 9 suns sacred land is powerful, it is not easy to offend any hidden world power. If this heavenly bamboo peak is really a hidden power, then things will not end well. His Royal Highness Holy Maiden, we have already made it clear through our investigation that this heavenly bamboo peak is just an ordinary branch. It has been passed down for so long, and it is not impossible to have a large holy formation. The white-haired old man next to him continued. The woman in the red dress nodded. She was too cautious, thinking that there was a hidden power in a place in the eastern region. Speed up, break this big formation as soon as possible, and let the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak know how powerful we are. The woman in the red dress continued calmly. Yes, Your Highness Holy Maiden, said the other cultivator next to him. Immediately afterwards, everyone increased their attack intensity, trying to quickly break through this large formation. The woman in the red dress watched with cold eyes as own subordinates bombarded the formation of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Boom! Just when the people of Zhejiang Sacred Land were bombarding the formation of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, bursts of thunder light with terrifying impact suddenly appeared in the formation of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The thunder light containing the aura of destroying heaven and earth continued to bombard those who attacked the formed 9 suns sacred land. In a short while, those many strong men in the 9 suns sacred land were surged by the terrifying thunder force. The sounds of collisions, roars, and screams resounded around Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Stop it, do you know who we are? The woman in the red skirt reprimanded in a charming voice, her face turned ashen. The other people in Zhejiang Sacred Land beside the woman in the red skirt also turned extremely ugly, and they gritted their teeth and looked at the scene in front of them. Boom! However, it is obvious that those terrifying thunder attacks will not be weakened because of their identities. After a long while, as the thunder continued to rage, those who attacked the many 9 suns sacred land formations were directly blasted into residue by the terrifying offensive. Broken residues splashed everywhere, and the whole air was filled with a burnt smell. Who are you? You dare to attack our Heavenly Bamboo Peak magic circle? A clear and pleasant voice sounded. At the formation, a stunning girl in a long purple dress appeared in front of everyone holding a formation disc. The girl has a slender figure, delicate and charming cheeks, especially her slender and delicate long legs, which are extremely eye-catching. Humph! I'm Holy Maiden Zhou Qing'ai from Zhejiang Sacred Land, do you know what you just did? The woman in the red dress stared at Li Yan'er coldly, her eyes full of anger. As soon as Zhou Qing'ai's words came out, Li Yan'er frowned slightly. Is he from Zhejiang Sacred Land? Why did they attack our Heavenly Bamboo Peak formation all of a sudden? 9 Suns Sacred Land is a sacred land level force in the central region, extremely powerful, and has a great reputation in the Ancient Desolate Continent. Now you know you're afraid, kneel down and beg for mercy now. I can still give you Heavenly Bamboo Peak a way to survive, otherwise, your entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak will just wait to be destroyed. Zhou Qing'ai continued coldly, her eyes flashing. There was a trace of jealousy. Li Yan'er's stunning appearance made Zhou Qing'ai feel very disgusted. Such a beautiful woman should be damned. It's such a big breath, even if you destroy our Heavenly Bamboo Peak, you won't be afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. There was a clear and pleasant voice. A stunning girl with twin ponytails and a light green dress came out from Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The girl was Mu Luli. At this time, Mu Luli was staring straight at Zhou Qing'ai and the others outside. There was a fiery red phoenix imprint on the center of her brow that was constantly shining. Seeing the girl who suddenly appeared, Zhou Qing'ai's face became a little dignified. She felt waves of terrifying pressure from Mu Luli's body. It seemed that there was a power in the girl's body that made them tremble with fear. I'm here to look for Li Yan'er from Heavenly Bamboo Peak, leave Li Yan'er to us, and we'll leave right away. Zhou Qing'ai took a deep breath, and then said. Now, an unknown person appeared, so it is better to take a step back and grab Li Yan'er before talking about it. As for the things just now, after I go back, I will find someone to settle the score. I'm Li Yan'er, why do you want me? Li Yan'er then said lightly, with doubts in her eyes. She doesn't remember that she offended anyone in Zhuyang Sacred Land. Moreover, this is the first time Li Yan'er has seen the Holy Maiden of Zhuyang Sacred Land. What? You're that BCH Li Yan'er? Zhou Qingai's eyes widened, as if she couldn't imagine own eyes. The stunningly beautiful woman in front of her, with her extraordinary temperament, could actually be Li Yan'er. She. Humph, you dare to scold my elder sister, see what I say to deal with you, fire way killing formation, charge me. Seeing that Zhou Qing'ai said that she was a BCH, Mu Luli directly took out a killing formation containing the power of Flame's disc. Hoo. A moment later, in the formation of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, countless flame dragons appeared, flying towards Zhou Qing'ai and the others. The terrifying flames almost burned everything, and the temperature of the surrounding air rose instantly. In addition to the top-level holy level formations arranged at the beginning, Chen Luo signed a lot of killing formations later, and arranged them in the formation together. Li Yan'er and the others all hold part of the disc of the killing formation, which can control the terrifying power of this killing formation. Little BCH, how dare you! Seeing the sudden flames, Zhou Qing'ai's eyes were terrified. She never thought that Mu Luli would be too bold to attack them even after knowing their identities. Hoo. In a moment, these huge flame dragons had rushed to Zhou Qing'ai and the others. The terrifying flames continued to rise, making the faces of Zhou Qing'ai and the others extremely ugly. Little girl, you are so vicious at such a young age, it seems that I have to treat you well. A brilliant light appeared in front of Zhou Qing'ai and the others, resisting the terrifying impact of the flames. Immediately afterwards, an old man tearing the space writhing with terrifying spirit power appeared in front of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's formation. The majestic spirit power was churning all over the old man's body, and an overwhelming sense of oppression filled the entire area in an instant. Zhao Elder, arrest these two sluts, I want them to know the fate of offending me. Seeing the old man who suddenly appeared, Zhou Qing'ai's eyes flashed a stern look. This old man is the elder of their 9 sons' sacred land, the invincible powerhouse in Saint Realm. Don't worry, Holy Maiden, just... The old man said lightly. Stab. Before the old man finished speaking, a powerful and unparalleled sword light suddenly appeared and penetrated the old man's body. The fierce and unparalleled sword ray directly cut the old man's body in half. Chapter 49 Reason. Heavenly Bamboo Peak's formation outside. The originally noisy space became extremely silent at this time. The sound of falling leaves can be heard in silence. Everyone in Zhuyang Sacred Land outside saw the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded, they just felt their brains buzzing, and a sense of absurdity filled their hearts. Not far away, the body of Zhao Elder, who was invincible in the Saint Realm, was broken in two and blood was constantly flowing. It seems that there is still a faint heat surging slightly. Is this the invincible Zhao Elder of Saint of their 9 sons' sacred land? Why did it get cold as soon as it came out? What's going on? Everyone felt their scalps go numb, their bodies froze there, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Zhou Qing'ai also had a dull expression, looking at the body that had been torn into two halves in the distance, her body couldn't stop shaking. I thought that after Zhao Elder appeared, everything could be reversed, but unexpectedly, he disappeared as soon as he appeared. Li Yan'er and Mu Luli were also stunned. Where did the sword light come from, so ruthless? Tell me, what do you want to do with my good apprentice? A clear voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably handsome young man who looked like an exiled immortal appeared in front of everyone holding a cucumber exuding spiritual qi in his hand. The young man walked slowly while biting a cucumber. Master, you are here. Mu Luli's eyes lit up and she ran to Chen Luo's side and hugged Chen Luo's arm. It turns out that Master is here, no wonder. Mu Luli held Chen Luo's arm, a look of understanding appeared on her face. It wouldn't be surprising if it was Chen Luo's moving hand. Li Yan'er also quickly walked to Chen Luo's side, her eyes filled with joy. Chen Luo walked slowly towards Zhou Qing's place, and at the same time turned on the system's detection function. Name, Zhou Qing'ai. Age, 19 years old. Realm, Good Fortune Realm 6th Stage Day. Identity, Zhonghaihu Zhuyang Sacred Land Holy Maiden. Physical, Yangling Body. Qualification, Holy Product, Saint King's Capital. It was you who killed us, Zhuyang, the elder of Zhuyang Sacred Land. Zhou Qing's eyes were full of fear, and he felt an aura of extreme terror from Chen Luo's body. Although this aura did not explode completely, it still gave Zhou Qing'ai a very strong sense of oppression. I'm asking you something. Chen Luo said lightly. Stab. After finishing speaking, a fierce and unparalleled spirit power impact appeared on Chen Luo's body, directly blasting towards Zhou Qing'ai's right hand. With a burst of violent and unparalleled cracking sounds, Zhou Qing'ai's right hand was directly blasted into debris by the terrifying destructive force. Oh no! Zhou Qing'ai immediately uttered a heart-piercing scream, and the severe pain instantly filled her whole body. She covered her shattered wound with her left hand, terrified. Bold, you dare to attack our Highness Holy Maiden! Many Zhuyang Sacred Land cultivators beside them saw Chen Luo directly attacking their Holy Maiden, and they were immediately enraged, and rushed towards Chen Luo. Swish swish swish! Before the group got close to Chen Luo's side, they were cut into pieces by Chen Luo's sword light. Minced meat and blood filled the air, and a strong smell of blood filled the entire space. This terrifying scene immediately made the rest of the people completely awake as if they had been poured with cold water. This is not a character they can deal with. Zhou Qing'ai's fear at this time had already covered up her severe pain, and her eyes were full of fear when she looked at Chen Luo. She didn't expect that she just wanted to come to Heavenly Bamboo Peak to catch AST, and this kind of thing happened to her. Not only the soldiers were lost, but even the right hand of On was completely abolished. At this moment, Zhou Qing'ai wanted to swallow the person who provided the information alive. Didn't it mean that Heavenly Bamboo Peak was just an ordinary branch of Heavenly Dao Sect? Even Zhao Elder, the top powerhouse in their sacred land, was killed directly. Is this something a normal branch can do? Now, can you answer my question properly? Chen Luo led Li Yan'er and Mu Luli slowly towards Zhou Qing'ai and the others. Senior, I admire Li Yan'er. Zhou Qing'ai said tremblingly. Boom! Before Zhou Qing'ai finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Chen Luo's body again, blasting Zhou Qing'ai's left arm into pieces again. Zhou Qing'ai let out another scream of pain, and threw her body straight on the ground. However, everyone around dared to go up to help. Just now I was talking about AST, are you insulting my IQ? If you keep talking nonsense, the next one will be your head. Chen Luo said lightly, looking at Zhou Qing'ai in front of him with cold eyes. Zhou Qing'ai bit her lips tightly, not daring to hide anything, and told Chen Luo everything. It turned out that it was because of Lin Yan. After Lin Yan left Shui Lanzong, he went to Zhongzhou. Zhou Qing'ai met Lin Yan in a secret realm, and some stories happened between the two. Zhou Qing'ai fell in love with Lin Yan because of this, and formed an indissoluble entanglement and bond. So, afterwards, Zhou Qing'ai began to investigate everything about Lin Yan, including some things before Lin Yan came to Zhongzhou. When she found out that Lin Yan had such an unbearable past, Zhou Qing'ai wanted to completely wipe out Li Yan'er and wash away the shame Lin Yan suffered in the past. In her opinion, a perfect and excellent person like Lin Yan should not have any stains. All these dirty pasts must be erased. Lin Yan. Chen Luo frowned. He remembered that Li Yan'er had indeed had some interaction with Lin Yan before. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be because of this matter. It was the first time that Mu Luli at the side heard that Li Yan'er had such a past, and then secretly glanced at Li Yan'er. It was discovered that Li Yan'er didn't make any changes at all, and seemed to be indifferent. You came here on your own, doesn't it have anything to do with Lin Yan? Chen Luo then asked. From Zhou Qing's words just now, every word came from his own thoughts, but Lin Yan didn't seem to know it. Yes, it's all on my own initiative, Mr. Lin Yan doesn't know what I'm doing. Zhou Qing'ai then gritted her teeth. There's something wrong with you, Lin Yan didn't even think about doing it yourself, you rushed to deal with my apprentice, you really have something wrong with your brain. Chen Luo suddenly felt speechless. It turned out to be a little licking dog. This woman is definitely out of her mind, and that Lin Yan didn't even want to deal with Li Yan'er himself, and rushed forward on his own. It's really a dog taking a mouse and meddling in other people's business. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Zhou Qing'ai was also aggrieved, her guts turned green with regret, she should not have come to Heavenly Bamboo Peak in person if she had known earlier. What do you think, why can't you think about it so much? Come to the terrifying place of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chapter 50. What's going on with that Lin Yan now? Chen Luo then asked. Mu Luli and Li Yan'er were also staring at Zhou Qing'ai closely at this time, obviously wanting to know about Lin Yan's news. Back to Senior, Mr. Lin Yan is valued by the Elder of the Temple of Soul, and now he has been accepted as a personal disciple by the Elder of the Temple of Soul. Zhou Qing'ai continued tremblingly. Soul Yuan Temple. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, it seems that this Soul Yuan Temple has never heard of this force. Master, this Soul Essence Temple is a hidden power in the Ancient Desolate Continent. It is a top power that is no less powerful than the sacred land of chaos. Mu Luli, who was next to him, seemed to see Chen Luo's doubts. Continued. A top power that is no less powerful than Chaos Sacred Land? Chaos Sacred Land is the top power in the central domain, and it can be regarded as the first-class power in the entire Ancient Desolate Continent. A sacred land of the level of Zhuyang Sacred Land is like a younger brother in front of Chaos Sacred Land. This Soul Essence Temple can stand shoulder to shoulder with Chaos Sacred Land, it must be terrifyingly powerful. That kid Lin Yan actually joined such a powerful force. As expected of the Son of Destiny, after reaching the advanced map, he immediately took off and joined such a powerful force. The central region is the core area of the Ancient Desolate Continent, where there are many sacred lands, and there are many top forces. Compared with the eastern region, the overall strength is more than one level stronger. Senior, Lin Yan and I have a very good relationship. If I die here, Lin Yan will be very sad. Zhou Qing'ai seemed to have finally found a glimmer of life at this time, and then said tremblingly. The other Zhuyang Sacred Land people beside him also looked at Chen Luo cautiously. He can only hope that the famous head of the Temple of Soul Yuan can restrain this devil. I have another question. Chen Luo ignored Zhou Qing'ai's words and continued. Senior, please, Junior must know everything. Zhou Qing'ai hurriedly said, thinking that Chen Luo was afraid. If I let you go, will you find someone to take revenge? Chen Luo continued seriously. Senior, as long as you let Junior go, when Junior returns, we will definitely ask our Saint Lord to prepare a gift to apologize to Senior. I, Zhou Qing'ai, will never step into the eastern region half-step again in this life. Zhou Qing'ai said hastily, but there was still a hint of madness and tyranny flashing in her eyes. Revenge. Not only do I want revenge, I want all of you in Heavenly Dao Sect to be buried with me. As soon as Zhou Qing'ai finished speaking, Chen Luo stepped on her foot heavily, aiming at Zhou Qing'ai's head. Zhou Qing'ai's pupils shrank, and fear immediately filled her heart. Boom! With the sound of a terrifying collision, Zhou Qing'ai's head was immediately crushed by the terrifying force. You lied to me. Chen Luo said lightly, as if he had done an insignificant thing. With his Dian Shen Shu, he could clearly feel the tyrannical aura in Zhou Qing'ai's heart, and he wanted to cut himself into pieces. Even if Zhou Qing'ai really didn't intend to take revenge, Chen Luo would not let her go. After all, since she has already been offended, it is safer to kill her directly. Cutting the grass does not remove the roots, and the spring breeze blows and regenerates. There is no need to leave a tale for yourself. The rest of the cultivators of Zhuyang sacred land next to them were all stunned. Just after answering, the person was wiped out. Is there any mistake? Moreover, didn't His Royal Highness Holy Maiden say that he would not take revenge? Master, can you remind me before you do it next time? The skirt is dirty. At this moment, Mu Luli, who was beside her, said quietly, her light green skirt was already stained with a lot of blood. Although such a master is very handsome, and so handsome that people are fascinated, but this skirt can no longer be worn. For sure next time. Chen Luo smiled slightly and patted Mu Luli's head. Definitely next time, and next time. Mu Luli curled her lips, and looked playfully at Chen Luo next to her. Do you do it yourself, or do I help you? If you do it yourself, there will be a whole corpse. Chen Luo then looked at the remaining cultivators of Zhuyang sacred land, his eyes were full of coldness. Damn it, too much bullying. Devil, I will fight with you. Our Saint Lord will avenge us, just wait. Even if you die, I will take off a layer of your skin. The remaining 9 Sun's sacred land cultivators looked crazy and launched the final offensive towards Chen Luo. The whole space seemed to be filled with waves of spirit power. Reckless, Chen Luo shook his head slightly. Swish swish swish. Before these guys rushed in front of Chen Luo, bursts of sword ray erupted from Chen Luo's body. The fierce sword ray was accompanied by barren power, directly cutting everyone into pieces. This is exactly Desolate Heaven sword art. After more than 10 days of practice, Ye Chen has successfully mastered the high-rank martial art of this sacred product. With 10 times the return of the practice effect, Chen Luo's understanding of this martial art has reached a very high level. Following the death of the people in 9 Sun's sacred land, the whole area was filled with the smell of blood. Luo Li, collect the body. Chen Luo then said to Mu Luli. Mu Luli nodded, then waved her right hand lightly, and a fierce and unparalleled red flame surged out. The rapid flames continuously burned many corpses and blood around them. This flame is the real phoenix fire after Mu Luli awakened a little bloodline power. Although it is still very weak, it couldn't be easier to use it to burn these corpses. After cleaning up the entire battlefield, Chen Luo collected their trophies as well. Although there are not many things, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. I killed this holy maiden of 9 Sun's sacred land, that guy from 9 Sun's sacred land won't come for revenge. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Although Zhuyang sacred land is not the top sacred land, it can be named sacred land. At least there are saintly kings and strong men in the door. If Ding, it has been detected that the host is being strongly threatened now, and a special mission is issued now, the first to act first. Strike first, the host kills the 9 Sun's sacred land holy maiden, which will soon arouse the hostility of 9 Sun's sacred land. Please the host to act first and destroy 9 Sun's sacred land as soon as possible. The reward for completing the task, absolute beginning divine fire. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo was stunned, and released a special task. Preemptive, let me destroy Zhuyang sacred land? I killed holy maiden with my forefoot, and arranged for me to follow up before the ashes were even cold. This system is really, so considerate. Directly reward the divine fire of absolute beginning. Okay. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave YouTube channel. Thank you.